Anyways, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, since today we're looking at where the series began, cliche thing to say, but whatever, which was, despite the title of this video, not Super Monkey Ball, but just Monkey Ball, released in the arcade in June 2001. It's not so different from the GameCube title we're going to be looking at today, and I don't have a way to play it, so we're not doing a separate video on it, but I'll be sure to point out some differences in this video as we go along. Super Monkey Ball is pretty much a port of this arcade game, with a few added bonuses. Released in late 2001 for the Nintendo GameCube as a launch title, this was the first Sega game on a Nintendo platform, a milestone that cannot be understated. Super Monkey Ball and Nintendo have become so synonymous by now that some people even confuse Nintendo as the developer for the franchise. Super Monkey Ball is a simple concept, but its simplicity is what I think makes it so enriching and so enjoyable. Unlike many games of today, there's only really one control function, which is moving with the control stick, which controls the stage around you, not the monkey. This always messed with my mind, since it felt like to me I was controlling the monkey itself, and it's still weird for me to conceptualize. The physics are great, and what makes Super Monkey Ball so replayable and so satisfying. The GameCube controller is to Super Monkey Ball what something like the Wiimote is to Skyward Sword. With its notches and amazing sensitivity, it's the perfect playstyle for something like this, and I can't see how anything will match it again. It controls like a dream, and every time I fail, it's my fault. Don't like it? Cry about it. You messed up. Starting with the main game, there are three options: beginner, advanced, and expert. My favorite thing about this is that they're all open from the get-go. No need to play beginner to get advanced, no need to play advanced to get expert, and so on. If you are a returning veteran of the franchise, this is a nice system, and I miss when games were like this. You get what's advertised with each mode. It never feels like any of the levels in the mode step outside what they actually are. Beginner and advanced are really nice paced. I think expert's pacing is not the best. The first 5 levels are pretty easy, but some of the following levels are some of the most difficult levels in the entire series. Expert 7 is infamous for being a pain. It's an endurance early on and has you focusing so intensely. When you get past Expert 7, Expert 9 isn't much easier. I really don't like the pacing mode of Expert as such. It feels like the hardest levels are placed in the wrong time. I don't think these levels would be bad in late game, but it sets a somewhat frustrating tone for the expert mode, since when I play, I usually end up losing about half of my lives with 40 levels to go. This isn't a big deal, and I do like the challenge factor, but I think it gets difficult a bit too early. You can buy additional continues with your play points, which I'll talk about in a bit. The next levels that follow are not nearly as bad and go back to being challenging and satisfying, so it's not the biggest deal in the world, just a few levels feel out of place. If you beat beginner and advanced without losing a single life, you are treated to a few more bonus levels. Going through advanced without losing a single life can be pretty difficult, but beginner is a cinch as you can imagine. The same system is in place for expert, but instead of 1 life, it's without a continue, which I actually really like. Expert specifically encourages you to pick up bananas, which are littered throughout the stages. Sponsored by none other than Dole. Beginner and advanced, if you die anyways, an extra life, it becomes like sort of pointless, and you only get points, so I guess it's not pointless. Throughout the stages, there are bonus levels, usually on every 10th level. However, level 5 is the sole exception in all 3 modes. I like the bonus stages a lot, however, it is a little lame that floors 5, 10, and 20 are all reused in each mode instead of making custom levels for each difficulty. The level design is very much arcade-based. Lots of the levels seem to be recreated in their subsequent difficulties. I really like this idea. It really does feel like they crafted each mode to be given appropriate challenge, and I think the system is quintessential Monkey Ball. That is hard to see gone in the later entries. Some levels have alternative goals that let you skip some levels. I find these to be a mixed bag as a player. On one hand, these levels are so much fun that it's almost a bit sad to imagine skipping out of them. I almost feel guilty, like, oh, I'm cheating myself of not being able to finish the whole game. You do also risk skipping bonus stages by going through them, since sometimes they warp you to a level beyond a multiple of 10, which isn't a huge deal, but if you needed or wanted the bananas, tough luck, dude. Some of these warp goals are pretty massive. I remember one in advance skipped like 7 levels and wasn't even hard to get to if you know the trick. I do think at points the lack of control options can be quite difficult to manage. You aren't given any camera functionality, which on some levels is annoying to play around. I was actually pressing L in vain that it would center the camera, but it would not. I would have really liked a camera, but when you consider it was an arcade game and maybe was going to be ported to the Dreamcast, which didn't have a second stick, it's honestly forgivable. Actually, in the arcade version of this game, you control with a giant banana stick, which is remarkable and interesting, I guess. I always wondered, like, is that weird to control since it's curved? Or does it just feel normal and it's just a gimmick? I don't know. I feel like I would play off with that. So there actually is one button that does something. Pressing A in the GameCube controller has you zoom in and out of the minimap, which isn't always the most important function, but for levels with many layers, it's almost necessary and difficult to imagine playing without. One little touch I loved about this game and wish would come back at some point is that when you finish a level, you can see the next level above you. It's not important, but it's a cute touch, although sometimes you just hit your head on something. Now I feel bad for giving the monkey a concussion. The levels themselves are engaging and fun to play. Some of them are legitimate puzzles, like this level that's just a Sega logo. For some reason, there are lots of levels that are a bunch of straight lines of varying lengths, and I'm pretty sure that the smallest paths are outright impossible. If you can do this, you deserve some kind of Olympic medal or something, seriously. Some of these levels are so memorable to me that playing this game again, I remember tricks I used to do as a kid, like advanced level 30. I just had this instinct to go right. There are always new ideas of these levels too, like the level where you have to move precisely not to get hit by boxing gloves, as the feedback from them comes from your direct movement. The levels in this game are brilliant, and it cannot be understated that this is why this series was as good as it was on the Nintendo GameCube. If you manage to make it through Expert and its extra stages without a continue, you unlock the Master Mode. Now make fun of me all you want, but I have never been good enough to make it this far using normal means, and I find it to be extremely difficult to make it here. Just because I am good at reviewing games does not mean I am good at games, unfortunately. I did play Master once at a friend's house a few years ago, and I could not get past the first level about it, even with unlimited lives. In tandem with the other modes, Master fits the name of the game, and if you're good enough to make it here, let alone beat it, I would say you are extremely talented and patient, because god damn. The presentation of this game goes way beyond the levels. The credits itself has a minigame, although it's quite long with no way to skip it. I find this annoying when trying to just breeze through a play session a beginner. I'm all for people being credited, and it's cute, but having to do this so often gets annoying. After this minigame, the game's arcade prowess shines through yet again as you enter your name. This is kinda overkill for GameCube, but it's charming. Although I have to admit, towards the end, I just didn't bother. Additionally, this game has a full-on practice mode where you can choose every level that you've played, which does give you the tools to get good at the game, and a competition mode where you and some other friends could battle it out on specific levels. The graphics are breathtaking. I still cannot believe this game came out in 2001. It looks like something you could almost get away with releasing to this day if you upgraded a few models. The backgrounds were massively upgraded from the arcade version, which looked more generic. The backgrounds are not only cozy, but beautiful, and my personal favorite thing about them is that instead of the Mario approach of grass, desert, lava, whatever, they throw a few ideas in here like Burger Cube and the Storm location, one of my favorites in the series. Music in this game accompanies the play so well, and some tracks go way harder than they should. There are 4 players you can play as, Ai, Mimi, Baby, and Gongon. There are no real differences between them, which is nice. No one gets an advantage in the game's main mode. The characters are charming and fun, although don't really have any character development unless you read the manual, which it's 2021, manuals don't exist anymore. They also dance when you win something in a minigame, which is awesome. Gongon is actually new to the GameCube version, was not in the arcade release. This rounds it out to a nice, even number of 4, which every game mode allows for 4 players. As alluded to, there are 6 alternative games in this collection. They are separated into party games and minigames, but I have no clue what the distinction is that separates them. The party games are unlocked from the get-go, but to play the minigames, you need to use play points you earn from the main mode. You can't earn play points when you play with people, only alone, which I always found a little bit lame. I get that they don't want you to cheese the system, but I always thought when playing with others, what if they just lowered the points each additional player gets? If you're with people and you just open the game and you want to play the party games, you gotta be like, hey, just let me play for an hour, you guys sit in the corner, you can't earn party points with me. And then they leave your house. The party games are fun, but pretty mindless, I must say. Monkey Racing is cheesy enjoyment, but not super in-depth. It's your standard kart racer with some pretty sweet items. Monkey Fight, more or less the same, but it's a fighting game. The power-ups here are also creative. The games don't have an insane amount of replay potential or substance, and aren't really fun in single player to be honest, but for party games, they're a real treat. Monkey Target is a classic, but one that I'm just horrible at. I don't know if it's just me, but I can never land or predict where I wanted to land. At the start of each round, you spin a wheel to see what condition you will get, whether it's, hopefully nothing, fog, bombs, or spikes. It's not too fun alone, honestly, like I said, but hey, gotta get the game footage anyways during the pandemic, and it would be irresponsible to have people over right now, plus, yeah, I don't have friends. Minigames are much more in-depth, and what I think are surprisingly immersive. Monkey Billiards is great, with awesome music and scenery, but I do think the ball colors are kind of hard to see, and the physics always felt kind of weird to me. It's pretty funny because the monkeys are in the balls when you hit them still, so every time you have a shot, you just hear a bunch of screaming. Monkey Bowling is whatever. It's your standard bowling game, but I think it's a bit off. It's not bad, but just not something I could see myself coming back to. The idea and controls are somewhat normal, but you can swing yourself left or right after you hit the shot, which makes it kind of a weird bowling experience. I don't know. My absolute favorite is the last we're talking about, being Monkey Golf. This is so much fun, more fun than it has any right to be. I feel like they can make an entire game based off of this, and it would work very well. The physics are not perfect, but what you would expect regardless. The course designs are creative and colorful, and again, the music is really good. Seriously, if you're going to play any Monkey Ball minigame by yourself, it's this one, and probably with friends as well. It does make me feel bad though. When you go over par, people boo you. All in all, these minigames are incredible content. They went above and beyond, just porting the levels for this package and added some very in-depth content. What I like about these minigames, as opposed to the other ones we got later in the series, is that they seriously try to take advantage of the monkey and the ball concept and use the subsequent physics instead of rock, paper, scissors, or red light, green light, or I pays his taxes, I don't know. Each minigame matters, whether or not they are that fun, they are charming, and each deserves a place in this series. Anyways, that's Super Monkey Ball. It's a great game, seriously. It's difficult, yeah, but it's an arcade port, so probably what you should expect from one. It's a classic game and one that sets the series on a great path. Not one of those little thin ones, one of the good ones. We're going to do things a little out of order coming up due to the shovelware movie coming out soon. I won't really be able to tackle Super Monkey Ball 2 as soon as I'd like to, since that video will take a lot more time and work to do. So instead, we're going to be taking a little detour, doing something that's a little simpler, looking at Super Monkey Ball Jr. for the Game Boy Advance. Now, I gotta relive this game myself, because I haven't played this in like 15 years, but it's essentially a demake of Super Monkey Ball, so meet me back here, we'll take a look at it in a few weeks. Super Monkey Ball. It was a pretty good game. It was released in 2001 for the Nintendo GameCube, and in 2002 got not just one, but two new games added to the franchise. The first of which was Super Monkey Ball 2, a direct sequel which we're skipping over today, and then later in the year came Super Monkey Ball Jr. on the Game Boy Advance. So how do you take Super Monkey Ball, right? A game that relies hard on its control scheme, its fluid physics engine, and hardware of the respective console, and put it on a 32-bit system that you play on the go? You don't. In all seriousness though, Super Monkey Ball Jr., it's good. Well, for what it is. Keeping things in context is important here. Yeah, nowadays this game looks kind of bad and doesn't have so much value. I mean, no one's going to sit down and play this game now when we have the console games floating around the market, which are much smoother experiences in comparison. Handhelds have always been a novel concept since the dawn of video games. There have almost always been cheaper alternatives on the go of the games we play at our homes, whether it be the Game & Watch series or the Tiger games to the DS, Vita, and nowadays we have the Nintendo Switch and the Steam Deck, which is like a portable PC. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. So let's boot up the Game Boy Advance and check out Super Monkey Ball's younger brother, or I guess son, it's called Junior. Wait, what am I talking about again? This game is not developed by Amusement Vision this time around, but by a company known as Realism, who for some reason has like zero track record on the internet. Just a heads up, but since this game is more or less a demake of Super Monkey Ball on GameCube, we are going to be talking and referencing that game a lot. In fact, if you haven't seen it yet, make sure to watch that review so you kind of know my opinions and takes on that game. It uses similar themes, similar menus, the same songs, and while there are major differences, is essentially a different view of the first game. I want to take a moment and seriously credit Realism for their efforts on this game. I was actually really surprised to see that it wasn't Amusement Vision taking the helm on it, because when you really look at these two games side by side, it's a genuinely faithful adaptation. I know not literally, but keep in mind one is the Game Boy Advance. The menus look as good as they can be, the announcer's voice is crisp and clear, the graphics and music are honestly what you would expect if not better, and in fact are really good, and they really worked hard as they could to make a solid product. It's really hard to objectively review this game because the only serious issue is really nothing within the control of the developers, but rather that it was released on the Game Boy Advance, which it just isn't a console that really works for the series, and the company really tried, but unfortunately for Realism, it just wasn't realistic. It's fair, it's hardware limitations, and definitely understandable. Let's take a moment here and talk about something I kind of glossed over in the first review, which is important to this game as well, being the time limit on the levels. This is one benefit to doing a series retrospective, since I can just go back and cover some things I missed, while still being comprehensive on the subject and series as a whole. This is also very important to this game as well, so it's relevant, and you'll hear why. Basically, each level has a set amount of time that you are given to finish it in. Some levels are given 30, some are 60, and oddly in Junior, there are like levels that are 45 seconds. How they measure something like that being the best for a level is beyond me, but hey, they probably have some sort of level scientist figuring it out. If you finish a stage in I think half the time limit, don't quote me on that, you get a point bonus multiplayer. If you collect all the bananas, at least in Junior, you receive a perfect bonus multiplayer on top of that, and a bonus goal will also yield you more points. We'll get back to why this is important to Junior in a bit, but that's essentially the underlying reward system of this game. Get from point A to point B, but if you play well, you're rewarded quite handsomely for it. This is a very underrated aspect of Super Monkey Ball, and considering the series started as an arcade game, is something I feel is very easy to forget on console. Super Monkey Ball's charm came from its fluid controls and accurate physics. With Junior, there just had to be cuts, and you use the D-pad to control your monkey. And it might go without saying, but this just doesn't work that well. It's unfortunately kind of sluggish, and without a minimap especially, very hard to gauge your character and exact movement. Staying on platforms, I feel, becomes much more difficult, and usually when you have to overcorrect something, it just means you die. A death in the first game is your fault, but here it's hard not to feel cheated or like it was really something you could control. To account for the lack of precision, developers actually came up with a pretty good idea, at least in concept, which is letting the player use the A and B buttons to speed up and slow down your character, respectively. Yeah, so Super Monkey Ball Jr. on the Game Boy Advanced has more inputs than the GameCube titles. Now, this isn't like a complaint or anything or a big deal. It makes sense, but like, tell me that's not weird to think about. I appreciate that developers thought to add this, however, I don't feel like this fixes so much. For one, I find it a bit odd they don't seem to mention it anywhere in the game that you can do this. This wouldn't be a big deal until you get to advanced level 9, game over, look it up on the internet, and realize that this is something that actually exists. Like, I've had conversations with many Monkey Ball fans who didn't even know this was a thing, and I cannot blame them. I feel like the game really should have tried to communicate this, being on such a different platform, but like I said, most players don't even realize this is an option. I also don't feel like the speed up always works the way it's intended to. Even with the speed up sometimes, I found it a bit hard to clear a gap where it was needed, and would die regardless. I also did find that it was really hard to correct the momentum at certain points. Like if I pressed A, I wouldn't really slow down even when pressing B after, and sometimes just fall off anyway, which makes levels very frustrating. The game kind of becomes less of a physics-based game and more of a tank movement control scheme to get to the goal. I don't think this is a bad idea. It makes sense on GBA. However, I do wish this was executed a bit better. Let me explain exactly. Lots of the levels made the transition over from the GameCube title to Junior, and while some of them are quite seamless and some of them are actually adjusted, I think some of the levels just don't work the same way that they were intended to, and perhaps should have just been scrapped or heavily reworked. Advanced Floor 5, and I guess Beginner Floor 5 as well, have the same bonus goal concept we saw from the original. But because it's hard to control, landing here is very difficult. I do understand the minimap was not realistic to include, so I'm not complaining about that, but something I think they could have done to compensate for this is by making the area you land bigger. It feels very small and tough to gauge. Time limits for this game feel a lot more strict. There are a lot more 30-second levels, and I don't mind this actually. Since the game developers couldn't do as much with the physics, they try to add more challenge from asking the player to finish a simple level, but do it fast. I think this is a good example of a more fair challenge to expect out of the player, rather than trying to do some wonky movement that the game was just not built to do. Gauging where you are on a platform becomes very demanding of the player. The levels where you need to get on a moving platform I find to be some of the most challenging in the game because it's very tough to tell exactly where the ball is touching the ground. Levels where you make turns I also find to be quite hard to play because they're like never curved floors. You have to make a 90-degree angle turn very often, which is easier said than done, even with a D-pad. This bumper level, which is a fun concept all things considered and was in the first game, really stresses me out here for that reason. My biggest example of a level that should have been cut is Expert 7. Why did they bring this back of all things? Was this like an inside joke or something? Well, I could power through on GameCube. This is about the extent of where I can make it on the Game Boy Advance. I was pretty sad to see this level ported over. I almost facepalmed because it just doesn't work with this control scheme. Some levels are original, so while I do give them credit for trying to bring over as much as possible, You didn't need everything. I think it's a shame too, because scrolling through some footage, I think what comes after Expert 7 looks a lot more reasonable. So it ends up trying to take something from the original to be an accurate port, but ends up keeping a very unfortunate flaw from the first game. The bonus levels are back, and honestly, I really dig them, almost more than the original game. I feel like the concepts are fun while maintaining an expected sense of challenge. They are also original for difficulty and not reused from mode to mode. I give them tremendous credit for this, because I think this is a part of the game that might actually shine over the original. The extra levels are here as well, and they actually are original per mode this time around as well, which is a great touch, as opposed to the originals, which often recycled some extra stages. I really do have to give them credit for filling in some of the gaps where the original fell short, even if some of the major things that were unfortunate were kept around. These stages are again gotten to by not using a continue throughout the main game, which applies to all three modes now as opposed to one life in beginner advanced as we saw in Super Monkey Ball 1, which is also a nice change, but with how hard this game is, I can't even fathom making it there on anything besides beginner, and many people won't, but points for it existing, I guess. I also really prefer the ending credits, which is a platformer or like a temple run style of credits instead of kind of just random letters falling from the sky for this one. This might be one of my favorite credits in the entire series. It's simple but fun. I want to say this again, the graphics in this game are like stupidly good. Like when you consider this as a GBA game, suddenly things like the lens glare, the ball movement, and just the backgrounds in general are genuinely so impressive. I might be nerding over this a bit too hard, but I think it's a well done job, so it deserves some praise. The music is exceptional as well, and almost feels like someone who makes like 16-bit versions of songs on YouTube did them, which I think is another sign of a job well done. They are very catchy, and the graphics and music maintain the feel of the original almost perfectly. I think the character models suffer the most, but to be fair, I don't really know how they could have done a 2D sprite in a 3D environment on this console. I think this is why touch and roll style was so strong, because it worked very well with the game's world and console. The characters look blocky, but are still true to form and fun to play as. Play points are quite impactful in this version of the game. They are factored from your score in the levels, which meant I grinded the hell out of advanced and beginner until I got enough for all the unlockables. It took me like 2 hours. Then I looked up online, there's a cheat code that just lets you unlock everything and skip all of that. Yes, this game actually has like cheat codes or Easter eggs as some would call them on the main menu. There's nothing too notable. There's a code that makes the game look worse. If you want that for some reason, why is this a code? And some that change the title of the game. It's a nifty touch, and I appreciate that. Since this game could not be one for one with the original, they added some cute little bonus features to make it stand out. The developers had fun with this game, and it does show, which is always happy to see. There is genuine heart and soul in this game, and you could tell it's not just a cash grab, which is my favorite part about it. Anyways, like the original, the minigames are unlocked via these play points at 2,500 points a pop. You can also buy extra continues, which is a nice reward for sticking through the game, and eventually get to an unlimited amount of them, which should make you able to break through stuff like Expert 7 eventually. You can unlock an alternative golf course, and then interestingly enough, you can unlock the Master Mode rather than having to do it by doing Expert without a continue this time. This is really interesting. I'm pretty mixed on this. I think on one hand, it was a solid reward in the original games that if you played Expert without losing a continue, you could unlock this new, really hard mode. It rewarded you for playing well. On the other hand, this game is so insanely difficult that I don't see how that's obtainable here without going insane. So, yeah, I'm glad you can buy it. As I expected, I couldn't make it past level 1, but I'm glad they added something like this anyway. If you can master these controls, you are some higher form of life, and if you beat this mode, which I guess with unlimited continues is like technically doable, I give you so much respect. It's also the only point where we see this lava theme pop up here, which wasn't in Monkey Ball 1, so that's cool. I guess since it's lava, it's hot. I don't have a ton to say about the minigames, but they are quite faithful to the original. Monkey Fight is almost one for one, but the punch sound effects are kind of painful to listen to. It has the crisp, almost Sega Genesis type of noise pop to them. It's really lame to play alone, however, it's definitely meant to be played with friends. Monkey Bowling I think fits better on Junior than the original actually, as it's more desirable for a quick game rather than something you would sit down in front of your TV and play. The triggers still make you turn left and right, but for some reason I just enjoyed this game more here. Monkey Golf is the final minigame, and it's pretty solid. Again, it's a shame we never got a Monkey Golf spin-off game because these golf games are so awesome. Also, no one boos you, you know, and you suck, so it makes me feel a little better about my life. I'm sorry I don't have a ton to say about these. They're just watered down versions of the original, so I think it's fair. They're good. They're fun. Play them. This game also has a multiplayer feature, as I mentioned, but unfortunately I don't have anyone who would play this crap with me, and also you need like 4 Game Boys, 4 linked cables, and 4 copies of the game, so I hope you would excuse me for not playing it for this review. I don't have a kidney to sell. I'm sure the multiplayer was fine, I don't know. There's an exclusive minigame for multiplayer being Monkey Duel, which is just competition mode from the first game. I don't really know why they put this with the minigame, since it's more of a main game shenanigan type of thing. It could have just been put next to practice mode, which, oh yeah, practice mode returns as well. I don't have anything to say about it. It's practice mode. Choose a level, get good. But yeah, glad it's here. So, Super Monkey Ball Jr., should you play this game? Honestly, no. I don't think you really miss out on much skipping this game. Like, Super Monkey Ball 1 and its later games are generally the same thing and much more favorable experiences, better controls, better graphics, and obviously the convenience. But when you remember the context of this game, which was that Junior was a game to be played on a handheld in 2002, I think it served a very important purpose. It's not glamorous by today's standards, but it also really doesn't have to be. It's an interesting relic to look at, and while it's not really something that you should sit down and play today, it's a good enough effort where it should be viewed favorably for the series. But yeah, just play 1 and 2. This is quite a special video for me to make. I've been running my YouTube channel for almost 7 years, and the game we're talking about today is something that I have referred to quite often. Whether I mentioned it in some of the earlier shovelware videos or made top 10 lists on this game, it's a game in a way that I feel like I've covered before. This is long overdue. It's a special review today, and a game that I truly believe is one of the best video games of all time. And that game would be none other than Super Monkey Ball 2, one of my favorite games of all time. It takes the fun challenge of rolling a ball through a maze and adds an addicting level of challenge to it. It's simple, but yet stupidly good. If you thought Super Monkey Ball 1 was good, which it was, then hold on to your seats because this game is freaking awesome. If you've been following my retrospective, you probably know how the game goes by now, but for those coming in for the first time, I'll do a quick rundown. Only for you guys though, because you are pretty cool. The objective of the game is to manipulate the stage's gravity to roll your monkey from point A to point B, which is the goalpost. If you do this fast, you get more points, and littered throughout these stages are bananas, which will give you some extra lives and points. The main game, per the last one, separates these stages via 3, well even 4 now, options, being beginner, advanced, expert, and now pickable from the menu is master once you unlock it. The harder difficulty you pick, the more stages there are, and subsequently, the more challenging these stages will be. Finishing a mode without losing a continue will let you play an additional 10 stages at the end as well. However, Super Monkey Ball 2 has another option for playing this game, being the new story mode, which has 10 worlds that each contain 10 levels, which you can choose and play in any order you wish. So this story mode here uses the stage from the main game's beginner, advanced, and expert, with the exception of the final world, which has its own 10 unique stages. So it's not insanely different on the surface, but it's still very different to play this game upon further analysis, which I enjoy a bunch. A banana bunch! Ooh. Before we look at the story mode, let's look at, well, the story. It's not a Final Fantasy story or anything, but for what it is, it's quite amusing. It's your standard video game story, there's not really any depth to it, but I also would hope they wouldn't overcomplicate it. The villain of our story, Dr. Bad Boon, yes, Dr. Bad Boon, wants to marry Mimi, so he gets this giant sucking device that takes all the bananas out of Jungle Island, which is where the monkeys live, and pretty much holds these for ransom in return for her hand in marriage. He gets really creepy, to the point where it's like uncomfortable to read, asking for like massages and stuff, and he's like in a hot tub. It's dumb, and it evolves into your typical chase scene. The monkeys follow him from world to world, they get eaten by a whale, yeah, a whale, then Honey, I Shrunk the Monkeys happens, except it's on purpose. This assistant is a king, and yeah, it's your typical zany Saturday morning cartoon, but charming. It didn't need to be anything complicated, and for what it is, it's quite enjoyable to follow. I know it wasn't the intention, but it almost feels like a satire with how cheesy it is, like, haha, the villain shows up and takes the girl, robs the island. It feels like they're almost making fun of, like, Super Mario Bros. Or something. At least that's how I always wanted to interpret it. One thing that kind of blows about story mode is you can only play as Ai, which, like, why? It's not a big deal, but it's definitely a small oversight and missed opportunity. I hope in Banana Mania that this is fixed. To compensate, I used the other 3 monkeys during the footage for the main mode, so hopefully that rounds things out a bit. Give the other monkeys some attention, damn it. The characters, though, on the subject of them are so expressive. They all have their little personalities and charm, which reveals itself in their dialogue in the story, and also when you finish a mode, you get exclusive text dialogue per character. God, I love these characters. They are always just so charming to me for whatever reason. In Beginner, Advanced, and Expert, you only get a fixed amount of lives starting out. So the arcade ideology of the first game of staying alive and trying to minimize your mistakes is a priority there. But in the story mode, you are now given unlimited lives. This changes the dynamic of Super Monkey Ball quite a bit. You are now free to experiment however you want to with these levels without having to worry about points or extra lives, and it's honestly a relaxing and quite stress-free way to play the game. It does mean the returning practice mode becomes a bit more useless in comparison, but still holds an important place in the game if you want to focus on the competition mode regardless. The game's fundamentals do become a little different in these stages themselves. Like the bananas, which nabbing 100 of gets you a 1-up in the challenge modes, they're pretty useless here. You still get points, but like, I don't know, does anyone care? The bonus goals are also pretty negated. These goals are more difficult to get to, but often let you skip a few floors in the other mode, but here, besides the aforementioned points, don't provide you too much benefit. It would have been rewarding to complete a bonus goal and perhaps get to skip a stage on the world screen or something. On the main menu, if a stage is too difficult, even with unlimited lives, you're welcome to take a break and do another level of your choosing. Choice is the name of the game when it comes to this mode, and I'm all for it. That's the extent of what has actually changed with story mode, and it's a great addition to the dynamic of this game. I do ultimately prefer the competition mode, even alone, since I do feel like the progression and general design of the levels fits it a bit more naturally. Also in the competition mode, you can play with friends, each tackling a level on the screen one at a time, taking turns. Here you don't earn points, but this will always be such a fun addition to any party. Either way, whatever you choose, you're playing Monkey Ball, and they are both fantastic options. On top of the differing main modes, the levels we're playing this time around are much more in-depth and have some extremely interesting additions. There's a lot more movement happening here. The most drastic change to the gameplay is probably the switches that control the stages this time around. Not only is this game about physics and precision, but now you need to craft your skill on timing on top of that. I know some fans don't really like these changes, but I personally think they add a whole new layer of depth to the game. And it's not like this game doesn't have its share of Super Monkey Ball 1 style stages either, because it definitely does have stages that sheerly rely on your ability to navigate with its physics. Although I will say, they kind of get carried away with these Switch stages sometimes, like Switch Inferno. Oh my god, we're literally in hell. There definitely are a decent amount of throwaway stages this time around. There are a weird amount of levels that look very hard, but you can just go straight. I can't tell if this is like on purpose or not. The triangle stage, you would think it's either a miracle it lined up or like this, or they didn't test it, or they intentionally added this as like an Easter egg. Another stage from Expert, ironically enough with triangles again, definitely doesn't seem like it was meant to happen this way, which raises a few eyebrows. There are lots of clusters of stages in general. Another type are these cylinder type stages, and I really like some of them because they really test your ability to run the physics in this game, and then some of them I think are impossible. You need to cheese it in some way, which always feels a little disappointing to me. Returning from the first game are also the types of stages where you have like 5 paths to go onto, and some of them are stupidly thin. I think this time around they're a little more doable, but screw that. I mean, why would I do that when I can just get to the goal easily on one of the safe platforms? You think I'm really going to be tempted by a bunch of precious, stupid bananas? Okay, I'm going to try it anyway. Yeah, it's impossible. There's also a big clump of levels that are very maze-like. I kind of like these. Some of them are very dynamic, like the Switch stages, and some of them have me wanting to go up to an intercom and be like, hey, I lost my mom, I don't know where to go, please someone help, please, because where the heck do you go here? Holy. Once you figure it out, or look it up on YouTube like most of the population, the general idea of the stages becomes kind of useless, the gimmick's up, but regardless, it maintains replayability for speed. The stages in Super Monkey Ball 2 are unconventional and wacky, but are undeniably brilliant and innovative. I mean, think about it. This is based around the marble in a ball game, but you can't have moving parts and switches and flying stages in real life. No, this could only be done in a video game setting, and it's damn genius and a great use of its hardware. The pacing feels much more correct than the first game. There aren't any insanely difficult levels that ruins your life early on. Don't get me wrong, there are still some very difficult ones. For example, in Advanced, the level Domes is probably one of the most difficult levels in the entire series. It's kinda cheesable if you go really slow, and I never struggled too much with it, but I thought I'd point it out since most people really hate this stage. Arachnoid, the final stage of Advanced, is really cool looking. Oh my god though, is this stage a nightmare to beat. Just a side note, I said Arachnoid instead of Arthropod. I don't know why I make this mistake. Like, this is really random, but I do that all the time ever since I was a kid. Like, I've always just called it Arachnoid. I don't know if it's just some, like, Mandela effect thing, or I'm just stupid, but, like, I couldn't believe when I watched this part back, and I was like, I called it Arachnoid, dude! Okay, back to the video. There are two ways to go through it, the first being to wait around and try to get to the goal and most likely get hit off by the legs, or the second is just take a leap of faith and eventually get it, an approach that works much better in the story mode because you have unlimited lives. One thing that's super neat and that I didn't mention in Monkey Ball 1 because I've been slacking is that you can save your replays, which saves to the GameCube memory card, taking up X amount of blocks. I love this feature, and I'm really mad at myself I forgot it from the first game. This game was really ahead of its time with this function, and I had a blast watching back replays I saved years ago. Super Monkey Ball 2's graphics are also a huge step forward for the series and look beautiful to this very day. One thing that's interesting about this game is that along with being able to play it in 4x3, you can additionally play it in 16:9 in 2002, like holy! Like yeah, it's technically not real 16:9, there are still a little bit of black bars, but it's amazing that this is offered in any way, and in progressive scan no less. So this presentation is a smooth 60 frames per second, 480p in widescreen. This game was like stupidly ahead of its time. This could almost be released today, and I don't think people would treat it much differently. The backgrounds are extremely detailed. The lava stage in particular, I think looks breathtaking. And when you compare some of these backgrounds to the later entries in the franchise, it's almost insane how much better the graphics look. I always use the lava from Banana Blitz as an example. It's night and day in comparison with its detail, and again, this game was 2002. I mean, we were all cavemen in 2002, playing on our CRTs and going to Blockbuster, and Super Monkey Ball 2 just says, F all that, we're from the future, we're not messing around anymore. This might be the best looking game on the Nintendo GameCube, or at least one of them, and again, could have debatably been released on current consoles today. Not only are these graphics good, but the themes and stylistic choices, oh my god are the themes good. They're for one super unique. There's your standards, you got your grass, lava, ocean, blah blah blah, but then you have stuff like an environment inside of a whale's mouth, which sounds gross, but there's like this cool underwater city there. There's a clockwork place, which sounds kind of boring, but has a beautiful ocean view behind it. There's a washing machine in a Japanese influenced backyard. Some stages even double up and get two backgrounds, as some stages have different themes based on the story mode, which provides the player some great visual variety. And the music that accompanies these stages, oh, incredible. There's even a rap song that uses a sample of Clock Tower. Now, how awesome is that? And that's a testament to a game's music being good, if I've ever heard it. I was originally going to do like a fun scene where I listened to it and reacted to it so I could show you guys, but this is it's YouTube, so I'll get banned, but I'll put a link in the description. Presentation of the graphics and music, as stupid as this sounds, is one of my favorite things in a video game. Not just here, but ever, and I don't know why. It could just be nostalgia, yeah, but I don't think it is. I can't explain how this game has such a big hold on me. It's just a comforting presentation. I never get tired of it, and no game could replicate something like this. I'm nerding over it a lot, but I seriously love how this game looks. It's cozy, it's visually impressive to this day, and I think that's why fans were so opposed to how some of the future entries look, because you miss out on a unique and special style that really could have only been created in this era. Super Monkey Ball 2 sets a very high bar for future games in the series to follow. The play points this time around are pretty different. For those who don't remember, play points are the points you earn by playing both competition mode and story mode. You not only earn them from completing the stage, but also for the extra bananas and points you obtain during the stages. This time, you can unlock 6 additional party games, whereas the 6 from Super Monkey Ball 1 are already opened. But new to this game is sort of a gift shop. You can buy an extra life, as opposed to an extra continue, for 500 points a pop, and buy each cutscene from the story individually. You can also buy the credits game, which, yeah, the credits game isn't as complex as Super Monkey Ball 1, it's just kind of like a 2D version of it, but it's fine. I actually like that it's more simple, and I enjoy the creativity behind trying to make the credits unique to each game. Anyways, you can buy it instead of just doing beginner and gaming over it or something if you really wanted to play it. This shop provides a lot more depth to the points, and even if you don't want to watch the cutscenes again, it's still nice to be a completionist and unlock them. Being able to raise your life count to 99 instead of purchasing continues definitely has its advantages. It eventually becomes more of a story mode mentality in the main mode, where because you have so many lives, you feel more comfortable trying out a riskier play rather than just trying to make things as safe as possible. It's not like this is a free 99 lives either, like you seriously do have to grind for these play points, so when you don't have them, the game is still very different. But eventually you do get there, and this is what makes Expert very viable, but still challenging to beat. And hey, if you want the game with a challenge just like the original, you don't have to play with these 99 lives. You can still choose 3 from the main mode, so customization is the name of the game here, and again, you can really play this game how you want to. As someone who couldn't beat Expert in the original, I really love this change. I feel like everyone is accounted for here, since the first game was not kind to players who just weren't able to beat it. While there is accomplishment from being good at a super hard game, there's a point where you want to feel like you can beat it without having to invest hours upon hours in trial and error. Super Monkey Ball 2 in general feels like it belongs on a home console rather than being an arcade game, something where the original fell very short. And I feel like that's why story mode was added, and even small changes like entering your name feel adapted to the console it's meant for. And if playing these levels weren't enough for you, they really are only half of the game. In Grand Monkey Ball tradition, there are the iconic party games, half are sequels succeeding the first game, and there are also 6 new party games added as well. Monkey Racing is the first game we're going to look at, and I honestly get somewhat frustrated with this game. I guess it's not that different from the original, which I kind of glossed over, but this one feels more slippery. I think the issue is you don't really have much, if any, control while you are in the air, so when you go flying, it's kind of just pain. This is because you control the gravity of the stage in the main mode, but can't do that here for obvious reasons because there are other people playing with you. It feels really different from going from the main mode to this because of such, and the stages just don't accommodate this too well. While I do like the stages visually, I think some of their designs are kind of just not built for the physics of this game. My favorite one is the one that's shaped like a heart, because it's kind of simple and there's lots of curves. And the Clockwork Tower stage as well because it has straight lines. Making a turn in Monkey Racing is just something you do not want to have to do ever. What makes things worse are that there are these pseudo ramps that send you flying unless you significantly halt your speed. There are also bumpers just littered throughout these stages. In the main mode, they don't send you flying too badly, but here you run into one, you are a dead monkey. Often you just fall out, but once in a blue moon, you'll get hit by something that screws you so badly that you fly to the other end of the stage and swell like, okay, I just lose. It's so hard to get back from that. The items are kind of fun in a dumb arcade fun sense, but the ones that give you a speed boost just make you cry because you do not want to go faster. I think it's fun with friends in a chaotic sort of way, but my god, is this a chore to play alone. Monkey Fight is more of the same, but definitely improved upon. The base game is more or less that you press the A button to punch the other monkeys off the stage, and you can also nab power-ups that assist you in this goal. It's a fun party game though, and this time around there's a new mode, a sudden death, where the stage cracks apart as it happens. It's kinda weird because this game is not that good at being this strategic, but I do give them points for adding it. The stage design is a lot more dynamic with moving parts that go up and down in the stages. If you liked Monkey Fight from Super Monkey Ball 1, you'll probably be happy here as well, and if you didn't like it from 1, you probably won't like it any differently. Monkey Target 2, on the other hand, is pretty different, and I'll say that I am all for the changes that they made this time around. For one, it's a lot easier to land on your desired platform. I generally feel like I had better control of my monkey here. When you're in the air, getting bananas is a lot easier as well, whereas the first game, I feel like I would never come close to touching them. And if you still feel like you are unable to land where you want, there are now items in the air that either slow you down or are a straight up magnet. I think some people don't like this change, since Monkey Target 1 did require a lot more skill. However, as a filthy casual, I really prefer this change. I felt like I could actually play it without, crying and bursting into flames. I highly recommend this version, although it's not like Monkey Target 1 was bad. As for the sport-like games from the first game, they're mostly improved. Monkey Billiards has so many more customization options this time around, being able to play with many different rule sets, including a classic game of 8-ball. The background is really creative too, being set in some sort of Wild West environment, with eyes drinking milk at the bar. It's a positive improvement, and I really enjoy this version of the game. It's your classic billiards, but with monkeys, and honestly, immersive. I found myself losing myself in this, and this might be my favorite billiards video game ever, like, period. I even wanted to reboot the game up at times for another round of this 8-ball. It's such a good addition. Monkey bowling I also find to be very improved as well. Like, yeah, there's still the main bowling mode from the first iteration, but there's so much more added here. My personal favorite is a mode where the bowling lane shifts as you roll your ball. This is so Monkey Ball. It fits perfectly, and I'm so happy they gave this to players who may not be able to do the multiplayer, like their own in-depth side mode. The normal bowling is, well, normal bowling, same as the first game, with the twist that you can turn left and right after you aim your shot. This becomes a pivotal feature in this challenge mode, so it does take something I felt kind of mixed on from the first game because it felt kind of cheap, and makes it a great addition in another mode. While bowling has gotten much better, unfortunately Monkey Golf, which I loved from the first game, is really different. The first game had much smaller courses, kind of like a mini golf, whereas this version of Monkey Golf has golf courses that are enormous. I mean, look at these are legitimate golf courses. I don't think this fits Monkey Golf as well as the original, unfortunately. They are quite impressive to look at a first glance, but end up being too big for their own good. It takes a lot of time and a lot of shots to get from point A to point B here, and I find that the courses being this big takes away a lot of the creative stage design from the first game that made it so good. It's not like this is bad or anything, but it's very different. So yeah, the sequels to the first minigames are kind of hit or miss. Target and bowling are very much improved in what I prefer, but this time around they end up doubling the amount of minigames, making the total from 6 to 12. Okay, so these new minigames are kind of weird, but I don't think they're bad. There's a few good ones in here, but there's stuff like Monkey Boat, which I find to be really awkward. Monkey Boat's a cool concept. You use the L and R buttons to shift through the water in a boat race like you have paddles, but I, for the life of me, and I seriously tried, could not control it. This is seriously difficult and makes playing the game and objectively talking about it really difficult. There's an item that makes you a submarine, and funny enough, I found this to be the best control I felt I had over my monkey. I guess this mode looks nice at least, I don't know. I think it could have been a cool concept, but the execution was, yeah. Monkey Shot is a cool addition at least. It's essentially an on-rail shooter, but it takes you through the backgrounds from the main mode, which when you go through this you realize how stupidly detailed they are. It's your simple shooter. You have to be a little careful with your ammo, and you can't fire your shots all in a row because you'll have to reload at points, leaving you vulnerable to getting attacked by these killer butterflies. I'm not good enough to make it anywhere far in this game, but it's a nice addition. Kind of weird in a Monkey Ball game, like it really didn't need to be here, but it strangely works enough. I guess Amusement Vision wanted multiple minigames where you shoot stuff, so we also have Monkey Dogfight. The concept of this game is to fly around and shoot down the other monkeys. Ooh, yeah, get destroyed, you damn ape. I think this game is, like, aggressively okay. It's not bad, but I don't find it very intuitive to control. It uses the flight physics from Monkey Target, which I personally feel makes the flying come off very sluggish. Once you get shot once, you're kind of just dead, that's it. It's brutal to recover from. You can fly around and get these, pineapples, which kind of act as big shots or grenades. Okay, if these are actually pineapples, that's really cute. I don't know. It's not a bad game, but it doesn't do much for me. Monkey Soccer can be pretty fun, and it's pretty funny. When your monkeys score a goal, they all do a line dance together, which always makes me laugh. It's your standard soccer game, but difficult to follow and sometimes control. There's a lot going on, and when I pass the ball to another monkey, I usually don't even realize I did so. I think the camera maybe could have been a little better as well. The game feels okay, but I think this one would have been more fun anyways. There's also a PK mode? Listen, I'm an American. Look, I'm calling it soccer, not football. So I don't know anything about this. What the hell is this PK thing? Turns out it's not this penalty kick thing. It's called Pick'em, and this is the most research I've ever done on soccer in my entire life from a video game about monkeys, so that's cool. But yeah, you just shoot goals over and over in this mode. It's kind of fun. I don't know. I could take or leave this minigame as well. So this is awkward, but I ran into kind of an issue here where my game disc doesn't actually read Monkey Baseball or Monkey Tennis. It makes sense with how old my game disc is, and I have played these over 15 years ago, but I did need to ask to find some game footage. Fellow Monkey Ball reviewer and good friend Ninja JeffCompass was able to record some game footage for me to fill in for these parts, so thanks Ninja. Hope that banana milkshake tasted good. Monkey Baseball is probably my favorite of the 6 new games. It feels like its own thing instead of trying to replicate how it would play out in real life, which makes it work a lot smoother than some of the other golf games. Instead of the ball you hit soaring through the air, you simply roll, which works very nicely and keeps things very simple. At the end are a legion of pits to fall in, and the one you land in will determine how many bases you get to move. If you go up a ramp, you can get a home run. It's very simple, but I like how the stages look, and it's quite addicting. Monkey Tennis is the last game, and yeah, it's tennis. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Pressing different buttons results in different amounts of power into your shot, which is nice, and you can play it in singles or doubles. The stages also have different statistics to them, such as physics and the bounces, and are also pretty good. Similar, I don't know, it's tennis. Minigames are a big part of the game. There really are two parts to this game, and I think that the new ones are kind of hit or miss, but the ones that hit are brilliant and a great addition. They did try for each of the previous 6 minigames to seriously improve them, so I really appreciate that even if some changes weren't perfect, that they weren't just trying to copy and paste from the old days, and that is the theme of the entire game. This is quite simply just a better version of everything that came before it. This game is great. I truly believe that Super Monkey Ball 2 is a masterpiece. It will forever be one of my favorites of all time. For years, I wanted a return to form. Newer Monkey Ball games definitely lacked some of what was special from this game. This wasn't the direct end of the golden age of Monkey Ball yet. We still have a few titles to go, but it almost does feel like the end of an era to me, since it's the last completely new and big one. Super Monkey Ball 3 was heavily rumored, but never ended up happening. But maybe the golden age isn't completely dead. I mean, Banana Mania is bringing back the older art style, some of the old songs, and just in general looks really good. I feel for once we're being listened to as fans, and I'm really excited for the future of the series. So over here in this retrospective, while we may be starting to dive into some muddier waters soon, there are still going to be lots of positives now and in the future.
What comes to your mind when you think of some of the best video game companies of all time? You might think Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, Atari, Nokia. Yeah, Nokia, you know, the cell phone company. You might think I'm just joking, but I jest not with you. The Nokia N-Gage was released on October 7th, 2003, and forever left a profound impact on the gaming world. Yeah, that's a lie. It sucked and it was a commercial failure. The idea was cute though. It was a cell phone that you could play video games on, get this, on the go. This concept was pretty ahead of its time, since it was only a little under a decade before people would grow to expect this out of their smartphones. The difference between those and the N-Gage is that modern smartphone games are often free to play, or maybe they cost $1, but Nokia N-Gage games retailed for around $30 on average, give or take. This was on top of having to pay for a phone plan, and the device itself being $300. As stated, this console was a complete and utter failure, but of course, a really interesting relic of gaming history. How were the games themselves, though? A decent amount of heavy hitters made their way to the console, such as Sonic, Elder Scrolls, and even Call of Duty. The issue is, these games were very limited in comparison to their home console or handheld counterparts. The aspect ratio is really weird, for one, which is an understandable decision since it's a phone, but look at this thing. And of course, sound and music had to be heavily compromised. Games came with either heavily compressed music or almost no music at all.
You just know that some Sega executive was thinking about games that could afford the N-Gage. They looked at Sonic, they were like, yup, then they looked at Super Monkey Ball. May as well. This game really pushed the hardware limits of the Nintendo GameCube. So what could go wrong if we ported this to the Nokia N-Gage?
By now, I would expect most of you to know what a Super Monkey Ball game is, but if you haven't, I'll recap for you. It's a very simple idea. Choose a monkey, choose a difficulty, and go through a series of ball and marble style stages that correlates with said difficulty. You have only a number of lives and continues, so playing as well as you can, perhaps with some needed trial and error, becomes the focus here. You can grab some bananas to increase your life count, and a secondary goal is gaining the most amount of points to place highly on the esteemed N-Gage leaderboard. You can do this by being fast, collecting all the bananas in a stage, finding the alternative goals that allow you to skip a few stages, or optimally, all of the above. As for this iteration of Super Monkey Ball specifically, the first thing we need to address is that this game often gets compared to the previous Super Monkey Ball handheld game, Super Monkey Ball Jr., which was released on the Game Boy Advance in 2002. While there are some similarities and some assets reused, I think the games are somewhat different, but somewhat the same. The biggest similarity is that the control scheme from Jr. is reused here, which, I mean, is fair, since the Junior control scheme was very well tailored for a handheld console and worked fine. However, it's really only the same in concept. To recap, since you're using a D-pad, or I guess in this case cell phone buttons, and not an analog stick, the developers had the idea to let you use the A button to speed up and the B button to slow down, which turns the game from less of a physics-based game and more of a tank-like game. The difference between Junior and this game is that I feel like the turning is a lot worse here. It definitely doesn't feel as precise as Junior, which already wasn't very good. I think the controls aren't great. great. I don't even think the A and B buttons work as well as they did on Junior. This possibly could do something with the fact that I'm playing on an emulator, but my good friend JeffCompass, someone who has documented Super Monkey Ball N-Gage specifically a decent bit, told me the controls are pretty similar on actual hardware. Part of the reason I think the controls feel worse is because the level design itself just doesn't work as well as the previous Monkey Ball games and doesn't suit them. They took less liberties here in terms of trying to make original stages like Junior did, and instead tried to replicate a lot from the GameCube version of Super Monkey Ball. This is a primary difference between this game and Junior. SMB Junior tried more to cater for the console it was on, instead of just recycling these levels from Junior. I feel like they became very ambitious in the sense that they really wanted to recreate the GameCube game. The issue with this is that some stages just lose their meaning entirely. The bowl stage from Super Monkey Ball 1, for instance, was replicated, but at the top there's just a straight line you can ride on, ruining any purpose of the original stage. The stage from Super Monkey Ball 1 where you teeter back and forth, which really tested if you knew the physics of the game, is one of the easiest stages in the entire series, and it's an expert here, like halfway through. In fact, there's a lot of stages where you can just hold up and speed up to win, like the boxing glove stage. The stages in general are just not great. Even the bonus stages this time around often have a pathetic 6 bananas, and often just feel more worth your time to jump off the stage. I think the fact that they tried to bring so many stages from Monkey Ball 1 was pretty ambitious, but with this hardware, it just wasn't realistic. They would have been better off porting a lot more Junior stages than they did, or just porting Junior. On top of that, this game has fewer stages than almost every game in the series. Expert has 20 stages, as opposed to 30 from Junior and 50 from Super Monkey Ball 1. There are no extra stages either, so finishing a mode without a continue doesn't really get you anything special. Just in general, this game is very easy in comparison to the previous Super Monkey Ball games, with the exception of a few levels. This becomes ultimately very disappointing at the end, as there's very little challenge, yet at the same time, holy crap is there a challenge, at least in one specific stage. Expert Floor 19 is just on the brink of impossible. The amount of monkeys I sent plummeting to their deaths for this level was horrible. To beat Floor 19, you need the most precise of precise movements to make it in the goalpost, and even then, you need to pray. If you touch a bumper, any type of acceleration that isn't 0, that's it. I mean, you're dead. It's trial and error and makes this mode stupid to beat Deathless. Thank God there's no extra stages or reward for beating Expert, because no one would ever see them without hacking. Like I alluded to though, the rest of the game is extremely easy. Even Master Mode, which I think you unlock by playing every stage in the other modes without warps, is probably the easiest Master Mode in the entire series. I beat it really quickly. I appreciate they added it, I guess. It's kind of nice to unlock it from playing levels over having to unlock it with play points, so I can appreciate that at least. A major issue with this game is that it can be really glitchy. There were multiple times I just flew through the goalpost. I remember one stage I thought I beat, so I started going on my phone to send a text, and then I realized I died. I think it's because I had too much speed, but it's just not fair and not something you can really fault a player for in any way. It's hard to imagine this wouldn't have been detected with playtesting, so I really do wonder what happened here. Speaking of development shortcuts, it's kind of lame that Master Mode reuses the Arctic background from Expert. In general, themes and backgrounds in this game, something that the Monkey Ball games are known for, are very few and far between. Comically enough, every 5th level, if it's a bonus stage or not, has the bonus stage background or music. Kind of like it was copy and pasted, but not changed. What's stupid is that Monkey Ball Jr. had more backgrounds and visuals in this game, and even ignoring the visuals, this game has a glaring issue with audio, in the sense that it only uses a 6-second loop of the Jungle Island theme. This pretty much plays for the entire game. This track will loop from the start of the first stage to the minigames all the way to the credits. While we're here, I do like that they try to continue the theme of original credits minigames. This one's kind of boring, but I appreciate they did something. I will try to look for the positives of a game in this series, and this is something I can at least appreciate they tried for, even if it's not that interesting. This game is tough for me as a reviewer, because I wonder where I can really draw the line between laziness and hardware limitations. It is true that N-Gage games often had bad audio quality, for example. I mean, look at this thing, of course it does. However, the games on the N-Gage typically had more than one 6-second loop of a song. Tony Hawk on N-Gage had actual songs, for instance. Granted, they were compressed as hell, but they were still there. This game definitely could have at least added in a few other snippets from the Junior games, even if they were also loops. At the least, the graphics in general are fine. The monkeys look better than they did in Junior, which is nice to see. Other than that, everything is pretty comparable to how Junior looked, which looked good. So I think overall, they did maintain a presentation that was solid. But because of the lack of backgrounds and themes, it definitely comes off a bit less diverse and less interesting. One big difference between this game and its Game Boy Advance counterpart is the party games. They aren't actually copied from Junior, although they're really bad, to be honest. Monkey Racing, the series' flagship racing minigame, has one course. One freaking course. Not only is it visually boring, it's really difficult to control, but even with that, it's way too easy. I overlapped the other monkeys and I didn't even have to try that hard to do it. I think they forgot to program any sort of rubber banding for this. Some people complain about rubber banding for games like Mario Kart 64, but you need at least some of it. I don't know, this is just dysfunctional. New to the handheld games is Monkey Target. The goal is to land on platforms with the occasional hazard around you to rack up the highest amount of points. This is a far cry from the GameCube versions and almost impossible to really play. Landing is extremely precise, and there are no magnets like in Super Monkey Ball 2's Monkey Target. It's so easy to just overshoot it and fall to your monkey demise, or just not be able to land on a platform at all, although there's no water anywhere, so maybe you just land in a jungle somewhere instead of drowning. At least that's how I want to think of it. The draw distance is also really rough, probably one of the reasons this wasn't ported to Junior, and I don't think the N-Gage really was much better for this. I think they should have just brought over golf and bowling, because at least those are well suited to the console it's on. Monkey Fight at least is fine. It'd be hard to screw up, to be fair. You just punch monkeys off the stage with chaotic items, a series staple. Probably the best minigame in this collection. It's pretty similar to Monkey Ball Jr.'s Monkey Fight, although it's really boring playing it alone. And this leads us to our next problem. A big charm with the Super Monkey Ball games is that you can play these minigames with your friends. However, Super Monkey Ball N-Gage has no multiplayer. These minigames may as well just not be here as a result. Yeah, this is kind of rough feeling. N-Gage Super Monkey Ball in general just has no multiplayer involvement. The multiplayer in Junior wasn't great, but it existed. Here, they didn't even try. Apparently the N-Gage was capable of multiplayer, but I would imagine it probably wouldn't be very good, to be fair. It apparently used Bluetooth and internet connections, which for its time was respectable, credit to it, but they didn't even try it for this game. Was it a limitation? Was it rushed? Considering how obscure this game is and how rarely it's even talked about, we're probably never gonna know.
I honestly don't know what to say about this game. It's not good, but considering its hardware, I don't think we could have really expected that much out of it. It's not hard to avoid this game as a Super Monkey Ball fan. There's nothing present in this version that isn't in Junior or the other games, but is better. So if you're curious, check it out. You can emulate it or you can get a real N-Gage, but there's really not much to see here. It's hard to flame it or really roast it by the same token because it's just an N-Gage game. I mean, they tried. Was it a good game? No. But you gotta give them points for at least trying. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you liked this video, be sure to check out the future parts of the series. Next up is gonna be Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, which is like a port, remake-ish, remaster. After the Sega Dreamcast bit the dust in 2001, Sega started making their games for other home consoles on the market. In the early years of the 6th generation, Xbox got a few nice exclusives such as Jet Set Radio Future and the US release of Shenmue 2, partly because Sega themselves saw Xbox as a successor to the Dreamcast. The PlayStation 2 got Shinobi. The GameCube, however, was the place to be if you were a Sega fan. I mean, Sega released Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2 for the GameCube exclusively, with new features and new modes. Sonic Mega Collection came to the platform first, and they even helped make an F-Zero game for the platform. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. Sega made the F-Zero GX game on the GameCube. On top of that, Sega's new and original series, Super Monkey Ball, was also released exclusively to the Nintendo GameCube. So PS2 and Xbox owners who wanted to play these games were told to go kick rocks. In the middle of the console generation, Sega finally started to expand their support for both the Xbox and the PlayStation 2. Their games were less often exclusives and more often released on all consoles. Along with this, Sega also brought over already made games to these consoles and beefed them up, and so eventually Super Monkey Ball Deluxe was released for the Xbox and PS2 in 2005. This game is a collective port of the first two games on the GameCube, bringing over nearly every level, every minigame from 1 and 2, and even adding a few dozen new levels to boot. This appeared to be the definitive Monkey Ball package, and the inclusion of a little new content could even make somebody who already owned these games consider double dipping. The development history of Super Monkey Ball Deluxe is incredibly mysterious. If you want to hear a deep dive into the development history, I recommend you check out fellow Super Monkey Ball fan and just good YouTuber Johnny's video on this game, as they did a lot of research into this topic. A brief summary of the development from what I could gather is that Amusement Vision, the original developers of the franchise, didn't really have much to do with this game. I mean, for one, their subsidiary of Sega dissolved pretty quick after the release of this game, and thus the development seemed to have been most mostly outsourced. But what makes this whole game odd is that at one point there were talks of a sequel to Super Monkey Ball 2, and it's inferred by the fans that this project was ultimately scrapped, and the levels were essentially what became Deluxe's new levels. What makes this whole situation all the more confusing is that there are sources saying Super Monkey Ball 3 was allegedly announced at E3 2003, god that was a lot of threes, under the name Super Monkey Ball Banana Crazy. In 2006 though, series creator Toshihiro Nagoshi basically said, "I have no clue what the hell you're talking about, get away from me," stating that he didn't even know for sure about an SMB3 in development. What?
So Super Monkey Ball Banana Crazy just turns into this complete question mark in terms of the series. I mean, some say it never happened. That's surely possible. I mean, there's no concrete proof of any video of this game being announced at an alleged E3. Some say that the levels turned into what Deluxe was. Sure, that's also possible. There's trademarks for this project, but then you have the series creator saying, "I have no clue what you're talking about." So who knows? I do think it's kind of funny that Banana Mania kind of just sounds like Banana Crazy, which if there's some correlation just turns this thing so much more in depth, because Deluxe is kind of what Banana Mania is. So
due to its odd development history, a lot of the time when people talk about this game, it kind of turns into a discussion about the game's history itself and less about the game. And to be fair, that makes sense. This is a port, so what's there really to say about this game? In the context of a review, this has actually been one of the hardest to write so far because I don't know, what's there to say about it? I mean, I've already talked about these games in extreme detail. Well, there are actually a number of changes, small and big, that we'll try to get into today. I'm not going to talk about the original games themselves too much because I've already kind of been doing that since July, so go watch those videos if you haven't. Yeah, I'm self-promoting, what are you going to do about it? But seriously, go watch those if you don't know how the game works. Or if you need a quick update, you roll the monkey to the goal, you get points. There's some mini games, alright? Cool. I think one of the more notable changes to this game is that the controls are a crap ton less precise. Super Monkey Ball 1 and Super Monkey Ball 2 were known for their incredibly accurate and fluid controls, which were possible due to the extremely pinpoint analog control stick of the GameCube controller. Since that's out the window now, your options are the Xbox and PS2 controllers, and I think this is as good a time as any to say that the PS2 version of Super Monkey Ball Deluxe is, how do I word this nicely?
terrible.
So the anchor point of this discussion right now is the controls. On Xbox, you can imagine how this control stick would still do the job, kinda. But the PS2 controller, I mean, look at this analog stick. You could probably gauge just by looking at this thing how imprecise this would control. It's slippery and ultimately just really awkward. But even controls aside, the PS2 version of Super Monkey Ball Deluxe is just not a good port. There are longer loads between each level now, some stuttering in between story mode stages, and each time a level starts, it starts over at the beginning of the song. That gets extremely mind-numbing to hear the first few seconds of a track loop and loop and loop. The graphics are also a lot worse. Granted, this isn't a knock against the game. It's expected since the PS2 is a weaker console, and graphics don't inherently make a game bad, but it just feels off. Like the UI, for instance, is just really low resolution. It doesn't feel optimized for the console it's on. And I'm not a game design person, but I imagine you could optimize the UI on the PS2 just to make it a little more clear. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It just makes it feel a little cheaper. The PS2 version also runs at 30 FPS as opposed to 60. So yeah, listen, the PS2 version is fine if that's all you can play, but it's by far the worst way you could play the classic Monkey Ball games. So I would say to only pick this one up if you're desperate for a classic Monkey Ball fix and the only console you own is the PS2. But it's 2021. You probably have a PC if you're watching this video. Go buy yourself Banana Mania. I'm mostly looking at the Xbox version here. The footage captured, just to be transparent with you all, it's a mod that puts Deluxe into Super Monkey Ball 2 on the GameCube's engine because I don't have access to my original Xbox right now, so some footage will still be Xbox, and this is not a review of the GameCube mod, this is a review of the Xbox version. It's just the footage that's a little different because I just couldn't record my own Xbox footage. The Xbox version isn't scot-free with technical downgrades though. While it's still 60 FPS, the cutscenes in story mode are rendered differently and look way worse than they ever did in SMB2. It's almost like someone took out and registered HyperCam 2, recorded the footage from SMB2 and just called it a day. Something like that was probably the most efficient way to transport the cutscenes over, and I wouldn't be surprised if the PS2 version kind of just held the Xbox version back because the Xbox is a more powerful console than the GameCube, but it just doesn't look that good, and it doesn't control the greatest either. Don't get me wrong, it's way better than the PS2 controls, but still just lacking that tight precision. For the most part, it's workable. You can still do precise balancing and movement with some practice, but levels like Exam C are so much harder. From what I've seen on the internet and my experience in the Monkey Ball communities online, some people are fine with it, not thinking it impacts the game that much, but some people, including myself, are just not able to get used to this, and I personally feel like it hurts this version of the game. There are some minor elements missing as well, some backgrounds look a bit worse, and there are small things such as the rolling sound effect being non-existent. There are also some minor things like some songs are different or levels being in the different worlds, and I don't know, those don't bother me that much. Also, people on the internet love to point out that the Xbox 360 backwards compatibility is kind of scuffed, which it is, but are we really going to criticize Sega for that? Is that really a problem with this game specifically? I don't think we can blame Sega for a future console running this game poorly. They didn't even develop it for that. So I blame Bill Gates. In Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, there is one stage missing though. They didn't bring over the GameCube stage. If they did, there would probably be some sort of lawsuit. Could you imagine though if they made a stage that replicated like the original Xbox? And since Xboxes are the size of a football field, you just flew off the abyss, but all you get is a dice. Come on, what the hell is this? For everything that's kind of worse, there are things that are legitimately better. There's some cute quality of life improvements here. No one ever talks about this, but the life scrolling is way faster than the original. It's a small thing, but as someone who's played these games a million times, I immediately noticed it. The levels from Super Monkey Ball 1 are also given names to match levels in 2, which is a nice touch, although some of them you could just tell they had no idea what to name them. What the hell is a Do La Ma? It's like someone tripped on something, screamed in agony, and they just chose to make the sound the level name. I know it's an actual thing. It's just a YouTube joke. Just roll with it. But hey, this is a really damn good way to play these games still. All the levels from Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 are brought over, as mentioned earlier. The biggest difference between this game and the classics is how these levels are split up. Anyone remember the days when beginner mode was 10 levels? Well, Deluxe multiplies that by 4. The base beginner mode has 40 levels and it has 20 extra stages, so the base beginner mode of this game is just as long as Super Monkey Ball 1 or 2's expert mode. This is because they just combined 1 and 2's modes for the most part, with occasional exclusive levels being added where they saw fit, specifically mostly in beginner. There's like 20 there, and some in advanced. Advanced has 70 levels and Expert has 100, and both these modes increase substantially when you factor that they have extra levels. But if that's not enough for you, exclusive to this game, there's the new Ultimate mode. 300 straight levels of Super Monkey Ball goodness, almost every stage from the series up to this point. You can save here in between each difficulty, which makes sense. I honestly love this mode. I think it's a blast to marathon if you have an afternoon to kill, and it makes me really sad that this wasn't in Banana Mania. It's important to note that you need to not lose a continue to make it to the next difficulty mode. Therefore, making it to both Master and Master Expert proves to be one of the most difficult challenges in 6th generation console gaming, especially with how hard Super Monkey Ball 1's Master can be, and now you gotta do it with worse controls. But if you pull it off, it's a very satisfying feeling. In a way, the new arrangement of levels makes complete sense. Super Monkey Ball 1 was an arcade port, and 2 was just a sequel that took many of the original game's precedents. Deluxe, it's a few years later, and therefore it's built for consoles, evident by it coming to 3 of them now, and I totally get wanting to make a beefier experience now that you're exclusively on home consoles. I think I kinda like what Banana Mania did a bit more though, and generally I don't like comparing this to the 2021 remake because that's kind of unfair, which is why I haven't been mentioning it that much, but considering this is just a practical decision on how to split levels up and totally would have been possible in 2005, I think it's fair game. I think Banana Mania kinda nailed how they split the levels up, with the exception of not having an ultimate mode, but I think the way Deluxe does it is totally fine as well. The new levels themselves are kind of strange. I think some of them are good, classic Monkey Ball fun, but then you get to levels that feel like they're big for the sake of being big. Veerfield is pretty impressive at a first glance, but it genuinely just feels like an intern was just having a blast with the level creator.
Hey guys, look at how big we can make these stages.
A lot of the new stages are giant maze stages. These stages in particular are the ones that I think are a travesty in this game. These levels are ridiculously confusing, convoluted, and take forever to get through. No one wins with these stages. The first time player will get lost and has to trial and error it until they can figure out the correct path. They'll lose a bunch of lives, they'll waste time, and the more seasoned players have to sit through a bunch of long, boring stages with almost no enjoyment of second playthroughs in them. Honestly, my first time through on these stages, I just kind of looked it up on YouTube to save myself a headache. The challenge modes aren't the only thing revamped for this game. The story mode also works a bit differently. Honestly, I really like it. Instead of 10 stages here that you have to play, there are now 20 you can pick from, and you still only have to beat 10. You can just pick any combination that you like. This works pretty well in my opinion, because if you are stuck with a particular level, well, you can just choose another one to ram your head against a wall on. The purpose of story mode from SMB2 was to give the player a sense of freedom and experimentation as opposed to a more standard arcade experience, and I think this was a great expansion of that. I've already talked about the minigames in my previous reviews, so I don't really want to retread old ground there, but be assured that every minigame from 1 and 2 is here. The 6 that have sequels from the first game and Monkey Ball 2 are merged into their respective engines. So for instance, Monkey Racing 1 tracks are integrated into 2, there is both the mini golf from 1 and the bad golf from 2, Monkey Target has both the 1 and 2, and so on. Everything is accounted for here, which honestly is a nice touch. They totally could have just ignored those and just made Super Monkey Ball 2's minigames, but they actually took the time to put the ones from 1 in there as well, and I think that's a pretty good touch. But yeah, that's kind of it for new content. They could have done more, but I don't think this was intended to be a full-fledged remake, honestly. This would still be a fair package without new content because this was meant to introduce Monkey Ball to a new group of players. The fact that they added anything at all is a huge plus. Like I said earlier, a veteran of the series might actually want to pick up Deluxe even if they already owned 1 and 2. Another huge benefit to this is that SMB1's levels were really hard to get through and play because of the life system in that game. You only got 3 lives per continued, but here, being an SMB2's gameplay structure, you can actually play these levels without too much difficulty, and I think that's a huge benefit to Deluxe's existence. I was finally able to actually play more of SMB1 due to this game.
Anyways, that's all there really is to say about Monkey Ball Deluxe. It's serviceable, and I'd go so far as to say the Xbox version is good. I think this would be my preferred way to play if the controls were just a bit tighter, but as is often, I just prefer having 1 and 2 separately. Although, being able to actually play one's levels in a non-archaic mode, it's so nice. I'm like actually glad I get to see past Expert 7 and SMB1 now. Also, the main modes are just complete and have more content than ever before. I recommend if you're looking for the definitive way to play the classic Super Monkey Ball games, you get the OG Xbox version of Super Monkey Ball Deluxe. Or just buy Banana Mania. I mean, it's out on every modern console, so.
When people talk about Super Monkey Ball, there's usually 2 distinct eras of the franchise. You got the classic games, which includes 1, 2, and even Junior. Then you have the not classic games, which aren't as appreciated. But between these 2 eras, there was almost like this mini era, a few years where Amusement Vision, who made 1 and 2, were no longer the developer, and Monkey Ball not only was shifting developers, but kind of was evolving as a franchise. These were the equivalent of the teenage years for the franchise, but except for having an emo phase and listening to maybe secretly good music, they made all the monkeys cutesy and started targeting the games more for casual players instead of the arcade base the originals grew from. The first of these newer games, while not being a completely original product, was Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, which was for the Xbox and PS2. As mentioned, this was not developed by Amusement Vision, who made the first 2 games. This was more or less a port of the first 2 games with new levels included. While it was a good adaptation, at least on Xbox, the PS2 version sucked. Porting these classics may give you the impression that the franchise would continue to embrace the original design philosophies of Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2. It would come to be obvious soon, though, that the original standards of this franchise would begin to deviate in the future entries, and the new developers would be pushing for something completely different, with the next game in the series being Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll. If the title of the game didn't make it obvious, Touch and Roll is a Nintendo DS game. This is pretty much the point in the series where Sega started viewing Super Monkey Ball as more of a gimmick series, something that could be conveniently used to showcase a new console, sometimes as a launch title, and we'd see this theme persist throughout the rest of the series. Some of these titles would include Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz to showcase the Wiimote controls, Step and Roll to showcase the Balance Board, Monkey Ball 3D being a launch title for the 3DS showcasing the 3D effects, and even phone games that would release on Apple's iPhones. The DS, of course, was innovative for its touchscreen and stylus, which the game developers would design the new game around as its main control scheme. You could still use the D-pad though, I did. Sorry, I really do not like touch controls. As implied, touch and roll would do away with most of the norms from Super Monkey Ball 1, 2, and Junior. In a sense, this game would almost be a reboot of the series, something I've said about Banana Blitz in the past, but really, as we're getting into this, a lot of things for Banana Blitz really just stem from touch and roll. I guess 2005 and 2006 were Sega's years where they were just like, yeah, we have these established game franchises that people love, let's just change literally everything. Sonic was different, and all the other Sega series were dead, but you get my point. Super Monkey Ball used to present the player with 3 options when starting the game. These were, of course, beginner, advanced, and expert. If you were good, you can unlock a master mode. Touch and Roll, though, is the first game in the franchise to kind of do away with this concept, completely eradicating the difficulties and giving the player mini bursts of 10 levels back to back in respective worlds. While at first this could be off-putting, this ultimately makes sense for the Nintendo DS console. Looking at the trends, Monkey Ball had already been stepping towards less of an arcade experience, with Super Monkey Ball 2 having a full-blown story mode, which is the best comparison I can make for what Touch and Roll is. Without the story, I guess the writers for Super Monkey Ball 2 fell asleep at their desk or something that day. I don't know. Like, how hard would it have been to just been like, yeah, there's this evil villain and he stole the bananas? It could have been something. There are now 10 main worlds in the front and center experience, with 2 you can unlock via special means at the end. Each world has 10 levels in it, and while there are still lives, there are no longer continues. I think that this new system genuinely works well for the handheld. Having continues for 10 level chunks probably would have just made this game really easy. To aid in this new format, bananas are much more fruitful. Get it? Fruitful. Okay, cut that one out. Let's not leave that in the video. Bananas are much more beneficial to the player, as getting 10 now will give you an extra life, meaning that building up a good array of lives is very easy to do and makes the lack of continues kind of a moot point. The bonus stages are also very plentiful in bananas, and because the amount of lives you can gain from bananas now are pretty easy, I actually found a lot of motivation to sit down and play them, versus some of the older games where often I would just not bother or try to get some or just run off the stage. Here, I'll actually try for every single banana if possible. Each world does their 10 levels very differently. It's kind of a hodgepodge in terms of the world presentation. They normally start off with a level or 2 you'd maybe see from beginner, and then you get some from advanced, and then some from expert towards the end. So it's usually a gradual progression, although in general, the worlds do get harder as they go on. I feel the difficulty curve is something this game does really well. Part of the reason the difficulty curve is able to be so gradual is because when you beat a few worlds, only a few more are open, instead of unlocking one after another, giving you some sort of choice in what levels that you want to do. This kind of takes after Super Monkey Ball 2's story mode level decision-making approach that many, including myself, cherish from that game. The previous Monkey Ball handheld, Super Monkey Ball Jr., was kind of in a weird position as a video game. It kept the conventions of Monkey Ball 1 in terms of the difficulties, which weren't ridiculously long, but not the easiest play for a few minutes and put the game down style you would maybe expect on a handheld. Having worlds be bite-sized means not only can you slowly progress towards something at your own pace, but you can play this game in very short chunks without having to worry about putting in a million attempts like you do for Expert and Junior, something I've never even beaten. The console is crucial to why this works. I never liked this style in Banana Blitz because in front of your home console is when you'd expect a more dedicated and meaty MLG gaming experience and where you'd likely be playing with friends. Like if you sat down and said to your friends, hey guys, you want to play this game with me? They would just kind of sit down and watch you play it by yourself, and then they would probably just leave you. But on the DS, where you're alone and miserable, sure, a
bite-sized play session works wonders. It doesn't mean that there aren't downsides to this new system. Points are completely gone, meaning that once a world is completed, there's really no reason to go back to a world to beat it again. There's not even like a time trial for these or anything, meaning that the replayability of this game is slim to none. Like once you're done, you're just kind of done. Monkey Ball 1 and 2 would encourage you to sit down and get better at the game, with the point system and the in-game leaderboards, and just in general was satisfying to get good at. You don't really get that in Touch and Roll. There are a few bonuses. After beating the 10 main worlds, there are 2 more unlockable worlds. World 11 you get from clearing the 2 red goals in the game, which these are the bonus goals from Monkey Ball 1 and 2. So here they don't skip any levels, and you don't get extra points because points are gone, so you just do them for this, which I guess is fine. Like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. If this was explained, it would make a little more sense. The first time through, you might wonder, why didn't I skip a level, and be confused about why the red goals are even there. And then for World 12, you have to collect 2006 bananas. That's bullshit. I get why they did this. This game is really short and probably makes it like twice as long, but that's not really that fun. If you could have bananas count for the total during the rest of the game, I think that would be fine, but you have to collect them all after World 11, so you just go in and do the worlds over and over, and honestly, that's just a really lame way to pad out the game. Another thing that's complete and utter cruelty by the game developers is that you have to watch the credits a total of 12 times. One after each world. I thought at first, okay, well, the first time around it's unskippable, and then for the other ones, I could just press the A button or something and skip it. So I played the minigame, I threw my monkeys at the letters. I always like that they do these little fun minigames, by the way. It's such a cute staple of the franchise. Then I beat World 2, I pressed every button like 20 times and nothing happened. It's a forced minigame each time around, which just doesn't make sense. It's not quick either, it's like 5 minutes too. If this happened once, okay, you know, that's fine. Like put it at the end of the game or something, or just make each one skippable, but having to do this every time is honestly miserable. The best thing you could do is just reset your console after beating a world, because it does save, but people aren't going to know that or feel comfortable to do that the first time around unless they have that prior knowledge, so it's just a really weird feature. And besides, some of these worlds are like 10 minutes, so does that really need a credit screen? As mentioned, there's no story for any of these levels or purpose here. I don't think there needed to be one. I mean, it's Monkey Ball, but it almost feels like the game kind of wants there to be one, but forgot to have one. Like, there's 10 worlds, you have a world map, you have some parrot who talks to you, like, who is this guy? But you have no motive whatsoever, besides that you're just some monkey in a ball and need to get from point A to point B. Monkey Ball doesn't need to be the next Twilight or anything, but I can't help but feel there was a bit of charm lost in the translation of development. Monkey Ball 1, for instance, it has a cute little cutscene at the start that doesn't have a story, but serves as a method for introducing the characters. All Touch and Roll has is the bottom screen with AI saying to... I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. There's not even anything in the instruction manual that adds to their charm. This isn't a direct criticism of the game, it doesn't impact the gameplay, but there is an odd sense of detachment to these characters that I didn't necessarily feel from the older games, and something that unfortunately kind of carried on to future entries. However, the new character designs themselves are actually really nice. I think they are a good middle ground between the past and the future of what Monkey Ball's design would be. The beta of the game has this like gross, low poly model of AI, and if this was in the game, it would be horrifying. I mean, look at this thing. He looks like he should be on Jim Can't Swim or something. The developers decided to go for a sprite-based look for these characters, and I think this is perfect. I like this because the fact that they were able to keep it simple meant that there were fluid animations during the gameplay, and also gave each character a respective personality. On top of this, the general art direction of this game is just super creative. I love the backgrounds of this game. They went for this hyper-realistic type of approach to it, and look, the penguins from Super Monkey Ball 1 are back. Aw, that's so cute. Looking at this game nearly 20 years after the fact, I really value the path that they chose to take for the art direction. Look at a game like Mario 64 DS. It tried to recreate a console experience, and while 64 DS doesn't look horrible, okay, it's kind of bad. At least nowadays, at the time, the textures were blocky, the character models weren't too good, But Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll aged stupidly well because of the art direction they chose to take. They played it safe instead of trying to force a console that couldn't do it to be a GameCube game. And this is what I think the best possible path that they could have taken for a DS entry was. While Super Monkey Ball Jr. is impressive for the time it was released on the GBA, they tried to recreate the console experience there, and it just didn't work as well. It's kind of funny actually, this game is really similar to Super Monkey Ball Deluxe in terms of the gameplay itself. The presentation, as mentioned, is entirely different, but when looking at the levels, it's kind of the same idea. There are a lot of levels reused from 1 and 2, with maybe half of the overall level count being these reused levels. These levels are also renamed entirely different things from the first 2 games, because I can assume someone wanted to just say, we have 2 games that already name these levels, they have established names, but let's just confuse the hell out of everyone. We used to be a country, a proper country, but no, they just freaking had to change the fucking names. But the new levels are pretty creative, and I actually don't feel like they deviate that much from the original design philosophy of the original games. Sometimes the perspective of the camera, though, makes it really difficult to play some of these levels. I think the issue I have with so many reused levels is that these levels were just not made for some of these controls. As mentioned, you have the D-pad and now the touchscreen, which uses the stylus to control the monkey. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a perfectly accurate read on the DS controls because I had to record this with emulator. I don't own a DS right now, and even if I did, I would have to do emulator anyways to avoid middle schooler doing a let's play game footage. I will say my instinct tells me that the controls are fairly slippery from the grasp that I did get on it. I've heard really mixed things on the stylus controls. I have some friends who told me they think it's the best way to play Monkey Ball, but most of the time I see people who agree that the stylus controls aren't the most receptive and just come off as extremely slippery. Games around this time really tried to make controlling with the stylus viable. Again, I'm going to refer back to Mario 64 DS. It kind of had the same thing, and it seems these years were almost the only time in handheld gaming history where that was a thing, and I think it's because people realized shortly after that this just doesn't work. Speaking of the bottom screen, while it's cool you get an additional animation of your monkey that's cute to watch, I really wish they just made this smaller and added a mini-map, or at least you could switch between the two. In fact, it's kind of baffling there isn't one. This would be perfect for the DS. At least the option would have been nice, and the only reason this is kind of an issue is that half of the levels are from 1 and 2, which benefited greatly from having this mini-map. It doesn't make the game unplayable, but it does feel like something that was a genuine oversight. The D-pad controls on the DS aren't much better than the ones in Junior, honestly. I almost don't like that they ported so many levels over from the older games because very clearly, again, these levels were just made for a GameCube control stick. That's not to say all the levels control bad. I mean, some of these work just fine, but occasionally I would just find myself getting stuck on some levels that I would breeze through in the originals that I just could not do in this game anymore. Overall, I think the best thing about Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll is its presentation, but maybe not the controls. I didn't even talk about the soundtrack yet, but the OST for this game might be one of the best, if not the best, in the entire series. I highly recommend, even if you don't want to play this game, you sit down and listen to the soundtrack on YouTube at some point. And anyways, a lot of songs would go on to be reused in Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Overall, though, this is a very well-made product. It's nice to look at, the colors are vibrant, the music's outstanding, and there's plenty of charm and personality to it. I think this is what the game should be remembered for. As someone who loved the original games because of how they looked in part, I commend the DS Super Monkey Ball title for really trying to continue that. Monkey Ball on a handheld inherently works so much better when they try to build it from the ground up for that console. I'll point back to Junior. Honestly, I still like Super Monkey Ball Jr. a lot, but Touch and Roll kind of soured it just a bit more for me, because while Junior was held back by its hardware, it still tried to replicate the GameCube just a bit too much. It had the fake 3D models, it had the difficulty modes, and it just kind of ended up being a worse version of the GameCube game. Here, with the new world system and fresh graphics, this is honestly how a Monkey Ball on a handheld console should be. And of course, every Monkey Ball game has mini-games. I think these are fairly well done as well. I didn't like Monkey Racing. One of the biggest things from the GameCube Monkey Racing that makes me dislike it a bit here is when you go flying in the air and can't control your angle anymore, you just kind of get stuck and die. It kept happening here, and that sucks. Otherwise, it's Monkey Racing, but with touch controls. The minigames that return from 1 and 2 are pretty faithful to the originals. The difference is every minigame has required touch controls now. I don't think this was really necessary. Like, does racing really need that? Like, why couldn't I just use the D-pad?
I actually really love it for golf. They brought back Super Monkey Ball 1 style mini golf, and I think the controls complement it very well here. They were fine in the original, good in fact, but I love the DS style is being used to emulate hitting a golf ball with gauging the appropriate amount of speed before you hit it. It's a really nice system, and I just love that it's back in this form. Bowling is bowling. That's all I can really say on that. There's also Monkey Fight, which again, didn't need to have touch controls. Like, I don't know. It's fine, but they kind of shoehorned it in. This worked just fine with a normal controller. I could understand if the touch controls were added as an option, but at least the minigames that return, minus golf, didn't really need this. It's kind of what YouTube does, right? They take a problem that just doesn't exist and says, we found a solution, guys. There are 2 new minigames, both of which I found to be great. There's Monkey Hockey, which is air hockey, which with touch controls makes total sense. It's really fun, but sometimes your paddle just turns so small, and it's hard to get a power up to turn big again. I'm like the size of 2 atoms here. There's another addition to this where you can draw your own paddles. Now this is an awesome idea. I really love this minigame. You can make any angle you conceive as your paddle as long as you don't run out of paint. The CPU even introduces cool ideas to you, such as making a circle as your paddle. I don't know, it's really cool. If your paddle gets broken, you have to quickly make a new one, making this minigame very high-paced, but also very exciting. There's also Monkey War. Yeah, we're going to war. Well, the war is apparently shooting food at each other. What a waste. You shoot honey, you shoot cinnamon buns. Come on, man, I was gonna eat that later. But all jokes aside, it's dumb fun. It has a control scheme where at first you're like, no, get that the hell away from me. But once you play it, it's actually quite addicting. There are 3 maps, but I will say playing the single player is really easy. I won like every time, but maybe I am just that good. So the further I got into this script, the more I realized that touch and roll is really similar to Banana Blitz. And I know I've been saying that just throughout it, but I realized this more and more and more just as I kept writing the script. And it occurred to me, why do I like touch and roll but really dislike Banana Blitz when they have so many similarities? And the comparison I kind of made in my head for this is that this is really similar to Super Mario 3D Land on 3DS and Super Mario 3D World on Wii U. Now, I am not saying that 3D World is anywhere near as bad as Banana Blitz. 3D World's a pretty good game, but it's always been like my least favorite 3D Mario, and I think I realized it recently that it's because it's really similar to a game that was meant for a 3DS. Like, it's kind of weird to just take a handheld game and take all the conventions you made for that and then just put it on a console. It just doesn't work as well, and I realized that this is why 3D World is like my least favorite 3D Mario. Nowadays, you can kind of get away with that, like the PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, they're all kind of the same console. But back then, considering it's a handheld versus a more dedicated home console, the difference is quite big. I just don't think you can really successfully translate a game between these 2 entities without losing something. Either way, Touch and Roll is a really good game. I recommend that if you can, you sit down and play this at some point. That's not something I could say for Super Monkey Ball Jr. because I was just like, well, it's just a weaker version of a GameCube game. But this is like its own unique entity and really fun. So I recommend if you can, Touch and Roll is something you play. This is one of the best Monkey Ball games that people may never even play. And I think this game deserves to be considered in the golden age of the Super Monkey Ball franchise. Next up, we have to review Super Monkey Ball Adventure. I reviewed that game 6 years ago under the shovelware banner, and I'm still not ready to go back to it.
Last time on
JeffCompass.
Sonic 3D Blast was released in 1996 for the Sega Genesis and Sega Saturn. This game was developed by Traveler's Tales, who nowadays are known for making the LEGO video games. Traveler's Tales started working with Sega after they took interest in the Toy Story games they developed. The 2 companies maintained a pretty good relationship, also creating Sonic R and working together until Super Monkey Ball Adventure. And then they stopped working together after that game, and I wonder why. How many YouTube videos start with a sigh? I feel like a lot of them. This video is not an easy one for me to make. Over the past year, I've built a pretty good relationship with Sega and Super Monkey Ball specifically. We've tweeted back and forth really chummily. Chummely's a word. I got a Banana Mania review code, and while I'm not entirely a Sega YouTuber, I've recently expanded to Jet Set Radio and Sonic. But listen, even if I have a great relationship with a company, it's not gonna stop me from being honest about a particular product. And now we've gotten to the point in the Super Monkey Ball retrospective where Monkey Ball just got a bit worse. But I set out to review every Super Monkey Ball game, and today that's what you're gonna get, an honest review of Super Monkey Ball Adventure. So Sega, I love you. I'm sorry if this review is a little more mean than usual. Please don't hate me. Or do.
For those newer to my channel, I've been doing a Super Monkey Ball retrospective since July last year. These videos might be worth watching if you're curious for context and what I think of the series up to this point, but for anyone who needs a very brief recap, here's the gist of it. Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 were great games, damn good in fact, and were some of the best-selling and most noteworthy party games that GameCube had to offer. The gameplay was very simple, having the player roll one of the 4 selectable monkeys to a goal in various difficulties of challenge modes, and of course the minigames were quite excellent as well. These 2 games would later get ported to the Xbox and PS2 under the name Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, and the series would also receive some handheld iterations on the way. So what was the next step for this franchise? After all, it's not uncommon for a franchise to change its genre, attempt a spin-off, or simply just try being a bit more experimental. Super Monkey Ball's early titles varied in quality, but were ultimately pretty similar in gameplay and style, and it appeared that it was time for something new, and thus the development of Super Monkey Ball Adventure was greenlit. Sega wanted to grow the universe of Super Monkey Ball, give it some lore, and expand the story that it introduced in Super Monkey Ball 2's story mode. However, the majority of Sega was hard at work with the next main title, which was in development for the Nintendo Wii, being Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, planned as a launch release that would ultimately reinvent the series, for better or for worse. For worse. So, Sega, while still supervising the product, passed off the core development to Traveler's Tales, a company they worked with in the past, and as mentioned in the flashback earlier, also worked on Sonic 3D Blast. Traveler's Tales recently finished development on Crash Twinsanity, from which what I understand, the team sort of copied the engine from Adventure 4, although I couldn't confirm this. The vision for Adventure's look was to be hyper-realistic, and yeah, they didn't really do that. The main pitch behind the game's graphical style in the early stages of development was to base the graphics around a specific Honda commercial with flying engines and bunny rabbits. I did some research and I think I found the commercial.
Here's a little song for anyone who's ever hated. Can hate be good? Can hate be great? Can hate be good? Can hate be great? Can hate be something we don't hate?
I don't know, I couldn't find any other Honda commercials with flying engines and bunnies, so this is the best we got. That being said, it could just be me. I see no resemblance between this and Monkey Ball Adventure. The game's development was ultimately somewhat rushed. They don't outright say it, but in the developer diaries, they use PR speech such as,
"This was an intriguing proposition, how to take a well-known and popular franchise and take it in a different direction. A large undertaking given the short amount of development time proposed."
If you take out the PR filter, basically translates to, oh god, oh help, please help us, we need more time for this game, it's gonna be a disaster! Super Monkey Ball Adventure was released on 3 consoles, being the second multi-platform release in the series, the first being Super Monkey Ball Deluxe. Adventure was released on the Nintendo GameCube, PlayStation 2, and ultimately would also come to the PlayStation Portable, Sony's handheld console at the time. These versions have a number of differences between them, but we'll save that for later.
I want to take a minute and talk about my history with Super Monkey Ball Adventure, as this is a game I actually reviewed on my channel 6 years ago. As a teenager, I ran a YouTube series called Shovelware. It wasn't good. I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't know what I'm doing.
Anyways, this was an episode on the second season of the show. I had my friend, who goes by Amazing II, funnily enough, join me, and we kind of just played until the second world. It wasn't super in-depth, and I don't think it's really worth that much as a video, besides being a good memory between me and my good friend.
Here's some funny trivia that I never got a chance to talk about publicly.
Originally, I made a thumbnail where I took some promo art, slapped some sunglasses and a fedora on II. I don't know, I was 16, but what's amazing is a video game soundtrack channel, which is now deleted, called Shake TV, copied this thumbnail for his uploads of Super Monkey Ball Adventure and used it as his cover art. To this day, I don't know if he just thought this was the genuine cover of the game or if he was just trying to be funny, but I still find this absolutely hilarious. A small conspiracy of mine is that if you search Super Monkey Ball Adventure, at least as of 2022, it doesn't show my video in any Google Images results, meaning he could have very well specifically just found my dumb thumbnail funny. Another thing I find interesting is the Crappy Games Wiki seemed to credit my video with finding a glitch of this game.
Falling off of the stage causes the game to become unplayable and zoom out of the level and move up towards the sky with various model pieces, which was discovered by JeffCompass as when his friend fell off of Jungle Island while he was inserting codes, he discovered that the game stopped working. and that he saw bits and pieces that he thought were monkey poo, which got him very confused.
So I have to admit, I didn't come up with this glitch. This was someone else's. I'm not proud of this and wouldn't do this nowadays, but I remember at the time searching Super Monkey Ball Adventure glitches and just copying this for the video. So whoever added that to the wiki might want to change that. Or not, but I deny credit for this. I feel bad, and my lawyer has told me to deny this. Anyways, the reason I mention these two things is that my old-ass video kind of has a sense of relevancy as it pertains to Super Monkey Ball Adventure. That's not because my video was good, but as it stands, there's really not a ton of reviews or documentation for this game out there. Currently, the most popular video is from my buddy, Pixel Pursuits, and then beyond that, there's not much else. No one talks about this release, like, ever.
Today we're going to structure this review a little differently than we previously had throughout this retrospective. This isn't going to be your standard graphics, music, controls, one at a time type of thing. Instead, I'm going to go sequentially. I want to take us in order, world by world, with some deviations, of course, because there's a lot of content, but I want us to go through this adventure together. A Super Monkey Ball adventure, if you will. God, that was so damn cheesy of me to say, but I'm going to leave it in.
The game starts with a storybook presentation. It instantly references Super Monkey Ball 2, which was the first game in the series with a story, and sets the scene for the game. You're tasked with spreading joy and trying to get two torn communities united for a marriage, to keep it simple. The four monkeys giggle around as a plane crashes overhead. Okay, wow, and yeah, that's a legit plane crash. I don't know if these monkeys survived or not, but there's the plane from the intro later, just fucking blown up. Okay. Anyways, oh my god, you get some letter and have to go to the castle. The first world, Jungle Island, is quite nice in design. Going off the developer diaries for this game, they apparently based this directly off of the Jungle Island seen in the cutscenes in Super Monkey Ball 2. Right off the bat, one thing that I do appreciate about this game is that you can play as any of the four monkeys in the story mode, something you couldn't do in Super Monkey Ball 2. Early on, it's nice to see that the game developers had quite a bit of fun with the animations of the monkeys. You can flatten them, bonk into them, and knock them over, and the design of your monkey is quite animated as well as you play. However, a lot of NPCs are fairly boring, just standing there and talking with very minimal movement. They also sound like Ai for some reason. Even Gongon and the monkeys that look like Gongon just use a deeper pitch. And Mimi uses, I believe, just a higher pitch of Ai's voice samples. I'm not sure why they resorted to this when they could have just taken voice clips from Super Monkey Ball 2's story mode. I mean, you guys had the source material right there, and I don't think it would have been hard to take. Right away, we learn the primary gameplay loop of Super Monkey Ball Adventure. This is doing missions for the townsfolk. In this first area, for instance, we have to knock monkeys over wearing top hats to find his missing daughter. You can't run them over though, you gotta go with the precise amount of speed. Boom! Another mission we find here is posing for a picture for a photographer monkey. These ultimately become recurring missions throughout the game. I hate these missions because it's never clear where you're supposed to go. You're kind of just given a vague idea where the photo is without any real clarification on how to get there, so it usually takes me a few tries. For every mission you do in this game, you gain a little bit more of the world's joy percentage, basically how many monkeys in the world are happy. The primary idea behind each world is to get to 60% of the joy in a given world before the story can progress. So this is basically the main gameplay. You're the chore man, you're doing people's busy work. So I've done all the missions in this initial area, I talked to every possible citizen, run around a bunch, and I don't know where to go. There's one pathway blocked off with rocks, so clearly you can't progress there. The only place I could go to was a pathway that led to an enemy. At first, I just thought this was a barrier and didn't know how to beat them, so I turned back. You're actually supposed to just run into their stomach when they expose it to you, which I don't know, this didn't feel super obvious to me. Shortly after, we reached this game's secondary mechanic, classic Super Monkey Ball levels that you must complete to unlock a barrier. To progress, you usually need to play all but one of the levels provided, giving you a little bit of freedom if one level is just too difficult.
I actually really like that you don't have to play all the levels to progress, because you know what that actually reminds me of is Super Monkey Ball 2's story mode. At least there you could do things out of order, and in Deluxe you didn't have to play every level to move on. That, and also taking the fact that you can choose any character this time around as opposed to the originals where you had to play as Ai, shows that they seriously tried to take elements from the original story mode and make them better. And I think whether or not you like this game or not, it's something to be respected.
Even though you don't have to play them all, the game still gives you the option to go in and finish it, which I did, because you know what? I enjoyed this part more than the rest of the game. Gotta be honest. The classic style levels are actually really good. I think a lot of them, at least purely from a level design perspective, would potentially fit in with the old Super Monkey Ball games. There's some great levels here, and I think it's a highlight of the entire game if we're being honest. However, there are a few downsides. For one, there's no original music in these stages. Instead, they recycle tracks from Super Monkey Ball 1. I think that's fairly disappointing, as one of my favorite things from the original games were the stellar presentations. The world themes themselves are based off of worlds you explore in the actual story modes, and I gotta be honest, while I don't think the themes are bad, I really don't think these levels graphically look very good. They're certainly not terrible. I think the issue for this entire game is that it released after Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2, which looked a ton better. I mean, this game didn't even support progressive scan, and came out nearly 4 years after Monkey Ball 2, which did, and looked phenomenal in my opinion, even to this day. If this was its own game released in the early 2000s, I don't think I'd feel this way about the graphics, but just knowing how great the game before it looked, it definitely gives the game a bit of a cheaper feel. The backgrounds are nowhere near as impressive as they were in the classics, usually ending up as a blurry blank color with not a lot going on. The character designs themselves though in these levels are quite expressive. There's a ton of fun animations you see inside the ball, in fact, quite a bit more than the originals, such as your monkey swaying side to side to gain speed. One thing that's kind of weird is no matter who your character is, on the minimap it just has eye. Why? These levels are spread throughout the main game, but it should be noted that this game has its own challenge mode, which takes these levels, puts them all on a sandwich or 3 sandwiches, let's just say sliders, and bam, it's kind of like classic Monkey Ball, I guess. There's beginner, advanced, and expert per the usual course, although what's really weird is expert actually has more stages than advanced. These levels are pretty good overall, but the physics definitely aren't the same. It doesn't really feel like you're playing the classic Super Monkey Ball games. It kind of feels like we have Super Monkey Ball at home. The physics are a bit more slippery. From what I understand, although I've always gotten this wrong, so be nice to me, in the old games you were more so controlling the stages themselves, or the gravity, but in Adventure you're truly controlling, well, the character, meaning that the entire game has a different feel to it that I can't really describe. But like I stated earlier, I really do think the level design makes up for this. Something kind of funny is that one stage in Expert, I swear, gets copied again, Banana Blitz. Yeah, without a doubt. These are the same stages, with the goal on the right and all the blocks, and both I just cheese it. This couldn't have been a coincidence, could it? It should be noted that there are also exclusive stages for the PlayStation Portable version. I don't have too much to say about these, they are pretty much more the same type of levels from the console versions. In fact, I'm sure these are just stages that got cut for whatever reason. But you know, it's nice to have a little bonus. Some of them seem to rely on assets from the others though, so it is a possibility that these were kind of designed last minute. Who knows, it's not like anyone talks about this game, so we're just kind of left guessing. One thing that made me laugh about some of these stages is the names. Some of them are what you'd expect, some just make no sense, per usual of the series. There were 2 names in particular that made me laugh. There was one level called ZZ Stop, obviously a pun based off of the rock band ZZ Top, and Slipknot based well off of, you know, the band named Slipknot. Okay, listen, I know Slipknot's technically a word. It doesn't have to mean the band. But the fact that they named this one ZZ Stop, they knew what they were doing. Come on. Anyways, to conclude the stages, they're fine. Probably what I would consider to be the best part of the game at least, and a nice little side mode to boot. Sure, they're not as good as the classic games, but you know, they're better than some of the games we've seen since the Golden Age, so you gotta give them points for that. Alright, where were we? We meet the King of Jungle Island, he basically tells you to go do more missions and then he'll ring the bells when he's ready. The next section of Jungle Island's missions are relatively inoffensive. Here is where we're introduced to one of the game's main mechanics, the cannon, which propels you in the air and sometimes lets you fly from place to place, well, assuming there's the ring present, which isn't always there. This may seem random at first, but the ring is supposed to be based off of the classic Super Monkey Ball minigame Monkey Target. You never had to aim with a cannon for that, but you would basically go off the ramp but press A at the right time and would be able to fly, using the wind and physics to your advantage to find a balance between speed and height. A very addictive minigame that lots of people remember. The flying in Super Monkey Ball Adventure is actually fairly good. I feel like once you get used to it, it's not too bad to navigate. However, the cannons themselves are really archaic in design. You don't get any sort of reticle to aim your monkey. This kind of sucks. I mean, even Mario 64 had a reticle. It wasn't good, sure, but it was there. Here, you're left to kind of blindly aim. Your view is of the top of the cannon and not where you're going to be aiming, which is weird. You get used to it, but I do think this is quite a detriment in design. Damn! Wait, oh my god. Is that how you get to that banana? Trigger flashback, please.
Oh man, look at that banana on the island. Don't you want that?
Yeah.
Doesn't it tempt you?
Yeah.
Doesn't it tease you?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Come on, come on. Oh! Here, you try. Let's jump off this thing here. Maybe we can land on top of the island that has a banana on it.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Oh, frick!
Oh, come on.
It's impossible! Why do they tempt you with that? They tease you with a banana you can't get!
What a bunch of bullcrap.
Some other missions here include killing birds, because why not? Giving a monkey bananas for charity. These become a recurring mission throughout the game, and they're some of my favorite because they're easy and not confusing. And then you deliver a monkey a lunch that's in a balloon. What?
What would that be, a turkey and helium sandwich? Yummy.
Here we also get our first of many chants in the game. The chanting system is one we'll get quite acquainted with over the course of our adventure. It's similar to the ocarina seen in the Nintendo 64 Zelda games. You press certain inputs and combinations to trigger an action. What's really messed up is there's no EE-poo input you do. You know, like the main chant of Super Monkey Ball 2. Why doesn't this game have that? Our first chant is the boxing glove. This is clearly a reference to Monkey Fight, again taking liberties from the classic games. For now, this serves the purpose of destroying those rocks we saw earlier, and also punching these enemies called the naysayers. The naysayers are strange. They don't really fit in this world in my opinion, and are actually very annoying to both deal and figure out with. In the developer diaries, which we're quoting again, there's actually quite a bit of information about them. Sega apparently asked to add a form of antagonist to appeal to a wider audience. Yeah, I'm sure these sold so many copies of this game. I don't know, they feel out of place. It took 3 months to get these characters correct. Sega originally wanted them to be kind of like ghost characters, which they couldn't get working with the engine apparently. The developers go on to say that
There were not mechanics within the game for combat, as these characters were never envisaged from the game brief.
Okay, Google Translate from PR speak to English says, these were added last minute and we didn't know what the f to do with them.
they do feel like a last-minute addition, and the interview seems to confirm that. The screen also goes super black and white whenever you get in the vicinity of one. Weirdly enough, in the PlayStation Portable version, the naysayer and your character retain their color. The pictures from the photographer missions also don't look horrible in the PSP version. They look pretty in line with the rest of the game, a genuine improvement. And then you get to the GameCube version. Oh god, what is that? It looks like a photo that a Game Boy camera would take or something. Anyways, once you're done messing around doing missions, you get called back to the Royal Castle. Here you have to play one of the strangest missions in the entire game. I talked about this in my first review as well. Basically, there's a circle on monkeys and you're supposed to hit the princess and prince. The king asks you, did you find enough clues? Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe I'm just not cultured royally, but nothing about these monkeys would suggest to me that anyone is a prince or princess. They all look like generic NPCs to me. So I just guessed, knocked 2 monkeys over. The king yells at me. Okay, let's try again. Nope. Okay, what the hell? At the end of the 3rd try, the king says he lost faith in me. Okay. Sorry, it's obvious who the prince and princess were, and then it just jump cuts to saying you found them. Excuse me, what? Like, I didn't do that in editing or anything. That is genuinely what happened in the game, and it makes no sense.
This is all speculation, but my guess is that this was supposed to be like a guessing game where you're supposed to go around and find clues, and maybe there are some clues left around, but I feel like at the last minute they added that automatic win because they figured it was either too confusing or too difficult to navigate. I don't know. No one talks about this game. How am I supposed to know?
It kind of reminds me of that one mission in Sonic 06, where you have to talk to the royal guards to find the captain, when the captain is just the guy who gives you the mission. I don't find these missions where you have to lie about the objective to the player really fun or rewarding at all. In fact, it comes off super cheap and kind of lazy. Anyways, you and the gang are tasked with becoming the official wedding organizers of a wedding between 2 cities, Monkeytropolis and Congra-La. Then you're given the chant that warps you for the next not just 1, but 2 worlds. That's kind of interesting, giving a player a choice of where to go next. Well, because it's next in line, let's check out Zootopia. Zootopia is actually really cool in concept. It's a carnival-style world, but everything has gone wrong, and I mean wrong. Roller coasters going haywire, children crying, monkeys getting dunked constantly, people walking around with cat heads on. This whole area reminds me of something you'd see in a Tim Burton film. I love the fat cat branding it goes for, and it's cool to see the giant fat cat overlooking the entire carnival. This is probably the game's best world, just from a thematic standpoint. Our first mission we see here almost immediately requires us to use the next chant, called the Invisiball, which turns you invisible. I know, it's a big shocker. This mission requires you to be stealthy. At first, you gotta sneak past this monkey robot, then you have a barrage of obstacles to avoid. If you get hit 3 times, then you lose. You know what's BS? Is that there's little bumps just in the ground that can count as a hit. Oh, come on, that was ridiculous. The minigame is exhausting. I kinda hate it, to be quite honest. It's a bit of an endurance, and if you mess up, you lose like a minute of your life. So while most of the Zootopia area is somewhat interesting, there's one section of this place that is complete and utter misery.
It's basically just a maze built on a bunch of ramps. There are also dead monkey soldiers everywhere. It's kind of depressing, actually. What happened to this guy? He's just dead. A moment of silence, please. Actually, f it, who cares? Not only is this area poorly designed, the missions they built for it are abhorrent. They aren't hard, but maybe the most monotonous thing I've done in a video game. There's this spoiled brat who yells at you to get 8 balloons, for instance. The thing that sucks about this is that you can't bring all the balloons to him at once. You need to go and get 1 balloon at a time and give it back to him and repeat. Good God. I think at this point, it's fair we talk about the story mode's minimap. It only gives you a very vague idea of where to go. I never really understood it, to be honest, throughout my entire playthrough. I think you're the white arrow and the yellow arrows are something important within your objective, such as, well, here are the balloons, but the fact that there's no layout or pathways shown is really unfortunate and makes this kind of useless. It doesn't make sense to navigate because of that. My point is, it makes a mission like this a lot harder than it needs to be. You can only get an idea of the general direction without seeing exactly what path you need to take. At one point, I was not sure if I had all 8 balloons he needed or not, so I talked to him, figuring, okay, let me figure out how many I have left. He asked me, are you stupid or something? I answered yes. I did call myself stupid, I get it, because I thought that was how you continued the mission. But no, if you answer yes and call yourself stupid, the mission starts all over again. I do feel a little stupid right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Why did they put that trick question in there? Why couldn't it be like the other monkeys where it's like, do you want to continue? Some developer, whether they knew it or not, was being a complete jerk there.
The other monkeys in this game ask you if you intend to complete the mission still, but no, this one particular asshole nerd monkey gives you a trick question. The other mission in this area is more of the same thing. You have to pick up trash in a maze. You use the new sticky ball chant, which lets us cling to objects or just have objects like this trash or leaves cling on to us. Thankfully, you can bring them all up at once this time, but it's really just more of the same. Anyways, we soon come to a problem in Zootopia. A lot of the missions are ones that you kind of just can't complete yet. Turn big, alright, can't do that mission yet. While we don't know what chance yet, it's clear we need to unlock something else, and for what it's worth, in the other world we could have gone to, Moonhaven, it's the same thing if you go there first, meaning the developers wanted you to swap between worlds to complete the others.
I think this wasn't a horrible idea, but I'm not a huge fan of this when it comes to this game. I think this game is already really generally confusing, even when you have the appropriate chance, so adding in this whole thing between switching between 2 worlds, it makes everything just so much more confusing than it ever needed to be.
Alright, well, we ran out of things to do here, so I guess the only logical solution would be to visit Moonhaven. This place is a monkey world in the sky, an industrial place with gears, switches, and workers. Honestly, I really like the concept of this. It's a unique idea for a world. Visually, it's interesting, the music's catchy, and that's the most positive I could say about this world, because just about all the gameplay is sheer chaos.
You see, this was just going to be a normal review at first. You know, graphics, controls, music, and there's nothing wrong with that style, don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking it. But I wanted to do something different, specifically because of Moonhaven, because this was one of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had playing a video game. And I get it. I've said that a lot over the years because of the Shovelware series and just my exaggeratory sense of humor, but look at me. I am dead serious. I am not kidding. I am not joking. I am not exaggerating. This literally was one of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had playing a game, and this time I mean it 100%. I literally had to lie down after playing this and recording it.
So there's a few problems with this world, okay? Let's start with the big one, and this is a problem with the whole game, honestly, but just bear with me. The biggest issue with Super Monkey Ball Adventure is how the missions the monkeys give you are executed. I haven't touched on it too much since it hasn't been that much of an issue until this world. Let's say you do any given mission. You talk to the monkey, they give the task to you, you try to do it. Oops, you died. Well, that sucks. Guess I have to try again. Okay, where am I? If you fall out, the mission is over. You need to talk to that monkey again to have another chance at the mission. That's one thing. But often what happens is you will end up literally like a minute away from that mission, and that's not even an exaggeration. So you need to seriously take a hike just to get another chance, making every fail feel extremely punishing. That's one issue. The other issue I have is that some of these missions are either confusing to figure out what to do and or hard to execute, meaning there's a high chance of death and therefore starting over. This game requires trial and error, no way around it, but the only part it focuses on is, well, the error. Does that make any sense? You get what I mean. There was one mission to me that felt outright impossible, and the objective was never clear to me. This is one of the first missions you use the wood ball chant, which, well, turns you into a ball of wood. This has 2 uses.
1, you can now light yourself on fire and transport fire as well, and 2, you can float on water. Now let's analyze what we're seriously being asked to do here. This monkey says the buttons raise the water level in the reservoir, and that'll help you reach the 3 frozen pumps where you can melt the ice. The side description, which moves painfully slow, also says that you need to thaw the water pumps. So okay, let's do that. Well, the first water pump's ice keeps returning, but also you need to be able to carry the fire to the next torch, which you can only get across by raising the water levels, which puts out the fire. There isn't another fire spawn in the level, this is it. So I thought maybe I was just doing something wrong and I needed to go to the top of the level even without the fire to do something. Keep in mind though that you still need to play well to get to the top. If you fall, you start all over again, taking about a minute to get back. But also there's these little rotating platforms, and there's a possibility that if you turn one the wrong way and fall down, you have to start the mission from the very beginning. You essentially can't win. You can't turn it back. It's basically a soft lock. So I got to the top of this hellhole after many trial and error, and there's just nothing. So let's analyze all of our possible options to achieve this objective one last time. Burning the ice we're able to doesn't work. It respawns. We can't transfer a fire to the next pump because it goes away due to the water, and there's nothing we can do at the top. I gave up on this mission right then and there, and I know what some people are going to say, look it up on Google. I am sure there's a valid solution to this, but I don't like looking up guides to play my games, especially one that I'm doing for a review. I'm trying to give you an honest retrospective here as a genuine player, and it's just not a mission I could figure out by myself. I'm not saying if a game is confusing, it's bad, but if it's so unclear that I don't even know how to win, I think that's a problem personally. All I can say is it's a damn good thing this game doesn't require every mission to be done. You can pick and choose your missions to get to 60%. Going a bit out of order here and cycling back to Zootopia just for this point, another mission I had no clue what to do was one where you had to knock a roller coaster that's gone wild off of the tracks. Sure, so that's a simple enough concept, but how do you do it? The track itself is very hard to build speed on, so at first I didn't even think about the idea of trying to catch up to it. I tried the sticky ball ability, but found this, along with the other chance that modify your ball, slow you down. I tried the scalar ball ability, this is one you get in Moonhaven, it makes you big and strong, to see if I would have more leverage in knocking the carts off the roller coaster. Nope, I fell right off. I tried the boxing glove when it loops around in a last-ditch effort, and that didn't do anything either. What you're supposed to do is wait for the roller coaster to loop around and chase it. Now look, this seems super obvious in retrospect, and I think there's only one reason why it isn't when you're actually playing the game. When you talk to this monkey, the roller coaster starts from super far away. I timed it, and it takes roughly 35 seconds for the roller coaster to come close to you. This goes against all of your instincts as a player. It makes you feel like you shouldn't be waiting. It didn't really come to my mind to wait for this. If the roller coaster started right next to you and the camera even potentially showed it, or a monkey just said to chase it outright, you might think, okay, that's what the game is directing my attention to, let's do that. But instead, because there's nothing, my instinct said I needed to do something else, and I tried a plethora of things to knock it off. Super Monkey Ball Adventure ultimately just doesn't help the people who are playing it out at all. It's a very unfriendly game in that regard, and I can't help but feel as if the developers tunnel vision and just assumed what you would do in a given mission is obvious, when in actuality, it's usually extremely misleading and or confusing what you're supposed to do. Also, this mission's kind of dark. You essentially just kill all these monkeys, just knock them into the water. You don't see them again, and the coasters are never seen, so I'm just gonna add 10 to the death count. More like a murder count. Moonhaven continues to be an extremely unfriendly environment. There's a mission where a monkey requests that you bring him 6 balloons. Of course, you can't do them all at once. It's one at a time, just like in Zootopia. The first few are near you, and the rest are far off with no clear indication of how to get there. This mission specifically is where not spawning back at that monkey becomes extremely frustrating, as you'll die a lot trying to figure this one out. I think if this mission let you do everything in one line and you spawned back at where the monkey was each fallout, it wouldn't even be that bad. But I think the way it was designed just leads to our frustrations here. On top of that, there are 2 balloons placed right next to each other, but you can't bring both at once. So that's the definition of busy work right there. I mean, it doesn't require any new skill to succeed. There's an enemy on this path with these balloons, which made me think that, okay, don't go here. I don't know if I can even use chance with balloons. When you see an enemy in the path, a player instinctually might think that this isn't the correct solution. Well, if you go to the bottom, it's another dead end, another enemy, and here's where I started to find the naysayers really confusing. One of them you have to attack with fire, which doesn't make sense in a video game context, because he's shooting flamethrowers at you. In Pokemon, for instance, you wouldn't use a fire type on a fire type. Another naysayer you need to get eaten by and use a scalar ball to blow it up. These again feel like it was really obvious to the developers, and no one else. So then you think, well, at the bottom, let me use these air targets to get back up. These don't give you nearly enough control in the air to do so, and often lead to your death. With trial and error, it most certainly can be figured out, but you need immense patience to come to the conclusions the game developers wanted you to get to. There's another mission here where you're tasked with lighting 6 individual torches. So I went around looking for torches. At first, I went exploring and found something that looked like a torch, but there was nothing else like that. There's instead these sewer panels, kind of, that take fire, which, okay, let's say you figure that out, and let's say you assume that's what the torches are. You need to do these precise movements in this bowl of rainwater to get to the ramps, or else your fire goes out. This takes insane amounts of trial and error to get all done in one sitting. I can't stress this enough. Falling and being respawned somewhere else totally kills this type of mission, completely. This is something you need to be able to do again repeatedly. This isn't an easy task. This isn't something you're gonna do in 1, 2, or even 5 sittings. You're gonna fail. Think about the original Super Monkey Ball. Sure, there was a life system, but each attempt was instantaneous. In the second game, lives were a moot point, encouraging the player to try a plethora of strategies to win the level. It was never that punishing.
This game feels like they really did try to be Super Monkey Ball. To their credit, there's a lot of the game there. There's the monkeys, there's the boxing, there's the flying, there's the funny humor. But they didn't take the best thing from the original Super Monkey Ball, the simplicity and the addictiveness of it.
I was able to get about 4 torches lit before I had no idea where to go next. There's a ramp off in the distance you could maybe get to from the bowl, but it doesn't look like you can really get there, as there's a clear gap between it and the sky, and there's water that puts out your flame right in between. Instead, I thought I had to ride in this bowl of fire that circles around to get on top of it, but nope, I get hit by an invisible wall. I tried jumping back on it at a pivotal point to land, but that was just too hard to pull off. What you're supposed to do is get a bunch of speed and just bum rush that ramp like your life depends on it, which you're not going to want to do because of how risky it feels and how punishing it is if you actually fail. I think they even wanted you to keep the flame, which is ridiculous. Like, I'm pretty sure that's intended because the only way you can get a flame again is if you sit pixel perfect on the edge for the one circling torch to come back around. The quantity of precise movement and bullshit you have to do is some of the most ridiculous game design I think I've ever seen, and really should not be expected of any player. Anyways, getting to 60% in Moonhaven, no two ways around it, is seriously painful. Moonhaven is notorious for being the worst level in Super Monkey Ball Adventure, and if I had to guess, most kids playing this game quit around here. I did, personally. It's monotonous, confusing, difficult, punishing, and just not designed well. But I pushed onwards, so let's return to Zootopia now that we have enough chance and can solve more missions. Float in the air. Okay, never mind! Once you get to 60% in Zootopia, the game introduces a new concept, anti-gravity monkey ball, kind of. You see, the previously mentioned sticky ball is given an entirely new functionality here, of being able to climb up architecture. These sections are incredibly lengthy. The biggest issue with this section is that there are fans on the walls that you need to seriously practice getting past. If you fall, you gotta climb all the way back up. Again, difficulty isn't bad in video games, but when the game doesn't give you adequate checkpoints, I just can't help but feel annoyed. It should respawn you somewhere near that. If you fall at the very top, for instance, there's zero forgiveness. It's literally like a 5-minute climb. I'm gonna play this all in fast forward. Look at how slow this climb is. Suffice to say, you're gonna be doing this a lot on your first playthrough.
And I think this is sad to an extent, because I do think the sticky ball concept is actually not a bad idea. It's not doomed from the get-go. It just would have been cooler if A, it was faster, B, it was a little more forgiving if you did fall off, and C, you were doing something more fun, like dodging obstacles. I don't know, anything besides boring maze navigation.
Alright, listen. I've been very negative at this point, and honestly, it's hard not to be, so I'm sorry if that's been overwhelming. I wanted to take a minute, step aside from the story, and I think it'd be fair to take a little break, a little breather, and let's talk about a few positive aspects of this game. I know, there are some. Throughout Super Monkey Ball Adventure, there are a lot of NPCs as previously established. These are the ones who give you the missions. Why am I mentioning this again? Well, the PSP version of Super Monkey Ball Adventure has what's known as trump cards lying around, basically a collectible. If you grab it, it gives you a monkey in a PSP exclusive minigame, Monkey Trumps. Each monkey here is then given a serious character description and statistics, where you can play these cards against each other, even online, a first for the series. I do appreciate the fact that they really went out of their way to give every Monkey Ball NPC some additional lore. You can even play as some of these characters, at least in the minigames, if you unlock them in the shops found around the main story with your bananas. On top of that, in the PSP version, they added a new character called the Mysterious Traveler. Ooh! Like, I'm not gonna sit here and recite everything this guy says, there's a lot of dialogue, but essentially he gives you serious lore that ties into Super Monkey Ball 2's story. If you find and talk to him in all 5 locations, you unlocked a new character to play as, Future Ai. He's the one who gives you the chance, and now you can use him in the story and challenge modes. I really appreciate Traveler's Tales going out of their way to add some serious world building to this franchise. Now, whether or not they did it well, or it was even needed, I mean, listen, it's a story about cartoon monkeys. I mean, it's not going to be the next great American novel or anything, but it's something that I do appreciate the game developers considered adding. The PSP version in general is probably what I think the best version of the game is, although that's not super high praise. They just added all these bonuses mainly, the previously mentioned exclusive stages, and I think this game just looks a little bit better on the handheld and a smaller screen. There was also the PS2 version, which lets you transfer Future Ai over it. You can't do it on GameCube, unfortunately. I tried. But also, the PS2 version has, like, really long loads. To mask it, they added these little turning gears, which, like, yay. This is not just a poorly disguised way to hide the long load times. This is fun gameplay. Whoop-de-frickin-do. But we're talking about the positives right now. The minigames are good. Overall, I think Monkey Racing is probably one of the best racing games in the franchise, although it's a little disappointing that all the tracks look the same. Monkey Boxing is Monkey Boxing, you punch. Monkey Target is unfortunately a bit disappointing. The levels remain the same between each rounds, although you can unlock more overall, and they're super long loads, worse than Sonic 06's, I think. Yeah, like without a doubt. But the new minigames they added are actually okay. They aren't super mind-blowing or anything, but let's cover them before we move on to the final world of the game. Monkey Bounce is actually quite fun. You bounce around a nice ocean environment with the goal to cover as much ground as possible. I'm surprised this wasn't used as an actual challenge mode theme or something. It looks fairly detailed. There are items in the air that can freeze the other monkeys or just make them smaller, and it's actually fairly addictive and fun to play with friends. We have a game called Monkey Cannons, probably the weakest of the new games. You and 3 other monkeys have colored towers, and you gotta destroy them as much as you can within the time limit. You ever play Boom Blocks? It's kinda like that. Final game is Monkey Tag, and hot damn, did Mario Galaxy steal from this game? Oh my goodness. All jokes aside, it's chaotic, dumb fun. You fire bombs and bananas at your friends, and it's not super in-depth or anything, but look at this. It's entertaining. The new games are probably some of the more shallow in the series up to this point, but I think they were fairly creative, interesting, and not bad as genuine party games with your friends. Plus, there's a lot of unlockables with these, as you're able to unlock new modes and levels in the story mode shops, along with using the random NPC characters in the games. One more positive before we get back to the main game. The music in this game is really good. I like it, at least. I think it's a pretty well done soundtrack. My favorites being Zootopia's creepy theme and Moonhaven's industrial theme, but almost every song is a winner here, except for one, which we're going to talk about in just a second. The only really disappointing part about this music is what I talked about earlier. The challenge mode just reuses songs from Monkey Ball 1, which kind of sucks. I love Monkey Ball 1, but like, you guys couldn't come up with new songs? Also, I love these cartoon drawings that we see in between load screens. They're nicely drawn. Even the concept art's pretty good here, and they always make me smile every time, even if I think the in-game graphics are a little weak. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. I know, I am delaying the inevitable of getting back to this game. You know, there was also a Flash game tie-in for this game. It was called Super Monkey Disco Ball, yeah, and it was on the Super Monkey Ball Adventure website. Nowadays, this requires Flashpoint to play, which says on the website it gives a false positive for a virus. Yeah, you know what? Let's just download YouTube footage. I don't trust any site that says that. It's basically a Dance Dance Revolution ripoff that's based around the in-game chant system. Ai is out of the ball for some reason. How did that happen? They call Scalar Ball the Scale Ball. That's not what it's called. It's the Scalar Ball. How dare you? Thankfully, this game spawned this beautiful picture of Ai that I will probably use in the thumbnail for this video, because look at this. This sums up pretty much how I feel about this game. Okay, I'm procrastinating. You take down Fat Cat by doing some weird puzzle that I had no idea how to do, and therefore I can't really describe it to you, but we finish it and get the chant for the final world, Monkeytropolis. Well, to tell you the truth, the final world, which is a combination of 2 worlds actually, known as Monkeytropolis and Congre-La, it's not as bad as Moonhaven, but it does suffer from most of the problems as the rest of the game. One big issue is that there's this really obnoxious noise that plays throughout the level.
explain in the game what's causing it. It's not a glitch or anything, but it was so obnoxious that I literally muted my TV, and I'm not kidding. Again, the word I'm going to use to this game is that it's unfriendly. They didn't think about how that'd be annoying for someone playing it. They didn't care. What's weird about this world is, as mentioned, it's a combination of two, and they didn't make Congra separate from Monkeytropolis. So every time that you want to go to Congra, you have to travel all the way through Monkeytropolis to get there, which takes what feels like forever. I think this is supposed to fall in line with the idea that you're reuniting these two kingdoms, so it's probably easier to just have them both here. I just wish you could warp to Congra. Later, you do unlock a shortcut that connects the two worlds, but that's not immediate. In Monkeytropolis, we get two new chants. One is called the Tether Ball, which lets you latch onto monkeys to drag them. Here, it's used to drag monkeys to prison, because there's basically a plot where your monkey moves up the police force ladder. And I'm sure there's a political joke I could throw in here somewhere, but I would really just rather not. The other chant is probably the most forgettable in the entire game. It's called the Speedy Ball. Makes it go fast. Wee! Yeah!
I used this one time in my playthrough and I totally forgot it existed until I sat down and wrote this script.
Yeah, so you use this for a race, and I kind of do like this giant speedway section. Points again for taking liberties from the classic games, since this is clearly a reference to Monkey Race. They didn't do Monkey Golf though anywhere in this game. So yeah, you know what? This part of the game didn't bother me too much. Then I got to a side room with another sticky ball section that takes 10 years to do. Okay, never mind. It's rude. It's just rude. This one is as bad as the previous one, except now it's confusing on top of being frustrating. Often there are pathways you think you can go, but they lead to dead ends, and sometimes you just fall off and have to start all the way over again. There are also these platforms that you have to rotate on while being sticky. These parts of the game feels like something you'd see in Mission Impossible. My whole body would just tense up whenever doing it, and I would be so scared. On top of that, when you get to the ledge you're supposed to drop off of, it's really not clear where to go. This whole section is confusing, but even if you know what to do, it's slow. Then you get to deliver a letter later and do it all over again. Well, besides that, this whole final area didn't bother me that much. To be honest though, I don't know if it's because I adapted to the game or it's just genuinely fine. Congra is kind of interesting, I think. You get the final chant here, the hover ball. This is basically a jump, but also you can float over water and fly a bit. It's used quite a bit in Congra to navigate, as a lot of this world is water-based. I mainly use this to cheese going to areas that I couldn't figure out where to go normally. No mission here really bothered me. I think this is probably the closest this game comes to being good. If you take away the sticky ball hell, there's a good mix of levels between monkey target shenanigans, bringing enemies back to a base, which feels less painful because the worlds are genuinely smaller. There's a healthier amount of missions to play out. You know, it's fine. You reunite the two lands in an overly dramatic cutscene, Gongon f***ing dies, and then you return to Jungle Island.
You might think with the scope of this game, it would be something exciting, like a Mario Galaxy-sized boss that you have to use this sticky ball to go up, or something that would require to use all of your chants. But no. You're playing Simon Says.
You reunite the lands, everyone's happy. Well, except for one person, me, because this game was painful. Also, if you don't get to 100%, you don't get the true ending. So go back, do more busy work, figure out that horrible water puzzle, and there you go. You get a special cutscene where II from the future comes to visit you one last time. Here, he tells you how Monkey Ball was created. Not the game, but like the ball that they're in. Also, this is Baby's dad from the future. Like, the idea is that this is an all grown-up II, but like, you know what? I'm just going to give them points for trying to add to the lore. I'm not going to analyze this too much. It's a game about cartoon monkeys. It's not that serious. Let's wrap up this damn review. Congratulations, you've completed Super Monkey Ball Adventure. Thanks. I don't feel any satisfaction though.
So look, I know this review has been fairly negative. I know I've ranted in parts, and I gotta call
The concept was never doomed from the start. I think the team kind of just didn't know what to do with it. They did try to make it fit as a Monkey Ball game. There are classic levels that are good. There's all the lore. There's Monkey Target and Monkey Fight as mechanics in the game. An open world Monkey Ball game has potential. It's fun to control the monkey. It's fun to mess with the ramps. Sonic Adventure did the same sort of thing, just did it a lot better. The main issue with Monkey Ball Adventure is something I said earlier. It doesn't feel like it was catered for the players. It's an unfriendly game. I feel like the developers didn't really understand that what they made was confusing or frustrating. I can't help but feel there was some sort of tunnel vision going on, and it's fair. Sometimes if you work on something for so long and you're so passionate about it, I think it's valid to make the mistake of just assuming what you made is good. I feel like there's two things that probably happen with game development. One is that this game didn't get enough product testing, and I'm not saying like no one tested it. I'm sure there was some level of testing, but like, did they really test
test it, you know, like as in show it to casual players. Did they have these players do Jungle Island, or did they have them do Moonhaven? Because I can't imagine any tester would give Moonhaven a pass. But the other thing is, I can't help but feel like this game just needed some more time of development. Maybe a year, but a year that just wasn't there. The Wii was coming out in a few months. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz is to take over as the next Super Monkey Ball title very shortly. And not only was it new generation, but new graphics, new art style. Banana Blitz was sort of a reboot. This game had to come out before then, and I do wonder how much of that internal pressure led to Monkey Ball Adventure coming out the way it did. I think it's kind of sad to think about this game because Super Monkey Ball Adventure really could have only come out in the time that it did. I don't think you could do this game again nowadays. Monkey Ball has to focus on its roots because, well, it's trying to establish itself as a franchise again. It likely can't take such a risk, or the series might just die. At the time Adventure came out, Monkey Ball was on top of the world. Okay, maybe not the top of the world, but it was somewhat relevant. People loved it. It had a reputation of being one of the best, unlike today where it's trying to build that back up again. 54 games tarnish the legacy of this series like this one or Banana Blitz. Despite its faults, I can tell the game developers had fun with it. I can tell they tried. Sometimes though, it's not enough, and it just didn't end up being a good product, but I do appreciate the fact that they did try. There is heart and soul put into this game, which is more than I can say about other bad games I've played, so I do appreciate that.
About 5 years ago, I started my signature series, Shovelware. The purpose of the series was to find some either obscure or outright bad video games to review and express my frustration with. After the pilot episode, which was Wii Play, which was more or less a test episode, I looked at my collection of Wii games to figure out what I should do as my first quote-unquote serious episode. I knew the game Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz on Wii was not a very good one, mostly based on what I had seen from reviews and from what was a very limited experience. I decided to write and focus on this game for my second review. Unfortunately, being 15 years old with limited equipment, the video wasn't very well made, and I feel as if I didn't get my points across. There are lots of statements I made in this video that I outright don't agree with, but at the same time, there are some that I still stand by to this very day. In December 2018, when doing my Season 1 Revisited episode in the same series, I had the opportunity to re-review this game, but unfortunately I had a very stressful fall season. Not only did I spend a lot of my time and energy doing the Doki Doki Literature Club review, which was my biggest episode at the time, in my area there was both a mass shooting and breakout of fires, the later of which caused me to evacuate twice in the same week. As such, my work ethic was impacted and my productivity became scattered. Instead of delaying the video, I unfortunately rushed it out, and it didn't really become more of a review than my second episode. Well, third time's the chance, I guess. When I first heard Banana Blitz was the Monkey Ball game they choose to port to modern consoles, I had rapidly changing opinions, from anger, confusion, to a sense of hopelessness, and, paranoia from wondering if I was fated to review this game or not. I distinctly remember the day it was announced. I mean, I should. It was like half a year ago. After my anger and confusion, I slowly came around to the idea of the game, knowing while that the original game was not very good, they could at least turn it around and make it, well, playable. I followed the release of it up to release day, which was very enjoyable, in part to the game developer's new Super Monkey Ball Twitter, the old one was dead, which showed new levels, costumes, and additions, along with surveys and questionnaires about the future of the series. It was dumb, but I was actually getting hyped for a game I once detested. For the purposes of this review, I'm reviewing this game both as how it did as a remake and how it does as a standalone game, if that makes any sense. I also should point out that I did speedrun this game when it came out, and for the purposes of this review, we'll be ignoring how it plays as a speed game, and we'll be focusing more on how it is as a casual and accessible experience. So, did the game live up to its hype? I mean, how couldn't it at a budget price of $40, right? Well, as I said 5 years ago, let's dig into this turd and see how bad it really is. You can tell I was like 15 when I wrote that quote because it's just so incredibly cringe. Starting up the game, it's obvious that the menu and presentation has received a major upgrade. And I have to say, if there's anything in this game I appreciate, it's this. The game really looks crisp and clean almost everywhere, from the opening menu to the UI of the game itself. I think the color design choice of yellow and black was really cool, and honestly, taking nostalgia out of the picture, this may be the best menu and interface a Monkey Ball game has ever had. Not only that, but this is the first Monkey Ball game to have a distinct theme song written by the Japanese band Banana Fritters. This song, both in a vocal and instrumental form, really gets you pumped up and ready to play the game.
So right off the bat, the presentation of this game just helps it in so many ways. The 2006 menu looked bad at the time and controlled even worse. This, at least on the menu screens, feels like a video game released in 2019, and I didn't expect it from a budget remake of Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Instead of the challenge mode in the classic era, which focused on a beginner, advanced, and expert mode, this game goes for a straight up story mode. The narrative of this game is that a new villain, F in the chat for Dr. Baboon, Captain Krabuchin, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, scatters up the golden banana, and Aya and the gang have to find them scattered across many worlds. That's literally it. It's extremely shallow and kind of unnecessary, so why even have one? I think Super Monkey Ball 2 did the story idea a lot better, with multiple cutscenes and a sense of progression, even if they were very cheesy. Here, it kind of feels like more of an afterthought. Again, not really a big deal since it isn't a big part of the game, but hey, it's content in the game and this is a review, so I'm gonna critique it. Before getting into gameplay, I really do think that having only a story mode really hurts the flow and progression that the classic games introduced. I always felt like the beginner, advanced, and expert setup was not only way more creative, but taught the player to get good at the game, so you really had to become skilled to beat them. With a pure story mode, you also lose concepts like warp goals, which really promoted not only exploration, but encouraged the player to try harder strategies on the levels, and it improved the replayability on future attempts. That being gone is bad enough, but the biggest problem that comes along with a forced story mode is the lack of true multiplayer. With Monkey Ball, many people speedrun the game, coming up with new strategies and skills, which of course is awesome, but I think it means many of us forget how Monkey Ball is perceived in a casual lens. In the eye of a casual audience, Super Monkey Ball is a party game, and not a single player game or a platformer. The original game struck a perfect balance. You can play it single player if you wish, but if you want to host a party where 4 people can kick back and play together, you can. And as someone who played the original games as a kid, this is exactly how it was. I remember sometimes playing the game in my spare time and sometimes bringing it to a friend's house. In Banana Blitz, they killed off the multiplayer, save for the party games, which I'll get into later. But for now, we'll outright say they are nowhere near enough to save the multiplayer aspect of this game. The original version was released with no multiplayer as well, sure, but this could have been easily fixed in a remake, and for cheap as well, considering how easy something like this would have been to code. I'm unsure how this game is doing in terms of sales right now, but with constant price drops and pretty much no word of mouth going around, I can't imagine it's as successful as Sega would have wished. Imagine if this game did have multiplayer. Potentially 4 people per copy could learn about the franchise after potentially not hearing it for years, and end up buying their own, and the chain would go on. In the year 2019 as well, with gameplay being consistently streamed on platforms like Twitch and YouTube, large audiences would have seen many people having fun and potentially want to buy the game for themselves as a party game. It's even worse when you realize that this game is on the Nintendo Switch. Considering the portability aspect, this ends up being such a wasted opportunity. Instead, the streams I've seen of this game are either awkwardly having people pass back and forth a controller or focus purely on the mini games if they wanted to play with people, which, as I've said, is really not enough to carry the game. I don't mean to keep harping on it, but it really is a major problem with the game and did nothing but damage Monkey Ball's chance of being relevant again. Screw it. Since we're already here, let's just talk about the minigames. They're brutal. 5 years ago, this was really the focus of my review, for better or for worse. My biggest problem with them was the quantity and the quality. There were 50 minigames in the original, and they all controlled poorly, didn't make sense in the context of Monkey Ball, and were genuinely unfun to play. For BBHD, they cut out 40 of these minigames, which you may say is a step in the right direction, but I honestly don't think it makes the situation a lot better. Sure, it was nice not to have to play 50 for this review, but if you have a pile of garbage and remove a little bit of it, you're still left with some garbage. And I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I actually think that these games work better with motion controls. You can just tell these games were meant to be played with a Wiimote as a Wii launch title. So why were these even brought over? It's beyond me. Monkey Cursor is the closest one that comes close to being fun, but is plagued by awkward controls that were just shoehorned in to be played with a control stick. I can't stay on the path with them, I just can't. Funny enough, they actually brought back Monkey Snowboarding, which was actually the one game I commended in my shovelware review. Is this a coincidence? Most likely. Do I want to pretend like they actually watched my review and took criticism from it? Maybe. Unfortunately, as I've been saying, it's blatantly obvious that the controls were originally mapped for a Wiimote, as moving is extremely difficult, and therefore I don't even like this game here. Hurdle Race, which I once made fun of for the awkward Wiimote and nunchuck controls, actually probably controlled better with that. Instead, you just press L and R rapidly back and forth, like a cheap Mario Party minigame. Slingshot is virtually unplayable with stick controls. The only minigame that was even brought back from the classic games was Monkey Target, which feels really awkward and is extremely watered down. To tell you the truth, I can't make it to the platform once. I don't know if that's a me issue, but I don't know, it doesn't control well. The minigames just don't fit what a Monkey Ball game should be. Whack-a-mole? Really? Hammer throw? Where's Monkey Bowling and Monkey Race? Take a look back to Monkey Ball 1. There were 6 minigames, and each one genuinely feels like it belongs there. Not only do some rely on the physics and principles of the main game, such as race and bowling, but each one is creatively integrated and crafted around the monkey and the ball concept. These minigames get so far away from the idea that it's almost insulting. I honestly feel like Mario Party minigames have more depth than some of these. Now, this is easier said than done, but what I would have done is remove every minigame period and just remake 3 of the ones from the original game. It was fairly unanimous that the minigames were not great, so why force them into a remake and debatably make them worse? And yes, again, there's less, but it's essentially the same problem as the original, quantity over quality. Everything negative I've talked about so far begs the questions. First, if Sega was looking to port a Monkey Ball game, why did they port Banana Blitz and not a classic game? And second, if they had to port Banana Blitz, why did they not fix most of the issues that plagued the game? Well, at the end of the day, all I can do is offer my opinion combined with a few sources that we do have. From what we know about the game, there was a very limited time and budget for the development. According to an interview with the developer, this was the cheapest and quickest game they could have ported, with the least amount of effort. Now, this we don't know for sure, but rumors of a new Monkey Ball game and a trademark actually arose around the same time of the announcement of Rolled Out, which is a Monkey Ball spiritual successor on PC. Now, do I think the two are related? It's up for debate, we don't have any confirmation, and ultimately I'm unsure. On one hand, the way that most major corporations work, it's hard to imagine them straight up impulse lighting a project. On the other hand, this is Sega, who, aren't the most logical company and never have been, so who knows? I certainly don't. I do presume some people will say we should go easy on a game because of a low budget and rushed release, and as a game reviewer, I understand there is a line or morality in balancing on how other reviewers approach these types of situations. All I can do is offer my stance on it. Even if it seems harsh, this is a completed video game that was sold to me for money that I had to spend. Yes, it was $40 instead of $60, but $40 is much more significant than something like $10 or $20, and teeters on being a full-price game. Even then, I don't think that this game should have been worth $40. There isn't enough content. I never believed that a game's development history or issues should make it okay for its faults. It's a finished product that you can buy in stores that Sega put their name on. They could have delayed it or given it more money or pretty much anything to make it a better product, so no, I don't think we should go easy on it. I will say though, I think there is a fair distinction in this case of the game between the development team and the company who funded and planned the schedule of release, in this case being Sega. I can tell that the development team had passion and drive behind this game, but they really needed the support of Sega. So with this review, I want to emphasize yet again, I don't really think it was the development team's fault that this game is weak. I think if it were up to them, they would have wanted to just make a new Monkey Ball game. But instead, they had to work with what they had, make drastic workarounds, and shoehorn in ideas that didn't even really work in 2006, let alone in 2019. Because this could have been only one of the few chances that Monkey Ball even has left, and I think it was genuinely wasted. As for the main experience, I have lots of mixed feelings about it. To start, the game's controls aren't terrible, but I don't feel like it has the same precision that the classic games have. Turning always feels very sharp to me, but there's nothing I can say is legitimately bad about the pure movement. I think overall I can say there's times where it's actually legitimately fun, but at the same time, and I'll explain this furthermore, it's definitely a different type of fun than the classic era provided for me. One thing that is in this game's favor is the removal of motion controls, which wouldn't have been possible in modern hardware, of course. And this is a huge benefit to the game. It makes it playable. Unfortunately, you can really tell, though, that some levels were meant to be motion controlled, as some levels are stupid easy with a control stick, such as level 9-2, which is really late in the game, but is a joke. And that's just one example. I think it was a waste not to make new levels with this engine, or at least drastically rework some of them. I will note that some rails and stuff are changed overall, but not a lot's different. Back in the wee old ages of 2006, this was the first Super Monkey Ball game to have a jump button. In my original review, I went into the idea of it in a very cold manner, not being very open to it and outright dismissing it. Having a jump button does mean the level design has to change almost entirely from the early games. The original games, of course, were purely controlled with the control stick, as they were ported from an arcade machine. I actually thought the simple control led to more creative game design and made the levels feel more like puzzles that you had to learn to get good at. Banana Blitz introducing a jump button doesn't inherently make it bad, but changes the gameplay in a very different way. It ultimately feels more like a platformer to me than the arcade game I once loved it for. Also gone, which I'm guessing is related to the jump button, is the mini-map, which is one of those things you don't realize how much you need it until it's gone. Falling is very difficult without one. But the thing is, I never gave the jump button a chance back in 2015. I literally maybe played through 2 worlds in my shovelware review and not much more for my revisiting. So you know what? I did this time, knowing that the motion controls I once had tested were gone. And you know what? I still don't like it. Like I said, I always played Monkey Ball for more of an arcade puzzle experience and not a platformer. It feels genuinely wrong to me and turns this game into something so far out there that I just can't enjoy it the same way I did the original games. That's not to say I don't get any enjoyment out of playing this game, because that would be a lie. There are times I am having an okay time, and that's fine, but it just doesn't capture the Monkey Ball experience for me, and that is ultimately my biggest problem with Banana Blitz and Banana Blitz HD. It lacks any type of soul or meaning that the original games had. Again, I'm not saying it's outright a bad game, it's just so different and not what I look for in the series. Banana Blitz was essentially a soft reboot of the franchise. Not only is it almost an entirely different game with different game modes and ideas, they changed their designs. I do have a perspective shift on this, however. I personally don't like them and would really like a return to the older designs, but I can't say with a straight face that this ruins or dampens the experience of the game, because it doesn't. You know, things do have to change and evolve over time. You can't do the same thing forever. Me saying the designs were a problem with the game simply isn't true. I still think they look bad. Aya looks way too happy, and Baby, well, looks ridiculous, and in the minigames looks even more ridiculous. Oh my god, what did they ever do to you? At least we have Tuxedo Baby. I guess while I'm here, I may as well just talk about the characters overall. This is another thing they changed from the classic games. The classic games had every character be even, meaning there was no advantage or disadvantage to who you chose. In this game, every character has different stats. Aya, of course, is well-rounded, Mimi is slightly faster and jumps slightly higher, Baby is pretty light and pretty fast, and actually in only one level can fit into a small groove to get a time advantage. This, as far as I remember, is the only instance in the game where a portion of the level is blocked off unless you use a particular character. I'm ultimately glad they didn't overdo that, but it's just so odd. It's literally flirted with once in the entire game. Gon is a nuisance to the player. He has terrible speed, is very heavy, and his jumps are terrible. There are some levels that are almost unplayable with him, which really has me wonder if they even playtested him. There are 2 new characters, Yan Yan and Doctor. Yan Yan was actually considered in the original game to be the best character due to her jumping ability and decent speed, and she's still pretty good here and pretty fun to play as. Doctor, he has a good top speed, but his jump is way too short. I don't recommend him. Plus, why is he just called Doctor when every other character has like a creative name? It pisses me off. New to the game, though, is a non-monkey character, being none other than Sonic the Hedgehog himself. He's pretty broken. He has an insane top speed and jump, and yeah, I guess he's actually pretty fun to play as, but it does remove some of the challenge. I really don't like his animations, or lack thereof, and it's really lazy. They just straight up stole the model from Sonic Generations, in my opinion. There's not even a jump sound effect from the classic Sonic games, which really does feel like a wasted opportunity. It feels more like a PC mod to me than an actual canon character the developers put in, and obviously this was done as a cash grab because Sonic sells and they really want this game to sell, and it was just lazy. They could have done this a lot better, in my opinion. Why not have some Sonic themed worlds or have some Sonic songs in the game? If you wanted to make this a crossover, you should have gone a little further with it, and I think it's just a lazy cash grab in my opinion. Even if he is fun to play, it doesn't do the game any favors. And even worse, he's really unbalanced and overpowered, so everyone's going to use him if they're speedrunning this. I really don't think having 7 different characters in a game this relatively small was a great idea. For one, if you're focusing on speed, literally every character is irrelevant besides Sonic. As I said, there's not many exclusive things you can do with individual characters. There's occasionally a banana you can jump to with a higher jump, but pretty much everyone's just going to end up playing as Sonic or Yan Yan. So why bother putting in 7 characters? Why bother putting in Gon if he's at a severe disadvantage? I get that this was supposed to be an evolution or a soft reboot, but this is not the way to do it. It's even more silly when you realize that Doctor and Yan Yan really don't have a lot of purpose. In my opinion, if they just spread the stats among 4 original characters instead of having each one be slightly different, it would have been way more efficient. You end up having characters that are pretty similar to each other, such as Ai and Mimi, Doctor and Gon, Yan Yan and Sonic. It's an idea that maybe could have had potential, but really fails to go anywhere, and in my opinion, it's a detriment to the game and its accessibility. Because why play as your favorite character if he or she is bad? Again, focusing on a casual lens, someone who liked to play Gon in the classic games will not enjoy playing as Gon here. Someone who liked to play as Ai will struggle more if they chose Sonic. It's overcomplicated and doesn't really need to be, and shouldn't have even been introduced in the first place. Also new to Banana Blitz, there are boss fights, which I also crapped on in my review. I know lots of people actually like the boss fights, but I really don't think they have a place in Monkey Ball. Again, it gives it more of a generic platformer vibe, not to mention some of these bosses are like straight up broken. World 2 feels like a terrible beta version of what they intended it to be. The camera can't keep up, there are random platforms that are really awkward to get to, and the boss just kinda moves around weirdly in stalls. Not to mention, the bullets are incredibly cruel and sent me flying off the stage multiple times. And I know I'm not the only one who had this experience, because everyone I've talked to about it and watched play it feels the same way. The closest thing we have to a good quote-unquote boss is World 4's, which really feels like more of a level if anything, but even that is pretty broken. It starts off pretty fine, but as you get closer, hitting the bullets that are far away is almost impossible. And again, I'm not trying to focus on speedrun strats for this review, but you pretty much have to do them here and ignore the intended way of hitting the bullets far away. Even then, it can be difficult and not fun to deal with on a first playthrough. World 5's boss is also really frustrating. It seems you can't go anywhere without getting attacked by a barrage of tentacles and whatever these things are. The rest of the bosses range from mediocre to fine, but really boring. It's also important to note that if you die in a boss, the health doesn't stay down, which means if you die 2 minutes in, you're playing those 2 minutes again. I guess I can see why some people may enjoy these if they didn't play the classic games, but I don't know, it slows the game down and feels like padding to me. Speaking of enemies, this game actually has enemies in it, which is very odd, but they aren't traditional enemies in the sense that you can't kill them. I like the idea of some of them, like the birds in World 1, which help make it feel more lively. Hell, I'll say in general the levels just feel more lively and more like an organic world than the classic games ever did. There are enemies, stuff like tree stumps, and good background designs, so I will give credit to the game where it deserves it. Like I said, it feels more organic than computer generated. Some of the enemies though really fail at being enemies, like these terribly programmed things that just run off the stage. Come on, this programming is just like a shovelware level of bad and embarrassing for a major corporation to release. The other enemies you can't kill, but they just kind of hang around and do nothing. They may as well have just been bumpers that move around. Speaking of bumpers, oh man, they really got carried away with these. They're littered almost everywhere, in places they really shouldn't even be. It feels like some intern found the copy and paste tool and just kind of had a blast. There are also these, oh my god, and these freaking boost pads that I hate. Don't use them, just don't. My advice to you if you're playing this casually is just straight up ignore them and jump over every single one. Most of the time they just send you flying and you can't do anything about it, and it often just kills you. You can have them send you flying much less if you carefully approach them, but even then you still get yeeted lots of the time. I don't know if this was intended to be a trap, but even if it was, my god, what a cruel trap. It would have been fine on like one level, but considering they're pretty much everywhere in late game, it feels insane. It almost feels like they were smartly placed, but they messed up the physics on it or something, which, as I've said, really makes me question if these levels were play tested. And one level that backs my claim that these levels probably weren't is level 10.5. 10.5 is one of the hardest levels I have ever seen in a casual video game like this. It's nearly impossible. Doing this level without speedrunning strats, which only marginally help at best, is just brutal. I spent over an hour on this level on my first playthrough. I can't imagine how many kids, or hell, anyone who played this game just couldn't beat this. It's so wonky, and the collision, oh my god, the collision, it just kills it. Considering this level was fairly broken in the Wii version and wasn't fixed here, it really backs my claim that they didn't test some of these levels out. Speaking of the collision, we need to talk about it. It's not great, and I don't mean to talk about the jump button again, but probably wouldn't have been a problem if this game didn't have a jump function, because every time you land, you can go flying in a ton of different directions. Floors genuinely feel weird in some levels. The bridges are terrible to go on, and there's cracks in the floor in World 4 that really should have just been part of the overall design and not actually have physics. It just bumps you up for some reason. Again, things that probably could have been found in playtesting if I found them on my first playthrough. And I need to talk about a massive problem with this game. At least on the Nintendo Switch version, you will drop inputs. It's not often, but it's a problem that really shouldn't exist, especially in Monkey Ball. I've been told it's part of the collision and not the controls, so I'm not going to fault it on the control, but it's still a problem. Even if it's only once out of every 100 jumps, it's still a jump you're dying on. As someone who did spend like 80 hours speedrunning this game, I never felt like the collision was even a bit consistent, making it really difficult to predict what will happen when you land. Some level designs just feel really jank. 7-1 is unnecessarily difficult. There's like a funnel at the end, and getting through, at least with Baby, is really inane. Because of the collision, you will drop a lot of inputs and will often just not make the jump. Granted, weird levels are few and far between, but really makes the game feel awkwardly designed in my opinion. Also with the story mode, I don't think it had the best progression, honestly. I felt like Worlds 1 through 5 were really easy. Then the game's kind of difficult for a bit, and then World 10 is pretty hard, with 10.5 being almost impossible. I think if they're going to do Worlds, they probably should have paid more attention to the progression of the game. Overall though, I feel like once you beat it once, the game is pretty easily casually to play again, besides maybe like 2 levels. I never felt that way about Monkey Ball 1 or 2, for instance, which I still struggle with some levels I've been playing my whole life. It didn't need to be overly difficult, but a little more challenge for replayability would have been nice. One thing I actually think this game did better than the classic games was the bonus levels. They're actually fun. You go around collecting bananas with a counter. They don't repeat. They're not overly complicated like something like Fighters from SMB2. And yeah, they're good. And the bonus theme is awesome. But like anything with this game, there seems to be a problem. You can't access them, or the boss levels for that matter, from the main menu without beating 4 levels for the bonus world or 8 levels for the boss. I can't understand why they did this. It makes practicing them impossible unless you spent extra time to beat the levels. And that's another thing. Practice mode is gone, like straight up removed. So practicing individual levels, something that was a breeze in the original games, is such a pain here. Not to mention, if you practice any odd level and then try going back to the world later, say in a speedrun or just another casual playthrough, the menus will glitch unless you restart the world, which is really infuriating. Also stripped from this game was replays, which, yeah, this should have been here. It is true that modern consoles have replay functions built in, but they don't always work the most reliably. They're difficult to access, and the Switch specifically only saves like 30 seconds as of now, so levels that are up to 120 seconds, or hell, even 60 seconds, you can't fully save. I don't think in-console replays is a solid or even intended workaround for this issue.
That's another thing with this game. Some of the levels are just so long, ignoring some speedrunning skips. But hell, even then, some levels don't have skips. And something like World 5-8 is just brutal to play. You literally just go up a spiral for eternity. I think 60 seconds really was the sweet spot with the classic games. And granted, not all the levels in this game are 120 seconds. I just can't get behind some of these longer levels. Shifting gears to the aesthetics, the skyboxes themselves, I'm pretty mixed on. I actually love some of them, such as World 3, which is like this beautiful and comforting looking snow level. World 8, which is really colorful and vibrant space area, and World 10, which is just, again, beautiful to look at. The rest range from tolerable to really bad, honestly. For example, World 9, it just looks really gross and gives me like a really cheap feel. I do think overall Monkey Ball 1 and 2 did this better, and also I feel like 1 and 2's designs were so much more or less generic. Here we have grass world, forest, snow, desert, swamp, lava, cloud. Yeah, I've seen this before. At least with 1 and 2, they did kind of use some of these, but they had their own feel to them and felt genuinely creative. Music-wise, I heard people are in kind of a bit of a toss-up on it. Now, as someone who didn't play the original that much, I don't remember many, if any, of the original soundtrack, which was actually removed in this remake, save for World 3. But to be honest, I really like the music in this game, like, legitimately. From the theme song, which gets me way too pumped up to play the game, to some awesome tracks such as World 10 and the bonus stage. I really like them and think they actually nailed it in this department. Again, I know that's not the most popular opinion, but I don't have an attachment to the original, so going in with a fresh lens as a new player, that's just how I feel. I will say though, when they use tracks from Monkey Ball 1 and 2, it feels really awkward to me. But these moments aren't too much of the game, so I'm not going to dock the game for that. I'm also not saying that remakes are outright better than the Wii version in terms of music, but for the purpose of the game, I enjoyed them. One thing I really like that they added, and is one that I actually suggested when I heard they were making a remake, is costumes. Now apparently they're ripped straight from Super Monkey Ball 3D, which doesn't bother me too much because I didn't really remember that, and I think they're pretty cool to have. They're a fun unlockable. I do think they should have been unlocked maybe in a store with the bananas you get, but not a big deal. Speaking of bananas, every 20 of them grants you an extra life. The bunches also vary now, usually depending on how hidden the bunch is. The original did bananas as lives as well, but had so much more meaning there, considering you could actually game over. Here you can soft game over, but it really doesn't matter, so what's the point? The game developer's answer to that would be the completion medals you get for not game overing in a world. But they literally do nothing besides giving you bragging rights. And even then, they're kinda broken, because if you beat the game in one sitting, your lives carry over from world to world, meaning you can stop and get every banana in the easier worlds, and hell, in the harder worlds, and just straight up get all the completion medals, assuming you have an easy go-around. It's so weird how they did this. It almost feels like an oversight, but I guess it works. But lives don't save, so just remember that every time you restart, you won't have your lives anymore. But again, there's no real point to any of this besides bragging rights. New to this game is the time attack mode. I put new in air quotations because this is pretty much what the way they shoehorn in a beginner, advanced, and expert. I didn't bring this up earlier because I really don't consider it to be what the past games had, because really what they did was just take the story mode levels and lazily split them between the three. Differences are your time is tracked overall, which is something new admittedly, and you can game over and run out of lives, plus you can't use Sonic, so it does spruce things up a bit, but it does feel a bit shoehorned in. What is cool about it is that there is a leaderboard, which does promote some replayability, so credit where credit is due. You can also do the same thing with minigames, which, okay, if you want to play them single player, go ahead, I guess. There is one problem with these, and that's you can't do them offline. Now, that's obvious, right? You can't connect to a leaderboard if you don't have an internet connection. But the problem is, you'll literally be sitting on this loading screen forever if you don't have a connection without a prompt to exit back to the menu. So I actually had to close out my entire game and reboot it. It's essentially a soft lock, which again could have been easily play tested. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if you started the mode and it said you need to be connected to the internet to save your times, but they literally tell you nothing, so your score essentially goes to waste. So I guess don't try this on a plane ride or anything. I do want to point out that this game did get a PC port, which is actually the first Monkey Ball game on PC. I don't have a way to play PC games, but apparently they did add some stuff to this game, such as a camera mode. They fixed some collision issues and also added cubes and triangles. Huh. My point is, they didn't really patch anything major on consoles, and this review is more focused on the console version, but just know that lots of my points I bring up do apply to the PC version as well. People are also good at modding stuff, which, hey, I know nothing about, but it is cool that they can choose their own music and characters and whatever PC gamers are doing nowadays. I know some people are actually working to make the game more enjoyable, so credit to them for doing so. It is really frustrating, though, that the PC version had updates and more content from Sega than the console versions, but launched for $10 cheaper on Steam. Honestly, this does alienate me a bit, and I recommend you that you don't buy Sega games day one from here on out if they're going to continue this model. So, Super Monkey Ball, Banana Blitz HD. What do I think of it overall? Well, I do understand I did critique it a lot in this review, but I don't hate the game. I think it's probably a 6 out of 10 at best, and maybe a 5 out of 10 at worst. Probably more worth it at clearance price. I can't say this game is outright good. There are just so many problems with it that really hurt my experience with it. I did try with this game to enjoy and give it a chance, I promise, but I ultimately still don't like it very much, and I don't think it was the best choice to port over. Considering most of the game would have had to been scrapped to fix the problems with the Wii version, they should have just made a new game. And I get that this was made on a low budget, as I said earlier, but it didn't have to be. They didn't have to go insane with a new Super Monkey Ball game. Give us some new levels and maybe a few mini games, and I think Monkey Ball fans would have been happy. I also can't imagine that Deluxe would have been that much more expensive to port, which brings us to the real reason that I think Banana Blitz was ported, and that's because it sold the best out of the series. I don't think that Sega truly understands that sales doesn't equal quality. Superman 64 sold so well that the company considered making a PlayStation port, and just think about all the games nowadays that release that suck but sell millions. Within their own company, Sonic 06 was a platinum seller on Xbox 360, and they know that game is unanimously hated. I think Banana Blitz being a Wii launch title gave it an undeserved sale push that is giving Sega these rose-colored glasses, because ultimately, they didn't fix many problems, and even brought some more. The minigames are still terrible, the characters are unbalanced, the level design is wonky, and now there's jank physics, broken menus, and even more unbalanced characters with the addition of Sonic. Granted, there are some good things with the game, such as being able to play it without motion controls, an updated menu, and polished graphics, but at its core, it's still Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, and not much has changed overall. You can only do so much to fix something that's just broken. And like I said, I don't think it was the devs team's fault because they do show a sense of passion and excitement for this franchise, but we're very limited. I think it is Sega's fault ultimately for half-assing the idea of giving the series a legitimate chance. So listen, I don't know the future of Super Monkey Ball. There's talks of a new game according to the Twitter, but I'm not getting too cozy because this game most likely underperformed. There are spiritual successors coming out such as Rolled Out and Paper Ball. Rolled Out could be the future of Monkey Ball with a level creator and all, but it not being on Switch will hurt accessibility in the casual audience, so it's tough to say. According to interviews, the dev team is well aware that fans prefer the older Monkey Ball. And hey, it's nice to be acknowledged. I think I would have been happy hearing that 5 years ago as well. And I want nothing but the best for this series. I may have critiqued it to a T in this video, but it's out of love. It's not out of hate or disdain like my shovelware video may have come off as. And I hope if they continue, or are in a position to continue, that maybe we'll get a return to form. And if this was the stepping stone to get there, well, it was worth it. Anyways, this has been JeffCompass, and yeah, if you like this video, make sure to check out the EE podcast to hear me talk about Monkey Ball with a group of community members. Follow me on Twitch to watch me live stream, because I do speedruns, and occasionally I'll do some Monkey Ball. And yeah, all my links are in the description. Peace out, and yeah, thanks for watching. This is a long video. The year was 2019. Well, actually the year was 2001 when things really began, but we're going to skip ahead 18 or so years because we don't have time for all that. Okay, anyways, the year was 2019. It had been 7 years since the Super Monkey Ball series had gotten any new game. Okay, 5 years if you count the dumb mobile game. Shut up, you're missing the frickin' point. Fan games such as Rolled Out and Paper Ball began their development, and the fans of the series were hungry for something new. Suddenly, new trademarks began popping up. Was it time for a new game, or would it be an HD remake? The answer to the latter was yes.
For Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
This game was kind of baffling for Sega to port, but I said to myself, and I think many others did, if this leads to a better future for the franchise, I'm going to support it. As such, I bought the game at launch. There had never been a series where I bought a game I didn't want to play purely to support the game developers. But classic Super Monkey Ball is one of the best game franchises of all time in my eyes, and I wanted to see it succeed and return to its glory. During this time, the Super Monkey Ball Twitter had been trying to gauge interest on what the next step for the series should be. They released a Twitter poll asking what fans would like to see. Just a side note, they put adventure on here, which is pretty funny. I kind of wish someone made a bot that upvoted this a million times, because could you imagine an adventure remake? The Twitter poll was ultimately pretty split in the end, with about half of fans wanting to see a new game, but the other half wanted a remake of Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2. I personally voted for Monkey Ball 1 and 2 remakes. At the time of this poll, I really didn't trust Sega to make a new Monkey Ball game, considering, with the exception of Banana Splits, a game no one played because it was on the PlayStation Vita, there hadn't been a good Monkey Ball game since Deluxe, 2005, George frickin' W. Bush was the president. I thought remakes of 1 and 2 would be the only way we could get back to the golden era of the franchise, and I wanted the game developers to revisit this themselves before trying to push the series further. And finally, they listened. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania was released on October 1st, 2021 digitally, and October 5th, 2021 physically. This game is a remake of Super Monkey Ball 1, Super Monkey Ball 2, and Super Monkey Ball Deluxe. I guess ultimately this is just a remake of Deluxe, but whatever. The development of this game is kind of foggy to the general fan base. The narrator of Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 told YouTuber Nick Robinson there was a new game coming along the way that would be similar to the old games, codenamed Monkey Ball Retro. Well, the narrator didn't end up being involved in Banana Mania at all, so it could have just been a shot in the dark, but a new Monkey Ball game did end up happening anyways, so it might have been a coincidence, maybe he was involved at some point, who knows. Either way, development was said to start in March of 2020, and the developers worked on this project remotely as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Before we get into things, I do want to be transparent and say that Sega did send me an early access code of the game, which I want to say thank you so much. I seriously didn't expect this as a small content creator, was told by the community manager because of my content they would be more than happy to send me one. As someone who puts countless hours, passion, and soul into every one of my videos, this made me so happy. So I want to say thank you, Sega, from the bottom of my heart for this gift. It really did make me happy. I also want to say that if you haven't seen my prior reviews of the series, it's a good idea to check those out before we get into it, since they provide a good foundation and understanding of what Monkey Ball 1 and Monkey Ball 2 seriously were as games before we go in depth into a review of a remake.
Sega is remaking some beloved games here. It's really risky to make a game like this because you run the risk of just upsetting millions of fans who held these games near and dear to their hearts. They are on a tightrope holding a puppy over a fountain of sharks with this game. Did they survive the walk?
The best thing that I think Banana Blitz HD did was take the Wii game that had a pretty bad presentation and gave it a very nice, fresh coat of paint. Menus and UI had a clean, sharp, yellow and black modern approach, along with a new theme song that had vocals to tie everything together. This worked well, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Oh God, please don't fix it. That's how we get games like Amiibo Festival. So yeah, Banana Mania has the same yellow and black aesthetic and modern feel, which reinvented the series back in 2019, and it works great yet again. There's some nice touches here too. When you pause, for instance, you see your character you're currently using on the left side of the screen. If you enter a special code on the menu as well, you can get an extended version of the theme song. How cool is that? One of the big things Sega promoted about Banana Mania is that it has a nutty character roster. It's kind of interesting to think that Monkey Ball 1 had 4 characters, but Banana Mania has over 20 playable characters if you include character skins. Of course, there are the 4 monkeys from the classic games, but Yan Yan and Doctor from Banana Blitz also return, and all 6 of them received classic costumes for a pack for $5. I think this DLC pack was a great idea personally, and a really good deal. $5 for 6 costumes is a steal in my book, and I am so glad that they included the classic characters as someone who has always preferred the original designs for many reasons. Giving Yan Yan and Doctor classic costumes was also a good idea. They didn't have to do this, and they did a really good job. They looked like characters who would have fit right in with the classic games. I am so appreciative that Sega did this. While classic character skins might be a small thing for some people, this is something that instantly makes this game so much better to me. I feel as a Sega fan heard because the new designs range from bad to okay, but weren't even close to the original feel and aesthetics that made the series as good as it was. On top of the 6 monkeys from Banana Blitz, there's Jam, who is from Monkey Ball Step and Roll, and also Jet from Monkey Ball 3D. Their character models kind of look jagged and didn't get updated that much, and personally I have zero attachment to these characters, but it's great fan service that they added them for the fans that did. The classic skins aren't the only DLC in the game. There's also a $5 costume pack which gives you 3 classic console skins. This is really cute, honestly, and a great throwback to Sega's history. You can play as the Dreamcast, the Sega Saturn, and the Sega Game Gear.
Have you ever played as the Game Gear? No, I don't mean played on the Game Gear. I mean, have you ever played as the Game Gear, a character itself in a video game? This game is so awesome.
On top of these, Sega also added some characters from their other franchises to play here. Sonic returns from Banana Blitz HD, and I'm pretty sure it's the same model from that game, which was the same model from Sonic Generations, and yeah, also Tails is here. So now you can see your miles per hour playing as Miles per hour. Well, I guess this is kilometers, so my joke is dead. Thanks, Sega. I kind of don't like playing as Sonic because it reminds me too much of Banana Blitz HD, but maybe that's selfish of me, and that's kind of a nitpick, honestly. You can also play as Jet from Jet Set Radio and the main character from Yakuza, except Professor Oak took his shrink ray out and made him minuscule. It's kind of weird to see him as a Monkey Ball character because of this, but it works. The other Sega characters also have the benefit of having the in-game collectible, normally bananas, turn something custom to their franchise, like rings for Sonic. However, one disappointing thing about these characters is that they have no voice clips when they cross a goal or enter a stage, so they almost feel a bit lifeless and like mods. But guys, this is the best 3D Sonic game we've had in a decade. Isn't this joke still funny? Okay, that joke might be getting old, but it's still not wrong, so yeah, that's awkward. On top of the $5 packs for classic characters and classic consoles, there are also 3 additional characters you can purchase, each for $5 a piece, being Hello Kitty, Morgana from Persona, and a Suezo from Monster Rancher. What game is this? I've never heard of this. While I'm more than happy to pay $5 packs for multiple characters or skins, I think $5 for a single character is unnecessarily pricey and something I find to be fairly upsetting for the series. To compare games a bit, a character for Super Smash Bros. Is $6 but think about all the things you get with that character. You get a new stage, you get new songs, you get to play with an entirely different moveset with unique attributes. There are the taunts, there are extra spirits that are put into the game, there's a new classic mode level, and the list goes on. But think for a second what you really get for $5 in Banana Mania. Besides the skin of a character, you get nothing. No new levels, no new songs, no anything. It's just a simple model. I find this to be disappointing since these DLC characters feel extremely greedy as a result. If you could purchase 3 characters for $5, I think that feels a bit better, or if these characters were priced for $1 each.
On the other hand, since these characters don't add anything to the actual game, you don't miss out on much by not buying them. It's not all doom and gloom though, but yeah, I think it's pretty unfortunate that this DLC type of practice has infected even the most innocent of games like Super Monkey Ball.
There's also a $5 DLC pack which gives you the original version of the songs from the classic Monkey Ball games, just in case you didn't want to listen to the new soundtrack, which we'll get to in a bit. All this talk of DLC does sound pretty overwhelming, but it's not the end of the world. Let's sit back and really analyze this for a second. The base price for this game is $40. If you add $5 for the classic characters and $5 for the classic music, this game is a smooth $50, a really good deal. I mean, most new games come out for $60 or even $70 on newer consoles, and honestly, if this game came out at $60, I wouldn't have blinked an eye. It genuinely has a great amount of content and production, so really we can sit here and yell at Sega all day, but what are we complaining about? I think most of the DLC is fair, and if you don't want any of it, you have the option to spend only $40. And with these additional garnishes, it's $50, still $10 or $20 less than many new games. It's only when you start paying $5 for a single skin That's where I have issues with the price. But again, considering these characters don't add anything, not buying them, it's your choice, and the game remains the same overall, so I can live with this. Even better regarding the price, the physical version of the game comes with an art book manual, which is a really interesting read and a good deal to boot. There are detailed evolution trees of each character. It's a charming read, and as a whole, I want to take a moment and appreciate Sega because they unified the series. From the day Monkey Ball Banana Mania was revealed, they took a moment to acknowledge that there were indeed Super Monkey Ball games that gave the series its legacy and the success it had. It almost felt like Banana Blitz and onwards, in a sense, decided to just reboot the series and say screw the past. It got rid of all the original character designs, it changed the gameplay around. It was almost like an entirely different series. Banana Mania, on the other hand, celebrates what Super Monkey Ball was and hopefully will be in the future. The trailer had games like Monkey Ball 1, Monkey Ball 2, and even had games like Adventure. It had games like Touch and Roll. Okay, they didn't show the N-Gage version, which was a huge deal, but still, in a sense, it's like visiting an old home you haven't been to in years. Coupled with that, the release of Banana Mania corresponded with a complete overhaul of how they communicated and interacted with the fans of the Super Monkey Ball community. This was something that did start with BBHD, and again, was improved upon during the build-up to this game. There were videos genuinely promoting this game. There were retrospectives of individual games. There were cute videos with AI teaching you how to cook, sneak peeks, character reveals, and in general, a close-knit and wholesome community. I debated cutting this section out of my review, since, this doesn't have that much to do with the actual game itself, but you clicked on a JeffCompass video, you know I'm gonna ramble, and in general, all of this contributed to the feel and general vibe, excitement, and experience of the game, so I think it's really important, personally. Super Monkey Ball as a series feels appreciated and cared about again, and it's really funny almost when you look at Sonic, a series that sells way more, and even had an anniversary this year, but was totally shrugged to the side and given almost no appreciation in comparison. One of the most important parts of an HD remake is how it looks and how it sounds. It's crazy to think that Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 were nearly 20 years ago, because these games look so beautiful to this very day. I always maintained that Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 were some of the best looking games of their time, and I still maintain that you can almost get away with those graphics in this day and age. So Banana Mania was kind of in a weird spot. How do you push forward the graphics from these games when they already looked so damn solid? And overall, they actually did a pretty good job. The character models, besides a few, are clean and look great with the new lighting. The backgrounds are dazzling, and the colors that paint these worlds are ever so vibrant. SMB2, for instance, looked amazing, but definitely always looked a bit undersaturated. However, I think mainly the SMB1 games benefit more from the overhaul, since that game released earlier than 2 and also had no progressive scan, but the SMB2 backgrounds are still a sight of beauty. Some backgrounds are less detailed than the older games. The volcano environment, for instance, kind of looks more like it did in Banana Blitz and less like it did in 2. The inside of the whale environment as well feels a bit less detailed. SMB1's master stages feel like the biggest downgrade to me. It wasn't that detailed to begin with, but the current background really reminds me of Banana Blitz HD more than the original. I think the backgrounds that are simplified are an attempt to keep somewhat of the style from Banana Blitz and onwards, when Monkey Ball stepped away from the good graphics and detailed environments. Not all the backgrounds are dumbed down though. Jungle Island, for instance, from both 1 and 2 are insanely detailed, and worlds like Clock Tower have never looked better, the latter being replicated almost for one. As for the music, they took a pretty ambitious approach to this soundtrack. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda just expected them to remix everything, but instead they remixed maybe half of the songs, and for the other half, gave them entirely new music. As a monkey boomer, you'd think I'd be opposed to this style, but I'm actually not. The new songs are quite good. There's a few I'm not big on, but more often than not, it's less because I think a song is bad, and more often because I think it maybe doesn't fit so well. Clock Tower in particular is a great example of that. If this played in the carnival world, for instance, I think it'd work, but this song in particular does not capture the original stage's feel at all. Some of these new songs are really good though.
Ready? Go!
I think it says something that while I love the classic songs and have literally the option to listen to them with the DLC, I more often than not choose to listen to the new soundtrack. And when I do want the old songs, they're there. I can listen to them at any point. Since the soundtrack does have a few songs that are I wish they did give you the option to make a playlist of sorts without having to change the music in the options so frequently, but this is less of an actual complaint and more of a constructive idea for maybe future entries. And as alluded to earlier, Banana Mania comes with a theme song, and this is one of the most catchy theme songs I've heard in a video game and continues the trend recently where games have theme songs with vocals. Continuing with the audio, not only are the songs themselves redone, but just about everything else is as well, barring a few sound effects from the mini-games. Each monkey has, to my knowledge, new voice clips, and I think they're more charming than ever. Each monkey's given a pristine personality and are always entertaining to listen to, even if you hear the voice clips quite repeatedly. Their narrator from the classic Monkey Ball games is replaced as well, and I think the new voice actors sound really good. They make the old narrators sound kind of like an amateur and are refreshing to listen to. The mini-game narrator sounds really nasally, but you know what? It's fresh and nice to hear updated regardless. The rolling sound effect, though, is a bit weird. It doesn't ever correlate when you're actually rolling in comparison to the old games and feels more synthetic. There are a ton of game modes in Banana Mania. Bear with me, we're going to be talking about these for a little bit of this video. Firstly, story mode from Super Monkey Ball 2 makes a return. Notice how I said from Super Monkey Ball 2 and not Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, because the 100 stages in story mode are the exact 100 from Super Monkey Ball 2. Deluxe's story mode had you play 100 as well, but for each world you got to pick 10 out of the 20 levels. I'm a little curious why they didn't just repeat this system. I personally think SMB2's story mode and SMB Deluxe's by extension was really short. Since there are 300 levels to choose from, I personally think it would have been nice for the flow of story mode if you had to play 150 or so. Even if they kept the 100 stages concept and just filtered out some SMB2 stages in favor for some of the Monkey Ball 1 and Deluxe stages, it would have been a nice breath of fresh air instead of a straight up story mode port from 2. Story mode in Banana Mania is a completely different beast than Monkey Ball 2's in structure as well. For one, you don't get to pick stages in any order you want anymore. You play them all in a linear order. While this isn't a big deal for me personally, since I feel I'm okay at this game to get through any level Banana Mania presents, thinking from a casual lens, I struggle to see this as anything but a downgrade. I personally loved the choice as a kid to take a break from a frustrating level, clear my mind a bit, and make progress towards something else. As such, the freedom story mode used to provide is pretty dead. What also takes a backseat in story mode is, well, the story itself. Instead of the cutscenes from Super Monkey Ball 2 and Deluxe that showed Ai and the gang's adventure to take down the villain, Dr. Bad Boon, what you get here is an extremely stripped down version of that. There are some comic book type panels that barely represent what the actual story was supposed to be, as the monkeys sit around and watch on TV and then they dance, and I don't know, it's an afterthought, surely, but I genuinely don't mind these current cutscenes if I'm being honest. I didn't expect them to straight up transfer the cutscenes from Monkey Ball 2. They wouldn't fit in, for one, with the current graphics, and I think the idea of overhauling the entire thing with new CGI cutscenes just would have been too costly. Not to mention, they'd have to rewrite the plot a bit to include Yan Yan and Doctor, and I think it would have just been more trouble than it would be worth. Let's take a step back here. Let's remove the nostalgia goggles. Yeah, SMB2's story was cheesy. It was charming though, but it doesn't need to be in the game. It wasn't some cinematic masterpiece or anything.
You, Jeff.
Don't get me wrong, the new story is a downgrade, but I can survive with this. But it does beg the question, why does story mode even exist? On second go-arounds of story mode, you don't even get to see the cutscenes again. Again, quite different from Monkey Ball 2, which treated it like its own separate game, letting you enter a name with a file and all the garnishes on top. The benefit to this, at least, is you can at least replay stages without too much difficulty, but my point is that this really didn't need to exist in the form they presented it in. Quick detour here, but it's to build up for a point, I swear. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania removed the life system seen from the classic games. This is a very mixed bag to me. On one hand, yes, lives are and have been nearly irrelevant in video games for years now. Super Mario Odyssey didn't have them, for instance, and I do get that in a modern video game, lives are considered to be a hindrance to a standard new player. But let's take a step back though and remember just how Super Monkey Ball 2 was structured. There was the challenge mode, which kept lives and continues, which encouraged the player to play safely and carefully. You want to pick up bananas and by extension just try to get good at the game. But if you didn't want to worry about lives, there was always the story mode where you could be as risky and as crazy as you wanted to. Go nuts or go bananas, haha. There's really no punishment for failure here. Now, there's no punishment for failure anyways, so why does there need to be a story mode? Considering there are only 10 exclusive stages to story mode, I think story mode could have just been cut if they wanted to add these to expert or something. By the same token, it's not an offensive inclusion, since at the end of the day, it's just a different way to play this game, and this game is fun, but the line between what constitutes story mode and challenge mode now is very blurry. What is an improvement to the story mode is now you can use any character, even ones that aren't in the story. This is a great quality of life improvement. It always felt so arbitrary before to have to play as Ai.
So, canonically, Hello Kitty has defeated Dr. Badboon. The pandemic is making us all go insane.
The rest of the stages from 1 and 2 are split up how you'd expect, more or less similar to the old days. Monkey Ball 1 and 2 both have separate casual, normal, and expert modes, which are parallel to beginner, advanced, and expert. Why did they change the names? I don't know, but it's fine. Complaining about that would ultimately just be a nitpick. There's also a marathon mode for Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 separately, which is actually pretty awesome, and an improvement over the originals in a sense, since being able to play all of them in one giant playthrough is really satisfying. The Deluxe stages are in the game, but they are listed in a special mode instead of something within the same menus as Monkey Ball 1 and 2. Someone at Sega really hated Monkey Ball Deluxe. It's not a big deal, but it's really weird they decided to shove the Deluxe stages into a corner like that when this was advertised as a Deluxe remake. To make matters worse, the Ultimate mode from Deluxe, which let you play every stage in a row, is unfortunately gone here. I personally love the idea of playing 300 stages in one giant marathon, but I am a degen after all. I'll still do it, I just have to choose them separately now, and also by doing that, the flow of every beginner, advanced, and so on gets disrupted. Since there are no lives or continues anymore, the extra stages that were earned from the old games by beating the mode without using continue are now earned by not skipping any stages from the menu. And yeah, that's an actual feature now. Let's talk about this. Monkey Ball 1 and 2, they were really difficult games. Banana Mania is interesting in the sense that some aspects have been made really easy. They really went to town with options for such. For one, there's the already mentioned menu option that lets you skip any level you want. Nice. This is literally the beat a game shtick from the Angry Video Game Nerd show.
You just push the button and the game's beat.
And you can unlock a jump button now with your bananas to play these stages with the jump button from Banana Blitz. The jump button is kind of fun if you just want to break the game, but I'm personally not a fan of any of it, or really any of the modes that make this easier. I think it's mainly a preference thing. I totally understand that newer players will probably have a better time if they are able to skip ahead of stages that are difficult, and I do understand at the core of this game they just want it to be accessible, but I do wish it was less in your face. For instance, after 5 deaths, the game asks you if you want to just skip the stage. 5 single deaths. You're gonna die 5 times on some stages, so this bothers me for 2 reasons. One, as far as I know, you can't turn this off, so it becomes kind of annoying after a while. The other point of interest is, and I feel like this is rather a gray area and discussion-based topic rather than an objective complaint, is that people are going to end up playing this game in a completely different way than the originals. Again, this isn't necessarily a bad thing depending on how you look at it, but it does kind of suck for there to be a remake of these games only for the entire approach one would attack them in to be completely different. Another issue I find with this is that there's remnants of the life system still in the game that go unaffected. For instance, all the bonus stages from Monkey Ball 1, 2, and Deluxe return, but why is there literally any incentive to play them? And from there, why bother get any bananas in the main mode? There's a store in game, which we'll talk about later, but after only a few playthroughs, you already have enough for pretty much everything, meaning that the bananas really have no long-term longevity on anything within the game. I'm not trying to be mean to this game because I do love Banana Mania, and this game does so much right, But to me, this specific aspect is a huge downfall. It's not that the game is easy per se, it's just less gratifying to get good at. On the other hand, if this seriously does make people happy and encourages people to play the game more, then fine, it's a change I can live with. But I have seen other reviewers and newer players say that it hurt their enjoyment and replayability aspect regarding this game. A change that I can't live with though is that the multiplayer from the main mode is gone. The multiplayer in Super Monkey Ball 1, 2, and Deluxe was superb and something that contributed to its everlasting legacy as a Nintendo GameCube title. It was perfect for parties or just hanging out with friends or even playing with your family. Each player gets their own experience in running the game during this, and you take turns each level or death. It's the perfect way to merge casual players and experienced players together. If you're a casual, you can take a sip of your beer or just send a text. If you're more serious, you can teach your friends how to improve. And in general, this was such a fun competition. I remember me and one of my friends spent maybe close to 100 hours doing the local multiplayer in 1, 2, and Deluxe. In Banana Mania, they just said, screw all of that, local co-op is dead, and it didn't need to be like that. It was allegedly planned at one point. On the website, there was literally a reference to beating Jungle Island in local co-op. So what happened here? I have a few theories. One, this was planned originally and was scrapped to meet deadlines. Two, whoever wrote that on the website severely messed up and probably got fired from Sega for misspreading information. Three, this will be added eventually as an update or DLC. And four, my personal favorite, who the knows? Whatever the case is, this is insanely disappointing. You can't even play with your friends online. The minigames do have multiplayer, but right now I'm speaking purely on the main mode. So Sega, if you're watching this video, this unhealthily and stupidly long review, and managed to hear this one sentence, please patch this in. I don't think it's too late or would be too hard to implement, and I really do think this would make this game closer to the perfect Monkey Ball game. As is though, people who want to play this with their friends are just going to boot up the old games, and it's very confusing to me why they omitted this feature. There are still other forms of multiplayer, but they're more indirect. You can connect to the internet now and compete on online leaderboards. These are console specific as far as I'm aware, and what it does is it times only the in-game gameplay rather than any of the loads or time between deaths. This is a really nice way to encourage replayability, and a mode that will be built to last in regards to the longevity of this game. There's even a mode where you can play against a ghost of another player, which is a really cool idea and quite innovative for this game's online meta. From here, you'd be able to learn strats, compare your movement to others, to see perhaps exactly where you're losing time to someone else. This is a great way to encourage improvement and competition. Each story mode, world, and challenge mode option has an option to do so, but the special modes we're going to take a look at in a bit don't. This is mildly disappointing, but nothing that ruins the mode. Along with the previously mentioned main modes, you can now buy with your bananas additional challenge modes. Let's go over these one by one. The first we're looking at is reverse stage mode. As the title suggests, it's just normal stages, but in reverse. Ooh. Not to start this off with a negative note, but I think this mode is a little bit of a waste. There's only 10 stages chosen here for one, and I think these modes in general suffer a bit from being really short. Almost in a sense, it feels like when the mode is just getting started, it ends. I think some of these stages are pretty interesting to play in reversed. Free throw in particular is something that gave me quite a laugh, since at first you might think you can just go up to the goal, but there's a tiny bump you just can't get over, and therefore you need to launch yourself up in the air only to get back down a tiny bit above. Some stages, I argue, do feel like a missed opportunity and wasted slot. Clover is a perfect example of this. This is the exact same stage when you really think about it, since the stage is symmetrical, and there's multiple parts where this happens. I think what would have been inherently more interesting is if they decided to bring over some stages that would be more unique and challenging. Like, what if they brought over Exam C and you had to work your way backwards from that environment? What about something like Construction? They might have needed to make slight adjustment to these stages as a result to make them playable, but they would have felt more tailored to the mode ultimately. I feel like reverse mode never really challenges the player too much. Don't get me wrong, there's a few good stages in here, but I think the picks were just a bit uninteresting. And again, 10 stages is kind of a buzzkill. There's a dark banana mode, which I think is the best bonus challenge mode in the game. The challenge here is that there are bananas littered throughout these stages, and if you touch one, your monkey dies. What makes them dark bananas? Are they poisoned? I'm pretty sure the hitboxes are bigger here. Don't think that's getting past me, Sega. I noticed, or I'm just bad. The stages here are really well picked, and each one feels like a unique puzzle you need to solve. If you think this game is easy, then you're gonna feel like a damn clown finishing this mode, because Dark Banana mode is literally one of the most difficult things in the entire series. In a sense, I really enjoy these levels because they feel more catered to the idea that you can try a million times rather than be based around lives, something the original stages still feel like they cling to a bit design-wise. Twin Basin is one of the hardest levels I've had the honor to play in a Monkey Ball game, and I love it. And the others are pretty fun as well. I love this mode. I, again, just wish there was more of it. This deserved to be more fleshed out than it was. Golden Banana mode is a little bit of a mixed bag. All this mode is another 10 stages littered with bananas, and you have to get each of them in each level. There are lots of main stages here, mostly from Deluxe, since that's when the development team had a serious love for making these stupidly giant stages. I like that they found another use for these stages, because often in Deluxe, these would go unexplored for the most part and pointless to traverse after you knew what to do, so in a sense, it breathes a lot of new life to these stages. There's also the very difficult challenge aspect returning again. Strata, for instance, really requires you to be good and precise at landing and your exact control after such. Mad Rings, though, is BS and feels challenging in a bad way, since there's not a good way to beat this consistently without getting lucky. I think this mode is okay. It's a bit monotonous, yeah, but it's still a fun little mode to breeze through. I personally like it, but I do understand if someone had the opinion that they don't. Something interesting to note about this mode is by playing it, you unlock a skin of Golden Eye, which is a nice little reward. I kind of wish other modes had something like this. The next mode is really interesting. Throughout the main modes, they nerfed or changed a lot of the stages considered to be the hardest in the original games. As such, they ended up making an original stage mode as a result, which has 23 stages that are closer in design and concept to the stages from the earlier games. These aren't exact replicas, which is a bit confusing. Catwalk, for instance, which was a fairly easy stage in Deluxe, becomes a stage that a casual player might spend hours on. In Deluxe, there was like a little cup that set you on the track, something that isn't in the OG stage mode, despite it being, well, OG. Air hockey is a different cycle than Monkey Ball 2, meaning that you can't do the strats from that game. While this does put a breath of fresh air into the game for a more seasoned player, it feels a bit more like a harder version of the Banana Mania stages rather than anything that comes close to the originals. I hope that makes sense, because it does sound kind of weird saying that out loud. Regardless though, I really like this mode exists, and it's quite the challenge. Again, if you think this game is easy, you're gonna feel pretty dumb playing this mode, which will seriously test you. Some stages though, I have no idea what they changed. Chaos from Monkey Ball Deluxe is in this mode, but no one to my knowledge has found any difference. Maybe they just wanted to make you play the stage twice for some reason, or I guess 3 times. The only other main mode is a practice mode. You can only practice Monkey Ball 1, 2, and story mode levels. Levels from the special modes are not practicable, which is kind of lame, but you can still choose them individually upon beating them once. The practice modes are really effective. They have a great quality of life option of letting you instantly retry a stage by pressing the Y button instead of having a menu like in the older games, which is really convenient and makes practicing more efficient than it ever was. I am glad this was here, since I always got annoyed that this wasn't an option to practice in Banana Blitz HD. Thankfully, replays are back in this version as well, so I'm really glad in general they were accounting for the old features of the classic games, even if replays are less exciting than they were back in 2001. While most stages are pretty intact to how they originally played, there's a handful of stages that are pretty much brand new. Any stage with an AV logo on it, which was Amusement Vision, has been completely removed. I kind of feel a bit saddened by this. Would it have been that big of a deal to put them in the game still? I understand legalities and blah blah blah, but it's a dead company that was a subsidiary of Sega. It's something I'm just a little bit sad to see gone. In terms of how the game plays itself, I unfortunately think the controls and physics have worsened quite a bit. Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 stages seriously benefited from the GameCube controller. As I said in a prior review, the GameCube control was to Super Monkey Ball what the Wiimote is to Skyward Sword. There's a certain level of sensitivity, precision, and depth the control stick added that simply made this game on a completely higher level than anything else around its time. Surgeons used to play Super Monkey Ball 2 to warm up for their job.
Okay, I'm sorry, but can you imagine being a freaking patient in a hospital waiting to get surgery? You lie down, you're like, hey, I'm getting heart surgery, and your doctor looks at you straight in the eyes and says, hey, you're gonna be just fine. I played some Super Monkey Ball 2 earlier. Like, holy crap, I don't know if I would freak out. I would maybe say, hey, what's your favorite stage? Do you like sliced cheese? I hate sliced cheese. But you know what? The OG Super Monkey Balls were precise enough where I might feel safe. But if my surgeon said to me he played Banana Mania before it, I would just...
So yeah, the controls just aren't as precise and aren't as rewarding. Moving with precise increments is unfortunately a thing of the past with Banana Mania. Having to balance on a tight path is ultimately your worst nightmare in this game. I think this is because the game's coding or whatever lacks the diagonal inputs, and while you can technically work around this on the Steam version, screw the Steam version, I'm playing this on console so I can't fix it. I'm sad. Not only does this make micro adjustments nearly impossible, it has you approach a few stages entirely differently. The first time around playing Banana Mania, I died many times on both seesaw bridges and warp. These are pretty easy stages in the original. I think the trick is you need to hold a 90-degree angle to make these stages workable, which isn't unmanageable, but is certainly a learning curve. In fact, I think this is what makes Swing Bar Long in Dark Banana mode so difficult. You can't just move forward and convert it to a diagonal rhythm. You need to buffer a horizontal input from an earlier position to make sure you don't slide off. There are some major improvements to the way you play Monkey Ball, however. The biggest one, and something I think was probably wanted from day one of this entire series, is that you can now turn the camera, something I think adds so much to this game. In the settings, you can also adjust this camera sensitivity, which is great and something I found myself doing depending on the level I was in, making it feel like a dynamic setting and option that you have in your arsenal. I doubt it was intended that way, but I'm treating it like one. There are so many options here. You can even use motion controls if you want to. Why would you want to? I don't know. But everyone, whether you're a Banana Blitz player or player from the old days, you're accounted for here. I would recommend you play this on a controller with notches though, if possible. While the GameCube controller might not technically provide a ton of benefit in terms of its sensitivity since the game wasn't designed for it, the comfort of having a consistent notch is still a big bonus, and controllers like the Joy-Cons just aren't tailored for this. There are always going to be people who speak doom and gloom and say the controls are a huge problem and ruin the game. And while I think the controls are indeed a problem, it's nothing to me that makes this game a bad experience. I think it's important to remember we played the classic games a million times, and we had to get used to those levels back in the day as well. You will get used to these controls with enough time and practice, and I feel like none of these levels are outright unbeatable. Some will monkey murder you though, over and over again. The stages that launch you in the air specifically are pretty stupid. They made it so each launch in the air is randomized. Yeah, that's right, RNG and Super Monkey Ball. It's the same kind of thing with launchers. Sometimes you get flung so high up in the air that you literally die because they decided to put a death plane in the air for some reason. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know the reason. They oddly enough didn't patch the dizzy system glitch from Monkey Ball 2, so now instead of being stuck in the sky for 60 seconds, you just die immediately. Well, I guess that's a way to solve that issue, or you could have just patched it out, I don't know. Well, when you're not getting flung so high up in the air that you die in launchers, sometimes you get like halfway up the pillar, or sometimes just get the worst angle possible and bounce off the side of it. These levels become way more frustrating than necessary as a result, and I think that's my biggest gripe with this game. Super Monkey Ball 2 was fairly consistent. If you hit something at a particular angle, you'd usually have an idea of how your monkey would react to it, but here, each bounce off of something is a moment of sheer fear and terror. No two bounces and inputs are the same, and this isn't a huge deal casually, but does feel like a leftover of Banana Blitz HD's engine. In that game, sometimes you'd get really random bounces, and there'd be little cracks in the ground that look like textures but just propel you out of nowhere. This is less so in Banana Mania, but still happens once in a while, and boy are those frustrating deaths. I specifically dislike levels that turn. Edge Master from Super Monkey Ball 1's Master is really frustrating because it's very difficult to adjust to what the stage pushes on you with this control scheme. Ultimately though, I think the engine is good enough. It gets the job done. Don't get me wrong, it's worse than 1 and 2's for sure, but it doesn't ruin the game. It's not like the original games were perfect either. Let's not fool ourselves here. Throughout the game, there's definitely some quality of life improvements to the stages. The stage cylinders, for instance, which was broken in the original, is actually pretty playable now. Helix is still hard, but feels more fair to me. Charge, which was a really unique concept in the original, but was so hard to execute, is really solid now and works as I imagine it was intended to. Arthropod, Super Monkey Ball 2's advanced final stage, not only closes the gaps between the platforms, but also, thankfully, fixes the cycle a bit so you don't have to wait a million years, at least in story mode. An expert, for some reason, it's still broken and requires you to wait, I think, longer this time. Why? Because screw you, that's why. Boiling Pot is the same sort of thing. In story mode, you can just hold up to make it in, but an expert, you need to time it differently or you die right away for some reason, and you also have 30 extra seconds for some reason. The stages that repeat in story mode and expert are more often than not on different cycles and even amounts of times, and I couldn't tell you why. It really messes with your muscle memory a bit, but it's not a huge problem or anything, just really odd to me. Thankfully, the minimap returns after a long hiatus from the series. It's kind of a mixed bag here. I think it's harder to gauge where you are a decent bit of the time, but I think it remains serviceable enough. If you go too high in the air though, the game sometimes loses where you are and everything disappears. In the shuffle of minimap adjustments with the X button, you can just turn it off, which I do appreciate since sometimes it is useless. Bananas are also now missing on the minimap. I'd argue this is only a problem in Golden Banana mode since bananas are kind of useless in this game. Let's talk about the bananas a bit on that subject. There are multiple ways to earn them. Not only can you obtain bananas just by playing the game and getting them, there's also a new mission system, which I think is one of the best additions to this entire game. These are individual objectives that earn you extra banana points. While bananas themselves become useless after a bit, I do love the fact that there is an in-game achievement system. You don't get anything for doing all of them as far as I know. This still adds a lot of replayability to the game, and it's something completionists will rejoice over. The missions remain simple for the most part. Finish a stage with a certain amount of time, or collect a certain amount of bananas and get to the goal. There are only missions for story mode stages specifically, which could be seen as a negative, but I think that will take up so much of your time that it ends up not being that much of a downside. For the other modes, the missions are a matter of finishing them without losing a certain amount of lives or concepts of that nature, which is still quite the challenge and very fun in my opinion. As previously mentioned, you are able to spend bananas in an in-game store. Here's where you can buy the game's special modes and also costumes to customize your characters with. You can pretty much unlock everything in the game store in under 5 hours of gameplay or so, like I did, which makes collecting bananas ultimately pretty useless after a while. I really do like the idea, though, of customizing your characters. I actually suggested this change back in my Banana Blitz first impressions video, so whether or not that actually impacted anything, I'm glad to be heard a bit. The customization is very in-depth, and there's a really great amount of costumes and changes here. You can tell they had fun with this concept. They added COVID masks for the monkeys, which gave me a huge smile. I mean, they're already in balls, right? I kind of want one of these in real life. Not only are there clothing options, but options for you to change your ball color or pattern. I love this idea, but I kind of think it's hard to see through sometimes. It's like someone spilled soda on your windshield. One downside, though, is that you can only apply these costumes to the main 6 characters, not to any of their costumes, classic included, or crossover characters. I think it's a fair compromise overall, as I imagine it would be hard to account for all of these, but I thought it was pretty important to note. One big positive, though, is your customizations do transfer to the minigames, which I think is enough of a benefit to balance out the fact that it runs with only the 6 main characters. It is kind of disappointing that you can't use anyone else besides the main 6 in the minigames, especially again when you consider some of these characters cost money. Also in the store, you can purchase reactions for the game's camera mode, which, yep, there's a camera mode. I don't have a lot to say about it, but it's a nice addition that it's here, and it can be pretty funny. I appreciate that the developers had some real fun making this game. This definitely wasn't needed, but I am still happy it exists. You can add some filters to your gameplay as well, which, okay, these aren't useful in any way, but again, something I can at least appreciate and thank them for adding. One major negative of this game is that, at least on my Nintendo Switch, it unfortunately has some major performance issues. The frame rate is mostly fine, but once in a while the game will stutter, and I can live with that, but 3 separate times while playing Banana Mania so far, my game just outright crashed on a loading screen. I was originally not going to put this in my review because it just happened once or twice. The fact that this kept happening made me feel like I needed to point it out. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a Switch exclusive issue, and that's all I can confirm it happened on anyway. As for the minigames, I'm going to separate them into 3 categories this time around, mainly because I'm sick of talking about them in the same order. We're going to switch things up, alright? Considering this is a remake and all, we're going to separate them into better than the old games, worse than the old games, and about the same as them. We'll start with the negatives so we can end on a happier note. I'm not going to go seriously in depth with the minigames. They're pretty simple, and I've already talked about these a lot in my prior videos, so I would recommend watching those again if you haven't. I'm going to be instead focusing more on what was changed, what should have been changed, and stuff of that nature. Starting off with the worse than the old games, and as much as it pains me to do this, we have the beloved monkey target. I have no idea what went wrong with the development of this, but it's pretty much just ruined. Like, it's impossible. I couldn't even
even play this for that long because I got too frustrated and gave up. Getting to a target is undoable now. It could technically be done. I've seen people do it, but I couldn't do it. So good luck. Guess I am never getting all the achievements in this game, which makes me kind of sad. You sink so quickly, and any momentum you build off of the ramp gets eaten and turned into a scripted event rather than any sort of logical continuation of the momentum that you have, like the old games did. Sorry for the lack of a review on this one, but I literally couldn't play it. I mean, this immediately needs an update or a patch or something because in the current state it's in, it's unplayable. What a shame. Thankfully, there's only one other minigame in this list that I think was worse than the originals, and that's Monkey Baseball. This is like kind of unplayable as well, but not on the level of Monkey Target. It's still BS though. The physics just don't make any sense, and there's no control over where your ball will go after you hit one. Even when you get a good hit, the ball doesn't go up on the ramp all the way for a home run. The CPUs are horrible. They don't even try to hit the ball half the time, and when the CPU is pitching, sometimes they just hit you and then dance on your grave. Okay, I'm sorry, but this isn't allowed in baseball to just assault the hitter. Am I missing something? Screw Monkey Baseball. They frickin' ruined it. Most of the minigames are about the same, thankfully. I kind of go through a reviewer crisis every time I review Monkey Ball minigames. Since I don't have a lot to say, am I just being lazy? I never would want that to be the case, but I seriously draw blanks half the time in what to say, so it comes off that way in my head. All I could write down for Monkey Tennis when I was taking notes, for instance, was, I don't know, it's tennis, and that's how I feel. No noticeable changes on this one. The same goes for Monkey Bowling. I'm unable to find any noteworthy changes between this and the original. I kind of appreciate almost how well they were able to replicate this one, and the brilliant special mode returns here, thankfully. This was, of course, one of the series' best moments in terms of its minigames. Monkey Golf has no noticeable changes as well, but the physics do feel pretty off sometimes. My good reviewer friend Johnny said there's no cutoff for the par in the multiplayer, and that they had to shoot over 60 shots to move on. Okay, that's a pretty big downgrade. Maybe it shouldn't be here. Monkey Fight almost made my worse than the originals list. There's no dynamic camera this time. It's a straight down, top-down view, and the items you get sometimes completely block your vision, leaving you vulnerable to getting killed. This game also just feels a bit more slippery, the controls feel a bit more delayed, and just less responsive. Overall though, I think Monkey Fight is playable and not that different from the originals, but I could respect if someone were to say they thought this was outright worse than the original. I never had that much of an attachment to it, but yeah, it's a slight downgrade. It gets the point across though, it's still a fun party game. Monkey Soccer is about the same as well, but I honestly find that a bit disappointing because the original wasn't all that great. I never feel like I have too strong of control of my character here, but I was still able to score a few goals, something I don't think I could do in the original. The goalies do feel a little useless here though, but overall, it's a decent little soccer minigame. I just wish they kind of improved it a bit more. Monkey Shot falls into this category, but almost made my naughty list. The narrator just speaks way too much here. I get it, dude. I hit an enemy. Thankfully, you can turn this off, and from there, it's essentially the same as Super Monkey Ball 2's Monkey Shot. A nice change is that you can actually turn on auto reload for your shots with an option, and now you can also choose the harder levels without having to beat the prior ones, so for bad players like me, I can actually see the other levels. Billiards is about the same as well, in terms of quality at least, but in terms of functionality, there are differences. Unfortunately, the monkeys drinking milk in the background were removed, so the background is a bit generic now. The turning while trying to line up a shot takes forever, but thankfully you can speed this up by holding the L button, so it doesn't really ruin anything. The CPUs feel really good as well. Sometimes they get the dumbest of shots in and are able to chain together a million of them, but I don't find this ruining the game too much since it's not that hard. I think I would just prefer playing the original here though, even if it meant going out of my way to hook up my Wii again. So I think in a way this minigame fails by being a product of inferiority, but it's really not that bad. I'm happy to report there are a good number of minigames that are genuinely better. This has what I think is the best monkey racing in the entire series. The controls just feel so right here. You still can't control the monkey in the air, which can be pretty frustrating, but in general, doing turns and more precise movement is a lot easier. It feels less chaotic and more strategic as a byproduct of such, and there were even moments I was able to use the better control of my character to my advantage. Yeah! Monkey racing does feel easier though. I realized after the first Grand Prix I had an assist mode on, but even after turning that off, I was still getting first place every round, and I didn't notice any different. I'm sad to see even the minigames in this game getting nerfed a bit in terms of difficulty. I know game companies don't mean harm by making these things easier, but it becomes a little disappointing to veterans like me. All in all though, this is a great improvement and the best monkey racing in the entire series in my opinion. It even looks a lot better than the originals. The vibrancy of the graphics really shows here, and I think this is where they spent most of their time on the mini games in terms of development, honestly. Monkey Boat is finally a good game here as well. For those who don't remember SMB2, Monkey Boat was like nearly unplayable. I'm still bad at Monkey Boat, but I do think if I sat down and tried, I could seriously get good at this game now. I still do wish there was a way to control the camera here, and also when you're in the air, you can't do much to control your character, and the physics are kind of off at point, but this is a genuinely well done remake of the game. It actually makes me want to play it a little bit more. Monkey Dogfight I think is better as well. This has never been my type of game, but it feels so much less sluggish. I could see this being a more popular and memorable game in the lineup of minigames as a result of such. I'm very mixed on these minigames overall. They made some better and some worse, so what you get is a lineup that really isn't that much grander than the original game's lineup overall. I don't really feel like we've made much progress in this regard because of that. I really appreciate the fact, at least, that the remake does bring back every nook and cranny of the original minigames. Every side mode, every option, as far as I could tell at least, seems to be recreated and accounted for here, which I really do appreciate. The minigames, of course, look better overall, although some have been banana blitz. Yeah, I'm coining that term now, such as billiards, and the music is pretty solid as well. I think because it's fairly neutral, it's about the same experience you'd be having on the originals. I think you want to stick to the originals anyway at a party. Having Monkey Target be bad now is really a problem for the lineup. I remember as a kid, that's the minigame like everyone wanted to play, and having Boat be a better game now really doesn't do much to fill that gap. I'm sorry, Monkey Boat, you're doing your best, I know, but it's not enough. I do feel like the minigames were kind of an afterthought for the developers, but regardless, these are serviceable. To tie everything together, there's a gallery in this game, which combines many of the elements of Super Monkey Ball 2's option menu. You can rewatch story mode cutscenes if you wanted to, and your replays here, and also have the option to listen to the music in case you're stranded on an island and can't search for them on YouTube. It's a nice feature to have. I'm just making a joke, trying to meet my comedy quota for this video, leave me alone. You can also play the credits from the gallery, and what's very unfortunate is that there's no credits minigame in this game. While BBHD and a few others skipped out on this as well, it's still pretty disappointing considering the roots of this game and what they're trying to remake. It's very unfortunate in my opinion because I think they could have easily taken one from either Monkey Ball 1 or Monkey Ball 2.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania is a great game. I did say a lot of negatives about this game today, but that's only out of constructive criticism and stuff I would hope they could fix in future games in this series. I wanted to briefly go over this game's positives again before we end the video because the game developers deserve to know why this game is so great. The classic costumes are back. The soundtrack kicks ass. The graphics are beautiful and vibrant. They fixed minigames like Monkey Racing and Monkey Boat and were faithful to most of the others. The gameplay is fun and exhilarating, and lots of small things from the originals were fixed to make this a better game. The character customization and hell, its roster is so good. The base price is really fair and something I can get behind for a modern game. There's a mission system and generally just strong content and a strong package. It's a job well done. There are problems, again, that I would hope to see fixed in future games, but these are by no means something that ruins the game or makes it an unenjoyable experience. This has to be like one of the best things Sega's done in years, since like Sonic Generations maybe. Things are finally looking up for this series. We've had some dark days in the Monkey Ball franchise since Deluxe, but this is the first game that I think truly brings it back to form. So I just want to say to Sega, one final time.
You know, it's unfortunately sad to say that we'll never see a true Monkey Ball 3, which really makes me sad. All I wanted was one more game, you know, before my childhood ended. It's just safe to say the legacy of Super Monkey Ball is dead.
Yeah. Monkey Ball really isn't doing too well as a series right now, guys.
Right.
Sega...
Yeah. Sega.
I don't think they plan to do anything with the series. And if they do, it's not going to be in a good style.
No.
We're pretty much done with I don't even know if we could get a Kickstarter campaign going for like either a 3,
yeah,
like a classic 3, or a spiritual successor. There's not. The fan base really isn't.
Yeah,
that
the
huge for Monkey
fan
Ball
base
either.
isn't there for Monkey Ball, unfortunately.
Monkey Ball has been on a pretty bad decline the past few years to a point where it's not even really a series anymore. Hello everyone, it is Jeff, aka Gaming Compass here. Today we're going to be talking about Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD. This game was just announced. Okay, gun to my head, this wasn't the first choice I had for a port of a Super Monkey Ball game. I'd like to clarify that I am still buying this game, even if Banana Blitz isn't really my choice for a Monkey Ball game to be ported. I still will buy it because I want to support the franchise and I want to see future iterations.
Thank you.
We're finally here. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania, a remake of Super Monkey Ball 1, 2, and Deluxe, has finally been released. While I will have a review out very soon, in the meantime, I wanted to take the time to say that this game is really darn difficult. Sure, they let you skip stages and even jump if you wanted to, but if you want to play this game the way that it was intended to, you're in for a real challenge, and shows that this series hasn't lost its edge that it was famous for over 20 years since the arcade release. Today, we're taking a look at the top 10 hardest Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania stages. First on our list has us looking at the Golden Banana mode's Mad Rings. If you don't know this mode, you have to get all the bananas. Simple, yeah. While this stage is not difficult at all in the main mode, here it's something that truly tests your patience and includes some serious rage. Maybe that's why it's called Mad Rings. The concept isn't so difficult. Get all the bananas on each path, including the ones where the red goal would normally be. With how mad the last ring is, you need a lot of patience and luck to get those final bananas. The rings are technically on a cycle, but I feel the last one in particular goes so fast that it's tough to really time it. So again, it feels more luck-based than skill-based. I won't be surprised if there's a speedrun strat or something that makes it easy, but for the purpose of this list and the lens of playing it casually, I put it on just because I find it to be really not a ton of skill involved, as you're sheerly at the mercy of luck, making it a frustrating level to play. Next up we have Catwalk, and I'll say to you, the stage is no cakewalk. Catwalk wasn't so bad in Deluxe, it was only at the tail end beginner after all, but this time around, in original stage mode specifically, it's quite the experience. In the original, going straight on the last path that leads to the goal was very doable, as there was a slight cup on the track that would keep you straight if you got the correct angle. They kind of just didn't do that here. Balancing for that long is so demanding in this game, mainly due to the fact that controls are just not as precise as they were in the GameCube versions. You'll die many times. The best course of action for this level in my experience is to just line up your camera as best as you can to the right side, hold up, and pray. But even then, it's sheer trial and error. And of course, this is the stage that starts off the classic stage mode. You love to see it. At number 8, we have none other than Entangled Path. This stage, I'm just kidding, number 8 is Long Taurus, more like long torturous level. Because of the way slopes work in this game, having to ride in the small turning cylinders is ever so tilting. Sometimes you come so close to getting the goal and end up bouncing off the block or the party ball. It feels so bad when this happens because the cycle you want to get back on always takes about 10 seconds or so to come back. So you just sit there feeling bad about yourself, thinking about life, only to rinse and repeat the same experience over and over again. At number 7, we have Edgemaster from Super Monkey Ball 1's Master Mode. While this stage perhaps wasn't so bad in the original, it's downright brutal in this game. As mentioned, slope movement controls a lot differently in Banana Mania. The stage itself has 4 rotations, each one more stressful than the last, and the first 2 have to be done in direct succession. Each rotation is its own moment of fright, as you need to balance ever so perfectly to ensure you stay on the platform. Even when you get to the end, you still need a somewhat precise angle to make sure you land in a place you can get to the goal. This is a stage that truly tests if you're able to adapt to the current physics of the series, and will give veterans of the series a serious wake-up call. At number 6, we have the final stage of Expert in Super Monkey Ball 2, Ice Hockey. In the classic mode, it's somewhat reasonable. The goal moves kinda quick, but it's something you can track down and get eventually. They removed the cycle from Super Monkey Ball 2 that made it easy if you knew the trick. In a sense, I like this because it really takes me back to the mid-2000s of trying to figure out these stages all over again. When you get to the original stage mode though, it's moving so quickly that getting in the goal really comes down to pure luck. I think the best you can do is veer left, pray if you get it, and if you don't, just jump off the stage and try again. It's the type of stage you either beat first try or spend your entire day on. Either way, it's not easy. Back to Golden Banana mode once more, we're taking a look at Strata at number 5. Everybody says it's looking good, but the level knows it's understood. Strata. My god. The first time I saw this in this mode, I could not believe it. I screamed in agony that this is a level they chose. Even then, I was praying the last path would not have bananas, but of course, I was just too naive. It's definitely doable, but you need so much patience and grace to land on the last path and get all the bananas. What's best is turning the camera's sensitivity to 1 and spending all your time you have left at the final platform, adjusting your monkey and angle, and even then, you'll often just fall off the stage. Patience is required here. Next up, we have an oldie but a classic painful level, Stamina Master. Off the bat, this is a ton easier than it was in Monkey Ball 1, but that doesn't mean it's much easier, in part due to the controls being more challenging to adapt to. There's always been two methods to this stage, even from game 1. Try to do it casually and fail a million times, or jump off the landing path halfway trying to get to the goal. I think the second is slightly easier, as trying to get the goal the intended way just doesn't seem very doable. You'll bounce off the goal a bunch with the second way, wasting time and tilting to no avail, but eventually the stars will line up in the sky above and you will complete it. Just don't expect it to be over with quickly. Next up, we have a stage from the Dark Banana mode. If you don't know the mode, it's a simple concept. Get to the goal, but you can't touch the bananas. Stage 9, Swing Bar Long, will test if you know and have mastered the physics of this new game and engine. The stage originally is the same concept of performing a pristine balancing act, which you learn to do quickly. But with the Dark Bananas here, you need a serious amount of precision with your controls. In fact, those feel like more of an enemy than the Dark Bananas. You need to slow down in just the right spot. You cannot be near a banana, you need to have timed it well, and sometimes nothing is enough. The penultimate stage on this list returns from our Super Monkey Ball 2 stages list, Helix. I do think it is easier than Monkey Ball 2, but like Stamina Master, that's not saying a lot, and in some ways it's harder because of the controls and how your monkey reacts to ramps. It's kinda like Stamina Master. You can do it casually, riding this ramp all the way down to the bottom, shaking and being at the edge of your seat for the entire duration of the stage, or you can run off the edge and pray you land in the goal. Whatever you choose, you're gonna be here a long time. Get a snack, turn on a TV show, and expect this to be what you see for the next hour, because it's not going anywhere. And finally, the hardest stage in Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania is Dark Banana Mode's Twin Basin. Oh my god, the first half of the stage is not too bad. The second half is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in an official video game. This level will punish you to no avail. You need a very precise angle and perfect amount of speed to make it past the Dark Bananas on the ramp, as you need to weave through them to get up to the goal. The hitboxes on the Dark Bananas are so big and littered in your path. When you do get the run that makes it, often you'll just run straight into a Dark Banana, and that's often what kills your entire run of the stage when you get there. The stage, it's insane. Whether intentional or not, this shows that the dev team is not fooling around. This is the same feel as the originals, make no mistake, and while it's brutal, I love it because it's the same amount of pain that made me fall in love with the original games that was missing from Banana Blitz HD. Anyways, do you agree, disagree? We do have a comment section below if you would like to discuss it. Tell me what you think are the hardest stages. Did I miss something you cared about? Do you think I did better than my SMB2 list? Thanks for watching, and expect a Banana Mania review quite soon.
One of the most important aspects of Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania is the bananas themselves. I mean, it's Banana Mania, and these monkeys sure are hungry. The developers really want you to get them. They've added a lot more bananas in the classic games, have an in-game shop, and even a counter in the top right corner for each level. So what if we just said, screw all of that, screw corporations, screw the bananas, this is our way of sticking it to the man. I'm JeffCompass, and today we're going to find out if we can beat Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania's story mode without collecting a single banana. World 1, being the levels from the game's beginner mode, is generally pretty easy. In 1-1, all the bananas are avoidable. Using a speedrunning strat, we can skip most of 1-2, meaning our exposure to radiation is limited and we clear it just fine. Bumpy, of course, fits in line with the rest of the world so far. Switches is again pretty easy, just a little cluster you have to avoid. Conveyors, I thought, would be a problem since you can't go straight, but with some dodging, it's a cinch. Floaters is another get-to-the-goal type of stage. World 1 is just so exciting. Tub, unfortunately, just doesn't let us do the speedrunning strat because of the bananas in the path, so we gotta go the long way like a frickin' scrub. Yeah, climb your way up. It's a bit tight, but generally easy. So up until now, it's been smooth sailing, but 1-8 is extremely difficult. There are bananas littered throughout the entire main path. My first approach was to just go painfully slow and try to avoid the bananas. However, the last drop I think is way too big, and therefore you get no control over your monkey. To make matters worse, each attempt that got here was about a minute apiece, meaning each attempt felt extremely punishing to fail. I think you could try this and get it eventually. However, the only way I saw myself beating this level without a banana
without losing my mind, was to do a speedrunning strat and try to skip the whole level. It's not easy since you can still run into bananas and there's bananas right by the goal, but after many attempts of patience and crying, mostly crying, we make it in. God damn. The rest of the World 1 goes back to being pretty easy, thankfully. You do need to be kind of fast to win out spinning top, and 110 requires you to be very careful and weave past bananas, a theme we'll see throughout our run. World 1, though, at the end of the day, was a success. No bananas were obtained. Moving on to World 2, Banks isn't so bad, but again, requires you to do the level the slow way. 2-2, someone was hungry enough to eat the floor, but we're not eating any bananas here. Hoppers is a go straight stage normally, but here we can't do that since again, bananas are in the path. Instead, we just need to go back and time our movement after hitting the slow switch, or as I like to call it, revisiting my childhood. Coasters was quite stressful. I at first was using the strat that lets you skip the whole stage by free falling to the bottom. Unfortunately, they put bananas on the path to the goal. So what do we do here? Well, the movement I came up with was quite precise, but eventually gets the job done. To do this banana list, you need to land from the top, bounce once, and then aim yourself into the goal. This was mind-numbing, but I eventually got it after much patience. Bumpy check presents us with no challenges, so it gets a bumpy check from me. Swell 2-6 I thought would have been hard, but with some careful weaving really isn't so difficult. Just gotta go slow, which is not so swell. Also, there's a banana dangerously close at the end. These do count if you grab them after the goal tape. Gravity slider was extremely precise. Down the middle of the slide, there are a line of bananas. Thankfully, these are somewhat avoidable, but there's a very small gap between the last goal and a singular banana. You can only restrict your speed so much, meaning that you are likely to either bounce off at the goal at the end or touch the banana. This one sucked, but eventually I did get it. 2-8 isn't so bad, but I had to go back to do the slow switch since avoiding bananas at the beginning did cost me a bit of time. Otherwise, it's about the same level. This stage uses bananas as a way to gauge where the platforms hit you, but they're very generous, so nothing too hard here. 210 alternative had nothing too challenging. The alternative is just not eating these damn bananas. World 2, another success. Still no bananas collected, and these monkeys are starving. World 3, for the most part, was probably the easiest, so we're just gonna breeze through it. Organic form was a bit turbulent, but was pretty easy. Reversible gear I initially thought would be a probably, but there's so much room to avoid the bananas that you'll be fine. Stepping stones doesn't have a ton of bananas on the easy path, except for one specific banana, those jerks. Dribbles requires you to play it carefully, but by now you kind of get used to that. Push bar removes the URL from the classics, and so I protest this by not eating their silly bananas. How many times am I going to say banana or bananas in this video? In Mad Rings, it's quite easy, but you can't rush it, but you can't go too slow either. Curvy options actually presents us with a problem. Each path has bananas on it. It's very tricky, but you can avoid them by going ever so gracefully around them. I also adopted a speedrunning strat to skip the first banana. This level requires insane precision that I can barely even describe in words, but thankfully is a success, somehow. 3-8 is definitely annoying, you can't go fast anymore, and there's a banana smack at the end, meaning that too much speed will go punished. Doing this level the way it was intended to be done is actually really hard, but I got through it eventually. Well, Cascade has bananas on the stairs, so we need to do a little leap of faith here. The target is ever so thin, but since you need to get there only once, you will get there eventually. It just blows. .310, nothing noteworthy. World 3 was again flawless. No bananas collected still. World 4, we start off with pro skaters, and this one is easy. Tony Hawk would probably be proud. Giant comb is also not too bad, except an inanimate object probably couldn't be proud of us. Beehive, more like free hive. Dynamic Maze is unfortunately tragic, as you can't just hold up and win now, but the level itself, yeah, it's fine. You can do it without getting a banana. You also can't hold up on triangle holes. Geez, imagine playing these levels intentionally. Launchers is actually very problematic. You have to get hit from the side of the launcher since each path has bananas in the center. You actually don't want to use the launchers with a little cup on them, as you need to be as close to the center as possible without being center. You'll get a bunch of jank hits, and it takes quite a bit of patience, but eventually you get lucky and get to move on. Randomizer is a freebie. And coin slots is as well. Seesaw bridges, as far as I know though, is impossible, unfortunately. You can get to the third platform just fine, but once you get there, there are singular bananas on the side of the toxic waste barrels. These are unavoidable to my knowledge, and you don't have a lot of control to try to avoid them anyways if you could. I looked up to see if there were any IL strats that would skip it or something, but there's just nothing for this yet, although I hold out hope some strat could make this doable someday. This one did not make the cut, but thankfully I was able to finish it with only one banana, keeping our count nice and low still. Arthropod was free and presented no challenges. Well, World 4 was when our good old days of not getting bananas comes to an end. I mean, one banana in 40 levels though, that's not too bad. Let's see if we can keep this ratio alive. World 5 starts off, of course, nice and brutal. I mean, this is the start of expert mode after all. Most of the level looks pretty easy. Unfortunately, the path just before the goal has 9 bananas that you cannot avoid. At first, I thought I was going to have to write this one off, but I did some research combined with my knowledge of SMB2. There's an IL strat in the speedrun that skips most of the stage. Of course, this uses the main path and therefore gets bananas. I tried for over an hour to do this by myself. I came close quite a few times, but couldn't do it. Thankfully, my good friend JeffCompass told me he's done this trick a few times in this version already, and I asked him to send me a clip of him beating it bananaless if possible. He came through. Thank you, Ninjastar, for proving it, because I would have otherwise had to write this off as 9 bananas. Free fall is fine enough, just know that you need a free fall and can't do any of the safe paths since there are no bananas on there. Melting Pot was stupid easy. There are no bananas inside the array of balls. Mad Shuffle has bananas at the start and at the end of the goal, but none on the actual shuffle itself, making this one pretty free. Besides having to avoid some bananas on Jump Machine once you initially land, 5-6 is a piece of cake. Zigzag Slope sticks true to its name, as I was often weaving in and out of the bananas. Tower was really interesting, as the first time I got the goal, I grabbed a banana right underneath. This does count, as I said earlier, as the game's banana counter increases when you grab it, even if it's outside the time limit. I was getting ready to write this one off, but with a sharp enough angle, you can actually avoid it, which I didn't expect, so I was glad I tried this a few more times. Toggle presents no difficulties besides just, well, being a hard stage. 510 is in the same boat with no annoying bananas either. This could have been a disaster world, but thanks to Ninjastar, we come out of this one unharmed. Still a nice round, 1 banana. I guess that's round. 6-1 is another one of those do the stage as it was intended type of levels. You need precision and control here since you need to stay on the set of platforms that doesn't have any bananas, and you do probably need to slow it down a little bit. Once you have that down, getting the goal is slow but pretty fair. 6-2 punch seesaws becomes a little tighter, and you still have to avoid a bunch at the end. Six 3 is unfortunately a stage where we take a pretty big hit. You can kind of avoid some bananas on the first set of stairs, but it's incredibly inconsistent. The biggest skip I could do here was using a set of stairs to propel myself into a goal. Unfortunately, even with this, I grabbed 16 bananas. You could do this with less, for sure, but I can't prove that in my video due to how precise the final trick was. Theoretically, this probably could be like halved, but I just don't have the time to back this one up. So yeah, quite unfortunate. Brandish took me a few times as I used the bananas to visualize my place. Here though, I can't, but with creating a new visual cue for myself, I finished it with no problems. Tears has no tears for us. Cliffs is pretty BS actually. There are bananas littered on every path. We need to replicate the double bounce strategy we did earlier in coasters. The first bounce is somewhat annoying, but the second bounce is horrible and requires a stupid angle to make it in the goal. I did get through it, but honestly it felt more like luck than skill. Narrow Peaks appears to be too narrow for us. Both pathways have bananas, and the speedrunning strat still gets a mandatory 2 of them with no way I know to avoid them. I had already given up, but I told Ninja about this during the production of this video, and he managed to do this banana-less by getting a ton of speed. I have no clue how that worked, but apparently it took him like 50 minutes. Detours is quite scary. You have to kind of just go slow here, kind of like Gravity Slider, but thankfully nowhere near as bad. Switch Inferno presents no problems to the player, and Folders has you weaving in and out a little bit, so nothing too bad. 16 bananas gain here. Well, that's unfortunate. It's understandable we'd hit some bumps in the road somewhere. We still at this point have collected only 17 bananas, so I think we're still doing pretty fine. World 7 is brutal. I was so angry doing this world. It's really hard, at least the start of it is. Spiral Bridge is annoying because it's 100% doable, and I knew it starting the level, but it requires a godly amount of precision and patience. Weaving through the bananas on the way up was so demanding. Even when you get to the top, you need to balance through more bananas while this damn spiral is moving and get off of it. This is one of the hardest levels so far. After a degenerate amount of attempts, I finally did complete it, but I was a changed man. I was ready to write off 7-2 as impossible upon first glance, but at one point I barely weaved past a banana. I was still unsure if it was all possible, but the more attempts I did, the more out of the 5 bananas on the path I was able to weave past. This had me wondering if I would have to put it in a technically possible category, which would infer it was realistic but not very human, but after many attempts, somehow I pulled off a run where I weaved past all 5. I don't think I could ever do this again, and I don't really know how it happened, to be honest. We did not catch a break in 7-3 though. The starting path had the same principle. You could barely weave through the bananas. I was only able to clutch this out maybe a few times out of 100 attempts. When you do get to the other side, there are bananas still on the way to the goal, which means you need to fall at a very precise angle on top of getting here in the first place. This also really sucked and seriously tested my patience, but I did make it through eventually. Going the long way in dominoes avoids all the bananas. Despite us making it so far and doing such a good job here, our days of happiness in World 7 do come to an end. Sieve is just not possible, and I was forced to collect 12 bananas. Thankfully, the rest of World 7 was pretty easy. Frog presented no real challenge, besides taking some alternative paths. Double Spiral was about the same. Hierarchy was about the same as well, and 8 bracelets didn't have bananas anywhere, at least not on the bracelets themselves. 7-2, a normally hold straight level, requires you to play the game as the developers intended you to. Easy to do, but you do lose your pride a little bit. World 7 adds another 12 bananas to our total, putting us at an unfortunate 29. 8-1 Pistons, I looked at it and knew what I had to do. Yup, you're going diving. The only way to beat this level is to get hit by one of the pistons and land in the goal. Better to be pissed off than to be pissed on. Soft Cream presents no challenges to us. E3 Momentum I knew was possible, but I couldn't quite get it. You need kind of a lucky bounce. When in doubt, turn to Ninja, who got it pretty easily, thankfully. Entangled Path might be doable the old-fashioned way, but for the purpose of this video, I thought it would be easier to just get in the green goal, as it has no bananas. Totters is a little annoying, but nothing we can't get through. Vortex was actually very frustrating. It was kind of similar to 7-1. After enough patience and luck, though, it's pretty easy, thankfully. Warp presents no challenges, besides just taking things a little more narrow than usual. 8-8 Trampolines has pretty avoidable bananas, it just sucks you have to play the stage in the first place. They forgot to put bananas in Swing Shaft, apparently, so the level is just kind of the same. And to cap off World 8, linear seesaws makes us unable to use all the seesaws, but with enough attempts of just going straight and praying, you bounce right into the goal. World 8, we thankfully come out with no difference to our total. World 9 was pretty easy, so we're going to kind of rapid fire this one for the most part. Serial Jump requires a bit more precision, but nothing I would worry about. Cross Floors is almost the same as Dark Banana mode, so I actually had a bit of practice for this one. Spinning Saw presents no real challenges and was pretty free. Using a skip and flat maze, we can, well, skip most of flat maze, avoiding any potential bananas. Guillotine is not our lover and has no bananas for us. So sad. Corkscrew, fitting in with the rest of World 9, is bananaless. 9-8 Orbiters is just another go around the straight line path, but 9-9 was actually hard. Twin Basin in Dark Banana mode is very difficult, so I was expecting this challenge to be more of the same. Because the lines are still precise and I don't know them, I found this very difficult. If you think Twin Basin in Dark Banana mode is hard, well, it is, but this also kind of sucks. So try this if you're bored someday, I guess. With much patience, I got through it, but again, it felt kind of like luck than skill. Air Hockey has no bananas to worry about. So yeah, World 9, late game so far, really easy. Let's see how World 10 is. It's also easy. Training has some bananas in our path, but we've been trying to do anything, it's to narrowly weave past them. Ten-2 has bananas everywhere, but honestly the path is so wide where you can easily avoid the bananas and make it in perfect time. Mountain has no real difference to it here. Disorder, again, has no challenge, and I'm sorry I've been saying that a lot, but this late game just didn't have many levels that were interesting. "3D Maze", "Crazy Maze", "Postmodern", and "Revolution" all, again, had nothing to them. Invisible was actually pretty tricky. We need to do the narrow weaving strat we've been perfecting during this challenge run, but on invisible platforms this time. This is obviously doable, but took me quite a while, and each attempt that died late was very frustrating. Ten-10's N had bananas litter on the final path, so again, we need to kind of aim straight for the goal. The floor is lava here. Well, that's a wrap on that. Worlds 9 and 10 weren't that interesting, but we had plenty of difficult levels and interesting moments in the first 8 worlds. So I apologize for the end of this being quite boring. But we sure had some tough levels, and amazingly enough, we only had to collect 29 bananas, and that's definitely less, possibly, due to Opera having some bananas that are definitely skippable, but you need kind of a god run for it. It wasn't easy, but only a few stages were unbeatable in our challenge. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to both me and Ninja Star Compass, and be on the lookout for some more Super Monkey Ball related content soon.